Alright, hello everyone, good morning. We are gonna get started with... The schedule was changed last minute. I think the order of the sets was swapped. I don't know, maybe it was always supposed to be this way. But whatever it is, we're gonna have Viper versus ACCM first. And then... Lewis versus Liry second. Now that I think about it, that was probably the way it was supposed to be. My mind was just reversing them. Good morning, Timaloy. Hello, Flapjack. Hello, Darius Cater. Viper versus ACCM. Part of me thinks this is going to be 4-0 Viper, but maybe I'm wrong. He's vacationing. He's playing on a laptop. We have some Civ drafts here. Some map drafts ready to get going. And let me just plug these into the overlay. Make sure that I post the final 2 drafts in both slots. There we are. Hello, Scottergren. Lots of YouTube activity in the chat very quickly. Look at that. Let's make a Discord post that we're live. Let's see. Second day of the Warlords Quarterfinals. Starting with TheViper versus ACCM. Followed by Liry versus Lewis, and we will post in this YouTube URL. Boom. 2 bangers today. Hopefully we'll go 7 games. That 7 games with ACCM is going to be really, really long. And this evening, as we start the drafts, I have to go. My aunt's on vacation. I told her I'd help take care of her cat. So I'm hoping this finishes in time so I can actually do that while it's still light out. Because with ACCM playing, you never know. Let me make sure my audio's going to the right device. Yes, it is. Boom. So how's everyone doing? How's everyone been enjoying Warlords? We got some fun maps. Look at that. Skakuza, Tafiti Immersion for Viper, Mirkwood, Basmos, and Notez for ACCM, and Morris for game number 1. Okay, Morris. That makes the Civ draft interesting. Good morning. Do all the quests. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. So I hope everyone's having a lovely day. And hello, Neofilter Coffee. Ooh, you reminded me. I need to get my coffee. Hold on, chat. I'll be right back. I forgot to get my coffee this morning. It's still in the coffee pot. Also, Triforce3152 earlier. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Okay, chat. I'll be right back. I need my coffee. Just one moment. Need to go do a quick coffee break. Alright, chat, I've obtained the coffee. Good morning, Arbase. Settle down for a long one. Settle down for a Civ draft. Let me see, I need to make sure my game's in casting mode. There we go. Haircut? Yeah, haircut earlier this week. Hello, Pathara, good morning. My coffee all settled. Call me with some right here. I'm getting my coffee. Call it the Soccer World Cup haircut. Is it? For the Clash of the Dads. Casted by Doubt on Mem's channel too. All the dads involved. Time for me to wake up. You're already washed from work? Oh, here. We're casting Weinberg. Gonna be a cool set, hopefully. And the best looking bookshelf, the most... Does anyone else even have a bookshelf? With actual books and not just gamer objects? Well, that's the key. You need proper books on a bookshelf. The Argent Agent, hello. Good evening from Australia. Oh, good morning from... New Jersey. Yours has rocks on it. I just realized there's a baseball guy swinging a bat on my water that says the official water of MLB. Scan here as a QR code. Get big league rewards. Well then. Amped up AF. Hello, hello, hello. Like in the background or in general? Like both, because you need a lot of books. I got a haircut for the first time in over 6 months. You could almost put it in a ponytail. And maybe I should... maybe we should grow my hair out for the Woad Raider cosplay. You have a bookshelf with books I used to read when I was younger. Now they are luxury decor. See, that's the great thing about books. Once you read them, they're still useful as art pieces. Water is so funny, like it's literally all H2O. I don't think I understand that joke. Usually I wouldn't go for the bottled water, but my allergies have been killing me, and it's a bit easier for me not to suffer. So... ACCM bans the Dravidians, of course, because he's against Viper. And look at those hybrid civs being banned. Portuguese, Armenians, Dravidians, Japanese. Viper even banning Burgundians and Italians and Bengalis. Persians banned by ACCM. Do we get a Vikings ban for Teiti? Malay is left. We need Vikings and Malay banned. And you always own the books, unlike ebooks or whatever. Right. I was thinking of getting one of those, what are they called? Remarkable tablets to write on. So I enjoy writing on tablets sometimes, because then I don't have a whole bunch of paper that I gotta throw away. And that clutters the place. I've written on tablets before. It's been an okay experience. Yeah, so they've banned almost all of the water civs. 2P and Wei banned. That's Mongols, and what are we gonna have? Vikings or Malay have to be banned by ACCM here. Whichever one he prefers not facing on Teiti. Or Koreans! Oh my gosh, so many water civs. Well, I guess it's parallel picks, so you get whatever you want. Yeah, Bengalis, Phosphoro incoming. Aren't Bengalis banned? Are they not banned? Yeah, Viper banned Bengalis. Koreans is a tower civ, Koreans is a Phosphoro civ, Koreans is a Fire Lancer civ, Koreans is a water civ. Remember when they were maybe the worst civ in AOC, and all they did was a horrible tower rush? And now they're OP. And Magyar Phosphoro incoming? Can you Magyar Phosphoro on Skakuza? Romans! Then Georgians and Maya. Okay, Romans, is that for Morris? Yeah, it's gotta be for Morris. No Sicilians or Bulgarians? Or Burmese for Morris? I mean, I guess Romans could also be Skakuza, but... Dang. Oh man, that was a loud plastic crack. Alright, so map votes, poll expires in 2 days, 1 hour. Alright, chat, while they're drafting, we're gonna vote on maps. Just watch the VOD from the Lewis set? Yes. Alright, chat, give me some map advice. I think my webcam is gonna block, hold on. It's blocking 2 of the maps. So, maps for this week. Kilimanjaro, Mega Random, Northern Isles, Paradise Island, Mirkwood, Gold Rush, Morris, Myard, and Glacis. These maps are horrible. These are the least watery of them, so we'll go with that. For 1v1 and for team game, oh god, Lombardia, Hillfort, Oasis. Actually, no, Glade? Does Glade make a team? Now let's go Lombardia. Yeah, like that, I guess. Boom. Map votes. Alright. I just want to play arena team games or Rage Forest team games, not random maps like that. There's a map that gives you 15 relics. What's the team game map pool this week? Has Sicilians won a single matchup in any tournament recently? Was it Tato who did the Sicilians Donjon rush on Fernando de Noronha against Tugao and succeeded? I think so. In the Brazilian dynasty. And SDLRS, thank you for the follow. Oh, there's Sicilians for Viper. We have seen Sicilians win on Tefiti before. So, the Viper, from my understandings, is traveling and playing from a laptop. I did see Debbie post that they entered Austria earlier. I don't know where they're traveling, but they are traveling. So, Viper's setup will be... Oh my gosh, he just randomed the Magyars. How did he random a Civ? Is that Viper's internet dying already? Do we need to lag the draft? Random Magyar. I mean, not the worst Civ to random. Could be good for Cenotes or Immersion or Skakuza. Not really for this map pool, though. I'm telling you, Phosphoromagur is on Skakuza now. It would be a fantastic random for Crownwood. Did his internet die? Because he's... Maybe it has. Yeah, he meant to pick Magyar. Yeah, I think Viper's internet might have died, because it looks like they might just have to recreate the draft up to that point. That looks like something died. I got Celts and the draft is complete. Imagine that Viper in a, like with like a big umbrella over him for shade, playing on a laptop on a beach chair. Good morning, Tantron. Are there even? Where are they traveling to? Are there even beaches where they are? And Flage, look at that emote. Hello there. Hello, 11. So yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't see a post. Is going to Italy, okay. Well, then there should be beaches. I might go to Italy later in the summer. Apparently there's an AoE 2 meetup again this year. It was to Italy for a family event. Oh yeah, it's to celebrate something for PKZ. Need to be in Hamburg later. I mean, that would be a long trip. I would need to be invited to go to Hamburg, though. No one's talked to me. Rome is a sick city. I normally hate big cities, but Rome is amazing. I've been to Rome before, very briefly. So, yeah, we getting another draft somewhere? I don't know. It will remake it. How was that? Comment banned. YouTube, all roads lead to Rome. They're doing a redraft, okay. Same bands or just completely redoing it? Oh, there's a new Civ draft. Alright. Here we are, new draft. And here we are. Hello, Lily. How you doing? Mem said they dropped. All right. So, Vacation Viper against ACCM. The internet quality might not be the best here between them. They're going to have a pretty big distance between them. You're sleepy? I understand that. I feel like I'm always sleepy. The order of Viper's bands is different. That's fine. As long as they're the same. But you know what? I could just... do the original draft for the bands. Let's do that. I'll do the original draft for the bands to get them in the right order. And then we'll do the new draft for the Civs. Boom. Alright, so hopefully they get started in a moment. So let me try to get an ad out of the way on Twitch. Again, apologies for the ad, and you can go check on YouTube if you don't want ads. Vacation lag is not like other lag. Should have randomed the last 3 of his civs to flex, oh boy. Well, no Magyars, but we do have Spanish, Hindustanis, and Lithuanians at the end for Viper. Also, Aztecs for ACCM. On maps with 7 relics, maybe Aztecs could be viable? Could we see perhaps a Monk Rush on Basmo? Should have picked Magyars. He should have. So, predictions, chat, predictions? What are we thinking? Give me your predictions. I said this might be 4-0 Viper. I'll go maybe 4-1 Viper. Well, even vacation mode, I think Viper should win. People were saying they wanted to go 7. That's with ACCM going to be a really long set if it goes 7. No Black Forest though, unfortunately. Normally 4-2 Viper, but if Viper is traveling, I will go 1-4 ACCM. Oh boy. Are you going 4-1 ACCM? That seems to be a popular pick on YouTube too. Hope we get a 6th game. We haven't had a single series go to a 6th game yet. Viper 4-1 or 4-2. And our next set today will be Liry versus the GOAT. Liry versus Lewis. So who would have thought this would have been the top 4? Viper, ACCM, Liry, and Lewis. Viper, not sure by how much, though. Casting that over Chipmunk versus you? Yes, I am. Can I answer when you see Viper's first game? No, you have to answer now before we see anything. ACCM likes Eagles and Aztecs. The only two Eagle Warrior civs left. What about Aztecs for Morris? What about Aztecs there? Faster producing men-at-arms. Extra carry capacity for the Shorefish Vills, so they'll work a bit faster. And then Jaguar Warriors. Jaguar Warriors would be dope for Morris. Aztecs for Skakuza. Not sure I like the Georgians so early in Viper's draft, but I do like Vietnamese and Byzantines. Sicilians are just... what? So does he use Sicilians for Morris and then Romans for Skakuza? Phosphor into Jaguar is a thing on Morris? I don't think a Phosphor is going to be a thing on Morris since you need to take the Shorefish. But we did see a fast castle from Andy, so who knows? Not a fast castle, but a very quick castle. Sick for Tafiti when you get a fortified tower? Well, you don't get a fortified tower on this one. But they could still be sick for Tafiti. When is it ever a good case to go for Jaguar Warriors over Tramps or Eagles? If you're versus infantry and you have a lot of castles, basically. Used to get that, yeah, we removed the fortified tower because it was pretty silly. Didn't want to have the map be too gimmicky. Wanted to be a bit more standard. What if he just likes the skirm bonuses? Well, he should have picked Vietnamese and Byzantines then. And Pai and Primeval, thank you for the follow. You do like the attack sounds of the Jaguars. That's a good reason to like them. I also open up Twitch and just make sure I have settings right. Get your Empires category going. I should put maybe Viper versus ACCM in the title. Try to make it an all caps title, like boom. TheViper versus ACCM. Spanish for Basmo? Spanish for Basmo. And looks like we're in the lobby. Viper picks red. ACCM picked cyan. Do we actually cast in those colors, chat? Viper is red. Is this just Vacation Viper not picking yellow? Is it easier for him to see red? Vacation Viper could be picking red instead of yellow. It's his vacation color, and it's not a Roman's mirror. It is Sicilian's Romans. I'll put him in red. Do the red Viper. Oh, you're right. He must have gotten sunburned on vacation, Tantron. I know what that's like. I know very much what that's like. Oh no, sunburned Viper. A new snake species discovered. Alright, well, it will be Romans versus Sicilians on Morris. And Viper picking red must have gotten sunburned on vacation. Yeah, he's playing away. Yellow is his home jersey. Red is his sunburned away jersey. And no mirror. Yeah, Viper doesn't want to look in the mirror and see his sunburn. Do snakes like to sunbathe? There are snakes cold-blooded? Byzantines for Tafiti, I assume? That is the logical choice for... Oh, or maybe Spanish for Teiti. FC Conks there. He can just shed his snake skin to get rid of the sunburn. Ah. Yeah, Sicilians, Romans, Italians, and Byzantines. We have Italians banned. But Viper did at least click all 4 of those buttons. So we're going to see some donjons and sergeants from Viper, and we're probably just going to see men-at-arms into swordsmen from ACCM. These snakes are cold-blooded, right? Alright, are we getting started here? Yep, here we are. Once again, my thoughts that we should not have spectator delays for tournament games. They're useless. Alright, and here we go, the Viper. As we've been saying, he is on vacation playing from a laptop, maybe from satellite internet. He is the red instead of yellow because presumably he is already sunburned on his vacation. But he will be the Sicilians to the southwest, and on the other side of the map, picking cyan, is ACCM, who will be playing as the Romans. 2 of the civs we see quite commonly on this map, although the Sicilians themselves are not all that common. They will have donjons. They can build them now in the Dark Age, even though they will neither shoot nor train sergeants until feudal. The donjon does also unlock the range now. So, quarterfinals for Warlords. Double check I have my logo set up right. Yep. We're all good. And welcome in everyone. A minute in, and ACCM immediately forward to scout the Vipers on the mill. ACCM didn't mill immediately himself. He's just playing a standard game, luring his boars early, going for a lumber camp at the back, and I wonder if skipping the mill could be for an early barracks if he's taking the lumber camp. So no Roman's Mirror, where he's hinting on upcoming Phosphorus strats. The game is paused, Viper perhaps already having internet issues as he is the one who paused. He says, chat filter, lots of lags, sorry, go. Viper, what is this potty mouth? What is a 6-letter curse word in Norwegian? Lots of lags, sorry, go. ACCM being like, oh no, is it going to be like this the whole game? Lagry? Lagry. ACCM is a cyan-colored man. He is today. So this is the version of Morris. Arbase, are there any miscolored ponds here, Arbase? He's our pond-color detective. I don't see any miscolored ponds. They all look good. Doubt the chat filter knows Norwegian. Probably doesn't. Hello, Larry Croft. Hello, Linksy. Why is Viper playing on his vacation? Well, it's his vacation coincides with Warlords. He's got no other choice. He's got no other choice. Can I do a Dave corner check while we're at it? You want to check the corners? Okay, this corner has some ibexes. This corner has little panda box turtles. This corner has some trees, and this corner is kind of empty. There's a gold up there. All right, corner checks. There's no birds in the corners. Most Norwegian swear words are 5 letters. Okay, I know nothing about Norwegian. I'll need some tutelage. I'd love to take a trip to Norway someday. Feels like a fun place to visit. Don't know if I'll have time this summer, though. You don't like the north corner? I like Viper's Mill. This is, as I said earlier, the redesigned map where I evened out the shorefish numbers. Last time, back when... Remember when before all the drama, when Viper was still doing the podcast? I was on the podcast with Viper before Cartographers last year. With Viper and Nelson. And he was complaining about his map in Warlords where he didn't have enough shorefish compared to Yo. So I evened it out, this map. Garlic Witch, are you cursing in the chat? What is this? Norwegian? He's a streamer, how is he locked into a vacation week? Because he has family. Yeah, T90's on vacation too. Nilly's not gonna be on vacation. Everyone's taking their vacations. Think it's a good day for Viper fan? Well, not a good day for Viper's internet so far. Where's my vacation next week? Varion's been trying to get me to go to a land thing, apparently. But it's a bit of a drive, and I don't know if I really want to commit to that. I gotta go to Brazil at the end of the month. Can't we go up to 400 pop in DE? Would 400 pop Arabia be a fun idea for a map? Well, that would just be changing a setting. Are you going to be there, Baskets? That's a 50-hour drive. No, this would probably be like a 3-hour drive. I don't know where it is. Baskets is going to be there. Is this? Are we going to like play USA Cup live from there? So, Men-at-Arms for ACCM. Oh, Baskets will make pancakes. That sounds amazing. So, Viper now up to Feudal can garrison the donjon and use the donjon to protect his shorefish fills. Those men-at-arms won't want to sit under the arrows. And then the gold mine for Viper, mostly defended close to the TC. A couple of palisades do the trick. And now he's going to go for a second mill. For a second I thought that was a donjon, but nope, it's just a mill. And 2 mills, both defended by 1 donjon. We love pancakes. Everyone loves pancakes. Baskets of pancakes. Ooh. Baskets of pancakes.
Eus.
A vostro servizio.
Impera. Salve. Salve. Prontus.
Comanni.
Tibi Servio.
A vostro servizio.
Salve.
Deus.
Alright, so some repairs for Viper. Only 2 fills on gold. Is that enough for a sergeant production? Well, it seems like it is for now. He's got 4 of them. ACCM walling, doing a tower. Not as fancy as a donjon, but it gets the job done defending the fish. And Tasagal, thank you also for the follow. We're very close to 16k. We're within 100 followers of 16,000 followers. 4 hours gets you to the outer ring of Paris. Getting past that takes another 4 hours. Is the game volume a little high? I can turn that down. How does everyone feel the game volume is? I'll move it from -3 to -4 decibels. Seems fine, it's fine, alright. So we'll have scale mail armor for the Viper. Ideal, says Falling Star Official. And armor for Viper. We'll have an outpost for ACCM as he's just scouting around the middle. And okay, finally a good fight. Sergeants versus men-at-arms. And the sergeants, especially with the scout, should win that. But here comes a spear. The scout goes down before the spear even gets to poke. And ACCM will disengage. Sergeants are tanky. 5 attack versus 6. But they have 1 more armor, even with the Romans having their armor now. And they'll have 5 more HP. So I think that means the sergeants win. They're 1/100th of a tile per second slower than the men-at-arms. Oh, ACCM gonna dive underneath the donjon. Don't know what I think about that. Don't think I like it. 20 units, 2 kills, 1-to-1 KD. And ACCM with the Romans pulling ahead in score. So why do you pick the Romans for this map? 1, they have good swordsmen, and 2, they 5% faster working vills applies to the shorefish. The only real direct shorefish bonus. Viper went for a donjon, but that donjon is isolated, and ACCM will pull vills to fight it. What if he's pulling vills? That's 5 vills that are idle for a while, destroying it. If Viper did that with his sergeants, then it's just the idle time for the stone he collected, basically. And these men-at-arms, maybe trapped, needing to run away. That's a lot of men-at-arms for ACCM, looking to teach Viper a lesson with these men-at-arms. At the same time, the sergeant's getting into the back on ACCM's wood line. He needs to repair those palisades. Viper's starting to use the market, maybe thinking of going up. ACCM's doing a market himself. Some more vills going over to the stone, and that market is going up for ACCM. Men-at-arms hitting the vill. Sergeants come over. Sergeant's fighting the men-at-arms. And that is a lot of men-at-arms from ACCM. Viper has 6 sergeants, but most of them, all of them, are in the back on ACCM's base. ACCM has more men-at-arms to fight them, but at the front, Viper now needs to pull and fight with vills against Roman men-at-arms with all their armor. That is not pretty. That is not pretty. And Viper needs to amass more sergeants, and maybe needs to repair the donjon. The sergeant's going to try to pick off the spear, forging on the way for the Viper. He needs to get more attack for this fight. ACCM already has forging, and Viper needs to delete some palisades to do a second donjon. Needs to build it with vills. He's trying to wall in a vill to repair, get his vills to repair. He needs both donjons up to protect his vills. And the men-at-arms trying to take a fight. The vills have to hop back inside. They're very low on HP. And this donjon has to go up fast enough. ACCM so close to destroying this one. Remember, the Romans do not have arson. Viper needs both of them at the same time. And maybe, just maybe, he gets the second in time. He's running his vills. The men-at-arms are chasing, but they're very low on HP. ACCM, can he get kills here? He gets one vill. Fletching now for Viper to protect the donjons. The sergeants come back all the way across the map. They've run back home. ACCM flooding forward with men-at-arms as he clicks up to the castle age. Viper has no vills on food, and Viper will call GG. ACCM is victorious, taking game 1 over vacation mode Viper. So Viper will save the Romans for another map, but the Sicilians, he did not masterpiece with them. He did not masterpiece with them, and ACCM pulls out ahead. This is bad for Viper. That should be done for Slingers in AoE 2 like they were for AoE 1 costing stone. Well, here we are, Viper. Sergeant's not working. Romans are picked on this map for a reason. Maybe Viper wanted to avoid the mirror matchup in the lag. But dang, look at that eco difference, especially at the end once Viper was off of those shorefish. He had no food, ACCM was up. And dang, quick 1-0 ACCM beast mode today. And did my scoreboard not save? My scoreboard did not save. There we go. And for maps, that's ACCM winning on Morris. Viper now not in yellow. Losing his sunburned vacation. Game number 1. Game 2 will be on Teiti, and Viper is back to yellow. Viper is back to picking yellow on Teiti. Multicolored snake. Then Inca stone bonus can apply to units as well, so they still have a slinger bonus. Ooh, I like the way you think, Arbase. Viper is 5th pick, Sicilians. And this will be okay. Viper is going to use Romans now. It's going to be Romans versus Wu on Teiti. So Viper may be looking for some men-at-arms pressure on Teiti. And now that I think of it, have I ever actually seen Romans on a fishing map? Does 5% faster working economy apply to their fishing ships? How good are sergeants in the feudal age? Well, worse than the Romans, it would appear. Also, hello, nameless guy on YouTube. Hello. Yeah, we'll keep the player colors. We'll keep the player colors. Yellow, cyan. It's only villagers. Only villagers. Weinberg saying I think so. Arbe saying no. Went to the grocery shop and already 0-1. What happened? Viper picked the wrong color. He picked red instead of yellow. Maybe that's why he lost game 1. Alright, 15 seconds, and then Romans versus Wu. Romans, I guess, long swords against the Jin swordsman should be pretty nice. Villagers, but do villagers include fishing ships? That's always a good question. Do vills include fishing ships? And let me swap sides on the scoreboard. And here we are. ACCM will be to the west as the Cyan Wu. Viper to the east as the Yellow Romans. Viper has applied some aloe to his sunburn and will come back in his yellow color. He's a snake. He's shedded his skin, his outer skin. Oh my gosh. 3 relics here in the middle, right at the bottom of the map. This is Teiti, a wonderful map by the Mad Catter. We'll have some relics on the outer islands. Outer islands everywhere. Some water going back and forth. Shallows you can step on to cross between the little islands. 8 islands on the outside. And a lumber camp here for ACCM. Ooh, look at that nice little lumber camp look he has. This is the real Viper. You prefer Woo here. Wrong color, Re. That's what he should have said for the first game. Hello, Toad. Maybe Debbie played game 1. Debbie's a beast, though.
Impera.
Viper Jr. probably. I don't know, are we going to have Viper Jr. versus Doubt Jr. one day? Wasn't Viper sick? Viper's not sick, he's just on vacation. But I mean, I feel like Viper's always been sick.
Salve.
I guess that's what it's like, though. Being a new dad, getting all those diseases from daycare. Alright, scout fight here. Looks like ACCM has a one-hit advantage, so Viper will fall back. Greetings from South Africa. Hello. Viper had been sick, has been sick. And if we get Jin Swordsman from ACCM, which is usually what the Wu do, I think the Romans with Scorpions plus Longswords should be a good civ for countering that. Romans, what are their water bonuses now? Capture Ridge takes a moment to load all those icons in. Galley Line and Dromans, +1 melee, +1 pierce armor. So that does mean they're a bit stronger against everything. They'll be a bit tankier. You actually want to go galleys on this map, though. We'll have Dromans versus, if this loads, Luchuans late game. And Feudal Age on the way for Viper. Viper's kid versus ACCM's kid, casted by Noah Mem's son. Aren't ACCM's kids, like, much older than Viper's kids? Or Viper's kid? So Arbe saying he prefers Wu. Neofilter Coffee saying prefers the Romans. There's a barracks for Viper, and Viper is up fast. 19 Vil, so looks like this will be a men-at-arms rush. Viper's kid. Isn't Viper's kid a year and a half old? Or am I off by a year? I've lost track of time, chat. So Viper forward. You're almost 2 is what I think.
Salve.
I helped Debbie feed baby Viper while Viper was playing his games at the garrison. I got a very small amount of vomit on me. So, militia attacking the house. Viper doing double bit axe before men-at-arms, adding in a 4th militia. ACCM will do an outpost, the better to see Viper with. And going full men-at-arms. Well, from full sergeants to full men-at-arms. Attacking the house, men-at-arms worked for ACCM. 16 and driving now. Oh no. You're giving me flashbacks to when my neighbor's daughter hit my car in the parking lot. If you're an outpost, just make stone walls. You gotta see where to make the stone walls. So, forward tower from Viper, and ACCM, who had such a beautiful lumber camp, will be forced away by that tower. Now, on the water, ACCM has gone to the outside dock to take the deep fish. Viper has not yet. He's just been taking the shore fish on his first dock, which will be quite slow, but getting to the outside now. Gonna do a second dock. Has a good score lead from the faster feudal and the aggression. Now this tower, while nice for disrupting ACCM's wood, will not actually help Viper break through. And as the Romans, Viper does not have arson, so won't have the extra attack against buildings. So ACCM, his lumber camp is disrupted. He has to spend Vils repairing the tower. What is my favorite nonsensical thing in AoE 2? There are so many things. I need to think about that. Maybe we need a tier list of nonsensical things rather than picking one favorite. Does Doubt winning Red Bull 3 count? So not enough stone for counter towers now at the front for ACCM since he does one on the lumber camp. Transport for the Viper, and Viper, after going to the outside island for his next dock, he's only down by 4 fishing ships, oddly enough, so he could actually come back on water. And actually up in res collected is crazy for Viper at this point, as the 5 men-at-arms now get loaded on the transport. ACCM will scout. Viper, you gotta transport, Viper. Go, go, go. ACCM's gonna see this. He's gonna see the transport. What's Viper doing? Where is he microing? What's Viper doing? Did Viper drop? Oh, Viper's internet might have dropped. I think Viper dropped. Oh, Viper, the vacation internet. And he'll lose the transport. Do they have a save and restore? I hope they do. Transport going down, and I think ACCM or Viper paused, but the pause was too late, as Viper just suffered some serious vacation lag there. Lag-ree. Everyone get your lag-rees in the chat. Get it out of your system, as we're going to need to save and restore. As there is no way that Viper ignored the transport ship for that long when there were no other fights going on. That is a re. That's or a lag situation there. So no chat in the game. ACCM just type it in the chat as he pauses again. Yeah, this is nightmare fuel for admins. This is me. I'm happy. I'm just doing the maps. I'm not doing the adminning. I'm just doing the maps. Hopefully this is the situation we don't have to deal with at the Brazil LAN. Harry Lewis game was an epic set in recent times. Oh no, I casted that. Did Viper pay the internet toll? Did he pay whatever internet he paid for? Is not reliable. Usually Starlink doesn't have lag like this. Sometimes it's extra to text from a foreign country. Is that why he didn't type in the chat? So, I mean, the Viper basically loses the game if he's losing the transport like that, right? He's in Italy but brought German internet with him. Right, I mean, 5 men-at-arms down to lag is just... Instead of having men-at-arms forcing ACCM to quick wall, going through the TC, attacking the gold of the lumber camp, getting over to this tower maybe, he's just dead. He's on Starlink. That's why everyone says, whenever I say bad internet, I have bad internet, they're like, why don't you just get Starlink? Because as bad as my internet is, Starlink is actually worse and more expensive. Like a single Wi-Fi router? I don't think he's even at a hotel. I think he's at satellite internet. I don't even know where he is. I mean, maybe you could get the premium internet at the hotel and play from a conference room. Do we need the RBW5 internet cable from the internet from the window? Viper needs Ornlu to save him like he saved Red Bull. Spare some internet. So what is happening here? And so, someone check out Mem's stream and get the details for us. Because the game is paused. This isn't Capture Age paused. This is the game paused. And I'm sure they're going to try to figure out what to do. If they don't have a restore file, then the only thing you could really do is go back and keep playing. In the Conquerors, you actually could create a restore file from a save game, or from a wreck at an arbitrary point. So they could, in theory, go back to just before Viper lost the transport ship and create a restore file. But I don't think you can do that on DE directly from the game because they removed the save game button from when you're watching Rex for some reason. I don't know why. It's still sitting in the game. LTE cell is usually better than satellite, at least from a latency perspective. Pretty strong 5G everywhere in Europe these days. Viper seems to be dropped, in the words of Hera Laggery. Yeah, that means there's no restore. I mean, if Viper didn't actually drop from the game, then there's no restore. Right? There's no restore file then, if he was just kind of in the game, but lagging. This is the downside of... back on the Voobly days, peer-to-peer was actually much better for tournaments, because you actually had the same lag for both players. You didn't have to deal with server issues. And if Viper were lagging there, ACCM would have just been waiting for him. Anyway, so while we have an extended pause, I think I'm just going to play an ad on Twitch, just in case when we get back, that we're not going to have like a super long game that somehow we need an ad break during. So we'll just get that out of the way. Literally played AoE2 from your camper van from a Greek beach off of LTE 5 years ago. It worked totally fine, no lag, etc. Surprising he'd have issues finding solid internet. The tournament handbook isn't too helpful in this situation. Where's Nilly? Is Nilly on his vacation yet? You can do that in DE? I mean, create the restore file? If you can, I think that's the right way to solve the issue. Have an admin create a restore from just before the transport goes down. But yeah, looks like Viper is gonna have a pretty rough time of it playing from his vacation. AoE2 is not that internet demanding, correct, but it's more CPU demanding. You do need to have internet. It's more that I think DE is just poor at handling the internet than it is internet demanding. They're restarting the game, apparently. Oh, wow. Laggery. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the current handbook is. A lot of the times in the past, we had handbooks that said if a player drops before 20 minutes, you restart the game. And after that, admins have to figure out what to do. But this is a drop where there clearly isn't one player who has like a huge advantage. ACCM far, I mean, you can't really, I don't think you can really say ACCM far ahead. I think it's just they're doing different strategies. Viper's going for feudal men-at-arms, and ACCM's going fast castle. So, unfortunately, it is a laggery. Arbase giving me the rule. In the case of a game crash or desynchronization, an admin will assess the situation and decide whether the game should be restored or restarted. In either case, players must exit the game without revealing the map and are not permitted to go back and watch the recording before rehosting. But, Arbase, this rule does not apply, because that is not a game crash or desynchronization, that is a lag. That's a lag and Viper catches up before crashing. Alright, so that's somewhat of a different situation. It's the same map, too. It's still Teiti. I mean, is this my fault for making Teiti? It's the standard water map thing, where it's 144 by 144 instead of 120 by 120. Does the extra map size cause the re? Yeah, and right, because like that all depends on the next few minutes. Let's say Viper gets the men-at-arms in. ACCM sees them, so he tries to wall the tower, but Viper has the tower there to kill the walling vills. And depending on how that goes, ACCM could lose several vills and the tower to the men-at-arms. It's desync until he catches up. Well, desync, that depends on what you view desync as meaning, because desync could mean the pure out-of-sync issue. So, it looks like we're back on Teiti, same Civ matchup. Maybe they should cut the cam. Yeah, that might actually be a good idea, just not play without the camera. Alright, so once more, onto the Teiti, dear friends. we will have Viper versus ACCM. This time, Viper to the southwest, ACCM to the northeast. Romans versus Wu. Second time attempting to get Viper's internet working. Knock the cam down to 240p for the atmosphere. And ACCM restart too if he wants.
Impera.
Well, if there is a lag spike for ACCM and he drops similarly to what happened to Viper, then I'm sure he can. And I'm sure Viper did not want to have to restart there, but that seems to be the best way to deal with it, as it's never an easy thing to deal with. And really, there should be better solutions to this type of thing, but unfortunately, it's 2026, and we just don't have that technology. SpaceX IPO crashes due to AoE2 player losing tournament after Liereyy. Yeah, I mean, it's also kind of the side effect of having tournament calendars that are just kind of booked back to back to back to back. There hasn't really been a break since, what, January for TTL for Viper? Or, yeah, it's like Red Bull ladder into TTL to Red Bull to Brazil qualifier. Viper took a vacation during the second qualifier, then right for Warlords, so. Yeah, and then December KUTD right before that. New calendar is a lot less full. That's because it doesn't have the qualifier for the garrison on it, though. When you add the qualifier, it suddenly becomes much more full. Is the Viper going to play against Liry on a similar connection if he wins this? Well, that'll be tomorrow, right? So Viper would have maybe moved location on his vacation by then? So, some attacks on Viper's scout as he has to run away. Yep, this game is a restart. This game is a restart. Viper losing the scout fight. Looks like the same thing. Viper going for fishing ships on the shorefish. As he'll have Feudal Age coming in. ACCM will be going for the transport to the outside and the outer dock. Not going for the corner, going for the side dock. Still is good fish there, but maybe wants to go for the corner dock, actually. Well, I don't think the strategy choice from Viper last game was too surprising from ACCM once he saw the Civ matchup, and looks like we'll have the exact same thing again. So Viper is not going to change up his strategy after the restore. And Viper going to try to do a tower rush. ACCM has to realize Viper could tower hop there. It's hardest to do it at the north side of the tower. But yeah, ACCM will wall behind that. Stone wall, it's Dark Age, our base. ACCM can't stone wall. He can just fat slob with palisades. So once more, Men-at-Arms tower. And houses there for ACCM. As that injured Vil will have to run away. And all the Vils here low on HP. Will still get the walls up. And ACCM doing what he can to keep Viper out. Although both of his golds kind of forward, he is able to sneak out to that side gold. That's one thing we did on this map. We added a second gold on the mainland for players. So they have a bit more of an incentive to stay here rather than transporting. And remember, ACCM, he always can just transport out here and take gold. It's not like the Trush will deny him of all of his gold and stone. It's not like this is the first time we've ever had lag restarts in tournaments. We've dealt with all this for years, and unfortunately, I'll say this again. I still feel that playing on Voobly with the user patch 1.5 was the most reliable way we could ever actually have tournaments and not have to deal with this issue. And there are things DE does better, but dealing with restore situations is not one of them. So now, our base, you're gonna get those stone walls that you've wanted. And Viper now, he's maybe lagging again, as we have a pause this time during the lag, as he loses one man-at-arms. You can tell immediately when he's not reacting, and the lag comes in. What creates save points? You can't actually create save points. You can... There's a button called Save Chapter that you can press. I don't even know if DE still has it. But it actually would lag the game because it kind of pauses while the restore is saved. Sometimes you can tell as a player, sometimes you can't if a spectator did that. In HD at least. And I think a player can press that, but that just creates a chapter in a recorded game. It doesn't actually create a save point for a restore. So... feels rough already, that it does. So we'll see what happens. I don't see any chat here. I mean, our base's suggestion of turn off the webcam is probably the best thing to do. Where are they, though? Germany and Vietnam? Nope, this is... I think Viper is in Austria now. Maybe he's made it to Italy, but he's on vacation. So he's on vacation, presumably satellite internet. If only he had vacationed in Vietnam. And turn off everything not needed. Turn off the cam. Close Discord. Get everyone else in the hotel to turn off their internet usage. Build something out of duct tape and paper plates just because. Open the window so the satellite internet can get in more easily. Alright, so what are we gonna have here? No chat. Drive to the home of a pro player and borrow theirs. Yeah, just go down the street, start knocking on doors, be like, hello? Could I use your internet, please? There's a speed recommendation for playing AoE 2, how many Mbps download speed? I don't think it's a speed recommendation so much as a stability recommendation. Yeah, Viper put out a tweet, anyone around here with a computer I can use? Ducks, hello, ducks! Put the internet packets on the duck and fly them back and forth to Vietnam. As here we go, we are going forward. Let's go. Viper lost 1 man-at-arms, but the rest are able to pull back. And a house up for the Viper. As the men-at-arms will look for another entry point. Viper not mining stone. Using a carrier pigeon. Yeah, and of course, you know, even if you do plan like a hotel Wi-Fi, there's no way to test it ahead of time. Has to go Ram since he doesn't require much micro. You have to go whatever unit requires the least micro and is maybe the most impervious to brief moments of not being able to pull back in time due to lag. And Binary Herd, thank you very much for the sub.
Look out! A battle rages ahead. Stay back, lest we be caught in the crossfire.
Douche? Douche would probably be very risky. Yeah, 49 seconds of vital TC for Viper. We can tell when that started. And he's fishing now. I wonder if age-ups actually cause lag spikes, because it has to load all the new graphics assets. And sometimes that causes issues on your CPU when you're playing. I don't know if that would have any effect on the actual lag that they feel in-game, but that could actually be a thing, right? Because both those lag spikes were shortly after Feudal. And different architecture sets for the civs, too. Ooh, Viper loses his scout to some Hulks. It's okay, 10 seconds of vital TC for ACCM. Viper with a couple of Vils queued. This is where Viper now needs to have extra Vils queued, maybe. And while the push is getting pretty far forward, ACCM on stone, though, he's getting ready to do a castle. Are there oysters on this map? No oysters, no oysters. Just fish. I figured on this map, since the gold is on the outside islands, I didn't want to double up and have extra gold on the water, and having them just on the islands I felt was already the point of the map. That's one of the things, I don't think you want to just add oysters and whales on all the maps, because it detracts from the golds that are already on lands. I think you need to plan for them. And let's see, we have a pause from Viper, but there they go. Okay, fishing lines, scale mail armor, and they'll be up at just about the same time. A little bit more idle time for Viper, maybe intentional this time to go up to the castle age. Up when we'll have some Hulk fighting by the dock. Fish on completely opposite sides. I think Wu just dominate. Well, it's gonna be fire archers from the Wu. So is this Fire Archer versus Scorpion? Viper at least will force the castle to be at home for ACCM. And the Jin Swordsman shouldn't really be an option against the Roman potential Longswordsman. Reminds me of the day of MSN Gaming Zone. Well, in the MSN Zone games, the lag would be equal. Here, Viper is the one who's going to be feeling it. Oh my gosh, those ships changing their graphics. Oh yeah, that's the thing. I was going to think if I could change that in the map scripts. Viper C ACCM Mine Stone. I'm gonna think so, but you're actually right. Maybe that's just a tile away and he doesn't see it. ACCM sending the Vils. Oh, ACCM's gonna go forward? Okay. Just right there. I was thinking, oh, is he gonna YOLO forward? No, just right there for the castle. Viper, no town watch, doesn't see the castle foundation. They fixed it in the pup. Yeah, I'm just wondering if I can actually swap the graphics around in the map script. If I had thought about that earlier, I'd have done it for the Warlords maps. And the pup will probably be out before we have the Brazil maps for the LAN. Oh yeah, Arbase, do we have an idea of when the pup's going to be live? Because I would like to have the pup before we do all the final, like, balance changes to the maps, if that's realistic. Windows M... Oh my gosh, I loved Windows ME when I was a child. I don't know why. But I enjoyed Windows ME. Maybe they're waiting for Warlords? I mean, that would be logical, but they didn't wait for it for their server maintenance. So Wheelbarrow out for ACCM. Fire Archers from this castle. For pups, remember to see if you can adopt before you buy from a mill. Ducks with the dog owner advice. And battering rams for the Viper. He's going for a swordsman ram push on the castle. How good are fire archers versus rams? Probably not enough to stop a ram push. Viper has all of the double armor for the longsword, so they'll have 5 pierce armor. There is Bodkin on the castle. Another barracks for the Viper. So will his internet hold up for a ram push? Viper trying to download more RAM. That might eat up his internet connection, as he's going to put the longswords in the RAM. How many rams do you need? I think at least 4. But you're close enough, you'll have reinforcing rams during the push. So there's the 4th ram. Yeah, Viper downloading the RAM. Will his internet hold up for the RAM push? And Mark Corlin, thank you for the follow. There will be mangonels. So defense 1 mangonel from ACCM could shut down the whole push. There's no way Viper gets in to stop the mangonel. He's gonna have a 4th ram. There is the mangonel. The fire archers from behind. The Vill's ready to repair. And Viper doesn't have any Vills of his own forward. And remember, fire archers, they do have +1 against siege, so they will be doing damage to the mangonel, or to the rams. And with the mangonel, ACCM defends the castle. And that's not in time for the Viper. And ACCM goes up 2-0. So whoever said ACCM 4-1 while Viper's on vacation, well, that prediction's looking good, or maybe a bit of an underestimate of how affected Viper is by the vacation. So GG, and ACCM goes up 2-0. Yes, Viper's on vacation now. So why GG? Because the mangonel is going to stop the ram push, and Viper invests everything into longsword ram. I mean, if you swap positions, ACCM still plays on, but absolutely makes sense why you'd call it GG there. Mangonel shuts down the ram push completely, and Viper was all on longsword ram. Alright, yep, and also credit to ACCM. It's just what I'm reading in the chat is they will restart game 2. The Viper froze for over a minute. ACCM agreed. It's more fair to re. So, all credit to ACCM. He's a good guy. Alright, so game 3, we'll see if they host. I don't see the game up yet. Yeah, good guy ACCM. We all love ACCM, right? And remember, Lewis versus Liry will be next. That should be... I'm worried ACCM... I mean, Lewis Liry might be 4-0 Liry. As well as Lewis is playing, I do feel that some players run into the... Like ACCM, run into Liry. And will struggle to deal with his execution. And my worry is that all the players left in the tournament, be it ACCM, Lewis, Viper perhaps, Sebastian, might run into that same setup. We saw Sebastian versus Liry in Red Bull, where Liry just dominated. Does an ACCM have like 3 kids? I don't know how many kids he has, but yep. Yeah, if Lewis wins today, all AoE world will be upside down. Yeah. I mean, the map picks, I think, are going to be super important for Lewis when we get there. Because you want to have maps that aren't just going to be Liry can go crossbow micro domination. But I think a lot of the map pool kind of lends itself to that. Picking the right water maps will be interesting, because Liry... I don't know how much micro on the water is important nowadays. If you're going like Hulk Fire, melee unit mostly, I feel like I don't know. I need to get a better feel for playing it. But Warlords certainly is not the micro-intensive galley micro from AOC. Cute, this is the dad's game. What's Viper doing on Skakuza? Georgians? Byzantines, maybe? I mean, we saw Tato do that. Maybe they practiced it together. We're still in the lobby. So let's maybe plan out the civs. We'd have Vietnamese, I guess, for cenotes, Spanish for Mirkwood, Byzantines for Basmo, Lithuanians for Immersion. Georgians for Skakuza, I guess. Yeah, that's maybe how it goes. What is that person that just joined? Randoms joining the lobby. That's what it is. Lobby name? What did they name the lobby? What did they name their lobby? Oh, Viper's picking blue now. They named their lobby 123. Alright, this is why in our tournament handbooks we tell players you gotta put something in the lobby that people can search by in the lobby name. Like BD for Brazil Dynasty. So that you type it in, and in case all the other website infrastructure goes down, you can't search by player names in-game, but you can search by lobby names. Is the password 321? Password is not top. Oh, and DB Cooper, thank you very much for the sub.
It's the heart of Genghis Khan. We are doomed.
No password? Probably be a password. So Viper's picking blue this game. Are we okay with blue versus cyan? It will be Skakuza. And it will be Georgians versus Aztecs. If we have to, we'll just put Viper in yellow. I'll put him in yellow. Em is allowing no cameras to help. To be honest, I don't think that cameras really add much to in-game footage, so let's hope this helps. Who is this, and what has he done with the real Viper? Well, let's see. Maybe no cam will help. A whole year of great value casting time has been flying. Paid Shadow, by the way.
Sight the likes of which no son of Europe has ever seen.
Well, thank you, the Viper 999 fan, 666 fan. The hair is always on point. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So now we have Skakuza, Viper. Just so we all can see, he did go with blue this game, so Liry-esque picking different colors every game. Why is he flaring? Viper, what is this X? Viper's Xing. Get the MBL stop Xing video queued. Does he have his hotkeys set up properly on his laptop? What is this? They are kind of close. X-Re. You know, what is this part of Viper's Starlink campaign on vacation? Is he sponsored? Does he need to promote X too? Ah, well, ACCM going to the middle. Viper with the Georgians. Able to take the hunt immediately with the mule cart. ACCM, he is just gonna go forward. Loom on the way. Viper doesn't have Loom yet. It'll be a Loomless Vil fight. Let's go. ACCM pushing the mule cart off of the hunt. This is not the type of game Viper wants on his vacation. and ACCM with Loom. Viper doing Loom now. Viper sending all the Vills. This might be a fast game. Viper, Loom not in yet. Eagle snipes one Vill down for the Viper. Everyone Vill fighting in the middle. But with the Vill fight, Viper can take some ostrich from the mule cart. He's taken them from the rock. He hasn't actually scouted where ACCM is. So it probably would be better for Viper kind of to move around this way if he's able to get that scouting info. Poor Viper. Can the internet hold up to the might of ACCM's Vill micro? ACCM has 4 Vills here. That's a lot of idle time for him. Sending more Vills to the middle. So on this map, your stragglers have 200 wood. So you can do a mill, chop some straggler trees, and go for a lumber camp later. Oh, ACCM actually has the lumber camp already. Viper does not have a second mule cart. But there are Bobab trees you could take in the middle. A few trees here and there. You gotta send more Vills. I mean, Viper doesn't need Vills under his TC now. He legit could send everything to the middle and with one mule cart take wood and hunt. The Eagle Warrior will be a bit stronger than the Scout in the Dark Age. Ideally, Viper preserves the Scout for Feudal where that gets stronger, but might not be an option for him. Everyone with their Vills in the middle. 14 for ACCM, 10 for the Viper. ACCM with 2 Vills on wood back at home. Everyone else forward. This is an absolutely amazing game of Skakuza right here. It is chaotic, and we're going to have a ton of Vill fights. Oh, let's go. Maybe ACCM, I mean, he's Aztecs. He has the plus 50 gold for Loom. If he ever gets a barracks, he can start adding militia. What's their train bonus? Is that still 15% faster for each age? Yep. Alright, so Viper pulling back a bit to the edge, trying to get more hunt with those Vills by the mule cart. Taking his straggler trees for wood. Fastest I've ever heard me cast. There's a lot of stuff going on, Ducks. There's a lot of stuff going on. We gotta cover all of it. Feels like a nature documentary. Oh, this isn't Serengeti. This is Skakuza. This is, someone said they were from South Africa before. That's where Young Panda, the map author, is from. And Viper, oh my gosh, Viper, he has 18. 18 versus 13. Viper has more Vills here. Right, we really need the blue versus cyan setup to have the ultimate confusion. I probably have to play with team colors then. This is amazing. ACCM has his back against the rocks. That Scout very low on HP, so is the Eagle. I don't even know what's going on. How can Viper micro like this? Seems like he's okay with the lag so far. Scout versus Eagle, one more hit for the Scout and that goes down. Scout just standing there. No idle TC for Viper, but now he's almost out of food. He's got 1 on food. Oh, but he's not going to be idled. He has all the Vills in the world queued. He doesn't have enough Vills to garrison the TC. ACCM will just hang out under the TC until now his Vills aren't pulled back. He's going to lose 2 Vills to the TC fire, as he has more Vills in the middle, turning to fight Viper. Viper has a weak Vill there. We're 4-7 Eco KD. Viper ahead so far, 7-5. He gets the Eagle, still has his Scout alive, 1 HP, but that'll be good for actual purposes of scouting still, as he gets the Eagle. This is what we want to see on Skakuza. None of those walling and booming games that we saw yesterday from Tato and Sebastian. And now, since he's Georgians, the Scout will heal. Oh, that's actually insane for the Georgians. Once he gets feudal, that Scout will heal, so he needs to keep it alive. There's a one-on-one Vill fight here. That Vill needs a straight path to the TC to get back. Still fighting in the middle. Viper's played a lot of Rage Forest, but then so has ACCM. They're all used to these Vill fights. Viper now up by 2 Vills. Up by 3 pop. You missed 2 games. You actually missed 3 games if we include the restart. And oh, Viper, he's bringing the mule cart to the mill. He's bringing the mule cart to rush the mill. And ACCM's going back. I mean, this is the downside of ACCM in the Vill fight. He has to be near the mill. Could Viper send Vills just to rush the mill? What if Viper destroys the mill? And where does ACCM drop off his hunt? Is that actually a strategy? Is it worthwhile? Is he thinking of it? Where is Viper taking wood? Viper didn't go for a second mule cart. He went for a mill in the back. Oh wait, he did go for a second mule cart. Okay. And ACCM is a forward Vill. Viper has to be extra careful that Vill doesn't kill his Scout. Or is Viper playing from He's playing from outer space, basically, as far as his internet is concerned with the satellites. More mule carts for Viper in the middle, taking those Bobab trees. He is up to feudal. Mule cart OP. And maybe turning the webcam off is all we needed. And we'll have feudal age for ACCM. 1 minute apart. And Viper chasing this Vil. Will we see some YOLO quick wall masterpieces from ACCM? Some Alcatraz masterpieces. He needs to if he's going to save the Vil. He's up, but he's much slower. Will we see a barracks? We have a barracks from ACCM. No barracks yet from Viper. 16 Vils on wood, though. He has anyone on gold? A few Vils on gold. One of those is weak. Siena, Italy. Is that... Do we have confirmation on where in Italy he is? Can we send someone to his location with more internet? So Viper up to the feudal age. And 3 minute-arms in that barracks. As the Vils go to the mill, the minute-arms looping around. Viper gonna get a range up. Will get a range, but doesn't have any militia of his own. He'll do a spear, but that's a spear against Aztec militia. And well, militia for ACCM until he can click that minute-arms upgrade, and he's gonna have a big fight with the militia. Viper just getting the spears for the Vil fight. He needs numbers. Needs numbers and getting archers out. And there's ACCM is up. He needs 2 more gold for men-at-arms. He'll have 5 Aztec men-at-arms. Well, the 5 militia rush from the Aztecs takes me back to 2015. Men-at-arms for ACCM. The build taking me back to 2015. The internet quality taking me back to the 90s. And here we'll have the archer trying to hide behind the mule cart. Wait, mule carts can block men-at-arms in this fight somehow. What is the usage of the mule carts in this fight? Viper's just sending everything. He's sending everything. He needs to get more archers amassed so he can fight the men-at-arms properly, but the men-at-arms, they're attacking the mule cart. Just like rams absorb archer fire, mule carts absorb men-at-arms misclicks. And what is ACCM actually fighting here? He gets a Vil now. He's gonna get a couple of Vils here. That's suddenly gonna even up or even surpass the Vil KD. That's a very weak Vil. All ACCM marching forward, 8 to 8 Vil KD now. That archer will go down. Viper can't protect the archers. Maybe the range is too far forward. Maybe it needed to be farther back. Viper got maybe a bit overzealous seeing the up timings. Range going to fight the men-at-arms. Men-at-arms all go down. And the spears come forward to poke the Vils. Mule carts were great in that fight, absorbing some men-at-arms. If they weren't there, Viper would have lost more Vils, for sure. If Viper archers needing too long, well, that's the thing. I think the range, if it's back, then you have a bit more time to get the archers out. And you can maybe pull back in the fight. So Viper's still in the middle with the mule carts, and now he is chasing with the archers. As ACCM, he's lost all of the men-at-arms, and Viper can get around to the gold now. Look at the score lead for Viper. ACCM slightly more res collected, but now he's going to need to seed farms, whereas Viper doesn't need farms. He can stay on the hunt. Viper's not being counterattacked. And this is looking really good for Viper now. Maybe the webcam was eating the internet. Vils have bows with free ballistics. They should just use them to fight. Why would he queue a spearman versus Aztecs? Well, he wasn't fighting men-at-arms. He was mostly fighting Vils, right? And then the spears just give you extra bodies. They give you something for the men-at-arms to attack, too, that's not Vils. Now here comes ACCM with his archers. Viper will need a second to get a skirm out. We see that, oh my gosh, 10 HP healed so far for that Georgian scout. 2 HP per minute. That is crazy value. Now, Aztecs are still Aztecs. They'll have fast production. And ACCM will be queuing some of his own spears. Yeah, they're also faster to snipe weak Vils. That's a good point, too. You think he would have had a better fight if he made 3 militias since he had faster uptime and thus faster time for men-at-arms upgrade? I mean, maybe, right? Maybe. Yeah, a couple of militias to fight ACCM. And then it's still militia against men-at-arms, but the same thing as the spears. It's just more bodies in the fight. And now nice archer raid from ACCM. He's going to start picking off more vills. ACCM actually ahead in the vill KD. And this is still a really close game. ACCM, a nice raid. As Viper didn't have his army in position because he's raiding the back, Viper loses that scout to the tower. And with the tower, ACCM can defend it home while pushing the middle. Viper has to do his own tower in the middle, but he's lost so many vills to these archers while he was forward with the army. He thought he could apply pressure to ACCM, but now I feel a bit of lag at this moment in the game. Maybe that's just capture age, but you saw the, if you can see, oh wait, you can't see the timer, I can see the timer. Oh, map name covering the timer. There was a bit of lag spiking there, and now all of a sudden 5 vill lead for ACCM. Viper needs to save his vills. He's not saving them, and he can't apply pressure. ACCM with 1 tower and 1 TC has defended himself. Oh no, F. This is F for the stream. F. It's not F for the game, though. Hopefully we get back. Bad internet is spreading. Let's see, how are we doing on YouTube? Is that fine, or is this just a Twitch thing? Who hooked me on Viper's internet? Maybe turn off the cam? That's not going to affect my upload. Let's see, I haven't dropped from the game, though. How are we doing on YouTube? Press F5 to pay respects, we might be back. The vacation internet is spreading. Our base pinned the F5 message. We're good. Alright. Like, we're trying hard to micro on... Does he even have a mousepad on his vacation? Well, ACCM... I think we had seen the start of that before. Stream is back now. Stream is back. Alright, I'll put an F5 in YouTube too. Maybe YouTube doesn't even need an F5. YouTube Omega F. I think we're back now. Viper's bad internet spreading, as Viper lost a ton of vills, and he's not microing the spears in the fight, but I think he is taking a decent fight now to clean some army. Yeah, maybe Viper is playing on a laptop trackpad, but Viper up to the castle age, he's up first. ACCM not close, mining stone to go for more towers. We're a bit behind? What do you mean we're a bit behind? Laggery. That was a weird thing. I didn't actually drop from the game, thankfully. I just dropped the stream. Is there a huge stream delay now? Refresh our base, refresh. ACCM bought 100 food. Refresh, yeah, just refresh it and it's fine. Refresh and that'll fix it. Just Twitch things, just internet things. So, Castle Age for ACCM, Castle Age for Viper. It's a Gallo time. But maybe I need to get some type of, like, backup satellite internet. Just for cases like that. So scale barding armor for Viper. Look at all those mule carts. He could literally wall with the mule carts now to protect the tower. And now ACCM will dive the tower. Viper will just fight with some vills there. And a lot of weak vills are in this fight. These are all the vills Viper had pulled back from the middle earlier. But can ACCM focus them? This is a great vill KD for ACCM. Viper is gonna chase maybe a bit too much. Hell, that ACCM using his micro to dodge the tower arrows. This is a bit of idle time. ACCM now up by 1k res collected. And that decision earlier for Viper to raid the wood line and abandon the middle completely backfired as he now runs into the TC again. It'll be Agalos for ACCM. The Agalos are going to start hoovering. And what does Viper do here? Another range? Is he going to go Cav Archers? Georgian Cav Archers. Let's go. Let's go. Georgian cav archers. A knight and a cav archer. A couple of cav archers out. Squires and eagles. And it is feeling GG. Think he has no choice but going CA, his only win condition? I mean, would a castle on Manaspas be enough to fight the eagles? Maybe not against Aztec monks. It is a weird thing, but I know in the past, when DE has lagged, it has also killed my stream. I wonder if there's some connection, or if it's just my internet being bad. Between the in-game lag and my stream dropping. Shouldn't really affect spectating, I would think, but who knows. Wouldn't he die before he got a castle at this point? I've seen so many Phosphoro builds. I never think you die before you get a castle. Can we get the first armor at least? First armor? For the cav archers? For the eagles? Yeah, no eagle armor for ACCM. And now, eagles fighting the vills under the tower. As the cav archers come over from Viper, and he's trying to get a fortified church for faster hunt is pretty sick. ACCM amassing more eagles. He's got 8 total eagles, but once the cav archers get their numbers up, then it's hard for the eagles to take fights. Yep, mule carts can hop in towers. Used to be able to drop off at the tower while they were in there, but that was fixed a while ago. And now a knight and a cav archer raiding, trying to pick off that monk. 30 HP still, no monk techs for the Aztecs. And Viper getting a good number of cav archers. Well, he's down by 20 vills, so maybe he's not out of the game if he has enough cav archers, but there's a second TC for ACCM, and I think it's going to be hard for Viper to push fast enough now. Knight chasing the eagle. ACCM has a better base setup. Feels here kind of awful against eagles who have a lot of speed, pierce armor, and bonus damage. I'll beat eagles, it's only +3 against cav. Thing about cav archers is you really do need husbandry in this fight, and you really do need ballistics. And they take more upgrades, and they take a lot more time to amass than the eagles. You get fully upgraded cav archers, and you still... Eagles don't really have enough pierce armor. It's only 5 pierce armor. So it's like kind of like crossbow versus knight at that point. Viper playing well on his beautiful setup. Well, he's picking up relics now, adding in a workshop, and I think Viper has to push now. Has to push because ACCM has too much of a vil difference. Here's bloodlines and wheelbarrow for Viper, so it's going to be cav archers and... I think this has to be rams now. Mangonels are probably too fragile. The fortified church at home, Viper maybe is safe, but he's not walled either if the eagles get in. Yeah, 3 TCs, and then also a workshop for a defensive mangonel against the rams. He sees the B workshop, and the eagles themselves, a melee unit, should be decent against rams. And now the eagles are getting in on the wood line. Viper doesn't notice. He needs to garrison, needs to send the vills. And he'll hop into the church and the tower. There's a spot between them where murder holes won't hit, but at least the eagles here will die, but they'll take out so many vills in the process. Eagles, they don't even have their armor yet. Viper has bodkin, but no ballistics still really hurts, even from raiding under the towers. And Viper will keep only the 15 vills alive, for which he has garrison space. He's fighting eagles on the side with cav archers, not able to micro them in time, and now Viper... His micro on his vacation setup will be stressed, as he doesn't have the economy anymore to produce more rams. And we all know how difficult it will be to download RAM on Viper's internet. Eagles, yeah, the Eagles don't have their attack upgrades. ACCM doesn't have the best eco because he is investing into all the vills. He needs a 4th TC in the back for more gold. And it's still, he just needs to hold for a bit until the eco kicks in and then he can spam Eagles. The Cav Archer is still numerous enough to kill Eagles in 2 shots. ACCM really needs armor, but he's going only for eco upgrades, going for Wheelbarrow. 8 minutes of idle TC time, as Viper will repair the ram. Maybe a couple of knights would be needed to pick off mangonels. He has a lot of idle vills on the side. And another eagle. We're going to find some idle vills under a tower. Viper has ballistics now. Wheelbarrow for ACCM. Vills can run from Cav Archers better with that. Viper with the mangonel out. He's ramming the mill in the middle because why not? And now he needs something to take out the mangonel. Maybe even some light cav. Since you're against Aztecs, can Viper micro? He'll trade. Trade is better than nothing. 1 eagle forward, low HP. Yeah, ACCM's playing Farmville. And he knows that Cav Archers can't really raid with all the towers he has up too. Oh, when I say that, he did have a TC denied. Wait a minute, there's so much going on. He did have a TC denied. He has an Aztec Cav Archer. Let's go, converted Cav Archer. More Eagles still heading around the side for ACCM. ACCM going to do a castle in the middle of his base. And there's so many towers here. Monks here being able to get another conversion. Viper, once he loses those Cav Archers, I don't think he can replace them. He sees the castle. He's going to pick off vills. He has 1 area in the middle. Is this a doubt castle from ACCM? I can't even tell what can hit where. There's so many circles. And maybe it is a doubt castle. Maybe it is a doubt castle from ACCM. Viper actually has the score lead somehow. The Scorpion from ACCM to defend. Viper trying to close the Eco KD gap. These Cav Archers are all just going to die to the towers and Scorpions, though. And I mean, the castle defends ACCM, but Jaguar Warriors probably aren't going to be useful here. Viper's KD is excellent, don't believe the score. Elite Skirm now for ACCM. I still don't think Viper should win this game from ACCM's eco position. If that TC went up, he would have had enough gold access, but now maybe he could run out of gold if Viper can hold back here. He's pushing with a ram. We'll go for the blacksmith. More Cav Archers for Viper. He's got 20 Cav Archers and 5 more queued. Maybe he needs more ram. Double range Cav Archer production now for Viper. He's still safe at home. 1 eagle attacking a mill. If only Viper, well, he's even to the Vil KD. Has to be so careful against that mangonel, tanking a mangonel shot. At least these Georgian Cav Archers, they'll heal. Viper's TC, well, it is working now, somewhat. Needs a couple more farms around it. He's still taking some hunt in the middle. Lots of idols for Viper. He's got so much to micro. Another workshop, double workshop. Can he even keep the first workshop working? That ram needs to be denied. Oh, imagine if the ram were denying Bodkin right now. The ram is idle. Eagle's going down. Can Viper go for a ram push now? If Viper maybe needs just a few knights to pick off mangonels under the TCs. It's risky against Aztec monks. Still, maybe he'd prefer light cav. And he's not microing a mangonel, kills his mangonel. And he's going mangonels from 2 workshops. And not having both of them produce. I don't think Viper has the vills for 2 workshops. Viper gonna kill more vills from ACCM, who can't pathfind to garrison. Viper pulls back. Now ACCM has Bodkin. Those towers will be more deadly. Viper, 2 vills on food. No way he can afford more armor. Finally, the ram attacking the blacksmith, but a bit too late. Viper still keeping that TC denied. ACCM 3 scorpions over there. And I do think ACCM with skirms now should just send some vills and get that TC up. He has ballistics. He has leather archer armor. Getting better at defending. I wouldn't mind guard. I mean, ACCM's eco is still kind of stressed dealing with everything from Viper. And Viper now has the Vil KD lead at least. The 2 workshops both idle. No counterattack damage on Viper for a while, but now over 5,500 more res collected from ACCM. And I don't think Viper ever can push the castle. Maybe push the TC and the surrounding buildings. Some skirms getting some Vil kills from Viper. Viper doesn't have many Vils to lose now. Blacksmith down, armor at least denied, so the Cav Archers can maybe kill the skirms. 4 on food, Viper trying to get a second farm. His first farm is expired. He has no eco behind this. Redemption on the way for ACCM, and I still think ACCM, once he had that fight where Viper's army was stymied by the tower, and ACCM was forward killing 5+ Vils, will be what decides the game. In those moments, if Viper had just kept his army in the middle, he would have been fine. Now, Mangonel's going down. You can feel Viper's micro is not as fast as it needs to be. Yeah, Guard Tower also could help against the Mangonel push, but not against the first TC. Eagles snipe off another Mangonel. The double workshops have not produced enough siege for Viper to push. And honestly, Viper can probably kill the skirms with the Cav Archers if he takes one good fight. Because the skirms don't have armor. And under the fortified church, Viper will kill the skirms. He'll kill the skirms. ACCM taking a score lead now. And now it's a 30 Vil lead. This is a Ram going for the workshop. Are Mangonels or Rams better? I think at this point maybe the Rams are better. Cav Archers picking off Vils. Mangonel going for a hit on the Monk. The Monk at least still dies in one shot. Can the Mangonel get the skirms? Ram now going for the Monastery to try to take out the relics. ACCM has finally built that 4th TC on the side. He'll add in a farm. And the Mangonel will push the town center. Can't protect the Rams. That is an issue. Right now, what else can Viper do? He still has a score lead, somehow. He has no economy to go for a Cav transition. And his Knight just gets converted, and the Knight can take out the Mangonel. And that's a disaster in Viper Town, as he loses the Mangonel, which maybe could have helped against the Scorpions. Didn't react fast enough to the conversion, or delete his Knight in time. So skirms keep going down for ACCM. Viper needs to repair that Ram. He doesn't have any more forward Vils. Just a couple of relics in that fortified church. Oh, another fortified church for Viper. I don't know where the Vils are going for that. He's got 7 Vils. Less eco he'll have. He needs to put the Vils to work somewhere. He's getting ready for a castle drop of his own. ACCM has amassed 1k gold. But wait, if Viper gets a fortified church, then gets some Cav Archers out, could he follow this up with a castle drop on that TC? Viper, though, doesn't scout how ACCM now has a clandestine economy on more gold. Viper getting Cav Archers under the castle, he will sacrifice that to kill Vils? I don't know if that's worth it. Here come a couple of Mangonels. Sebastian Lewis final. And Viper getting a castle drop. He thinks that's ACCM's only gold, perhaps. He hasn't scouted the TC to the west. He needs more scouting. At least he has the outpost here to see those 2 golds. He's gonna Vil fight a Mangonel that's being repaired. Sanctity now for the Aztec monks. The Ram will go for the Scorpions as Viper uses Cav Archers to pick off a couple of monks. He'll take down the Scorpions with the Ram. And now he's YOLOing up a castle. ACCM gonna send his Vils over for a counter castle, but the fortified church is there for Viper. All the skirms ACCM has are over here. There's a Jaguar warrior, because why not? Here come the Cav Archers. I don't think Viper has the army for this. I think ACCM does this castle and then wins the game. The Mangonel's getting a hit on the Cav Archers and Viper calls GG. ACCM goes up 3-0 in a Dark Age that looked so good for the Viper. Had a catastrophic transition to the Castle Age when he moved his army to raid. ACCM defended expertly. This tower saved the day for him as his army massacred Viper's Vils in the middle. The Panic Tower was not in time. Viper didn't react properly. And ACCM now on the verge of sweeping Viper, as Viper could not make it happen while ACCM boomed. Wasn't clean for ACCM. Had a denied TC for a while, but didn't matter. Didn't matter. Oof. All right. So Viper's internet spreading to us. Hopefully we're fine now. Getting ad out of the way in between the games was a fun game nevertheless. At least Viper gave us a good game. Hopefully his internet is more stable now. Nobody can afford RAMs these days anyway. That's true. We need more subs anyway. Need more subs for more RAM. We're actually very close to not just 16,000 followers on Twitch, but also just about 32K on YouTube. And we got to hit the next powers of 2 on Twitch and on YouTube at like the same time. That would be sick. For all the nerds out there, 15,000 and 30,000. No, it's 2 to the 14th and 2 to the 15th that we really worry about. 32,796 and 16,384. So let's check off those things on the overlay. That was now Skakuza lost. That was the best game we've had so far. Maybe the webcams have shored up the internet situation. Win for the Aztecs. Oh, we gotta do some left shifting. The curse of being famous. Now, the curse of being famous is when I tried to go to the bathroom at the Royal Albert Hall and people were trying to ask me my Viper or my Liry predictions when I was at the urinal. Like, guys, no. At least wait till I've washed my hands. That's the curse of being famous right there. You shifted the wrong amount, but that's fine. It's got to be shifted by a 14 and a 15, or a 15, right? Or no, you're right, it's a power of 2. And shifts are just multiplications. Oh, copying my Masmora. Yeah, it should be a 14 and 15 shift, I think. Hello, Jack. That's actually my message on Ornlu's channel. I'll type like this, I go like that. Did ACCM do it? Not yet. Can Viper bring it back? He'll need a reverse sweep. Maybe if he's fixed his internet, he can reverse sweep, but it's looking quite bleak for him. And Basmo will be next. Let's go. Hindustani's Malay. I much prefer the Malay here, I think. Believe in the Liry. We've already had that Bloodless. We've already had the Liry. Hello, Baron. Hindustani should be amazing late game. Shatagni Cannoneers against Karambits would be crazy. Yeah, that's true. He had the infamous Viper Greed moment after winning Dark Age. Am I out of coffee yet? I am out of coffee. I need to eat my lunch between the sets, too. Mr. T. West, hello. Red Ivy Records, hello. Is the cat still terrorizing Baron? As long as it's him and not you, it's fine. Yes, lol. Oh, I see. You carried it over to Masmora's channel. Yep, I did carry it to Nelson's channel. What's for lunch? No, don't time him out, Baron. Don't time him out. That's not spam. That's not spam. Untime out. Baron, Ivy, you gotta go discipline Baron. It looked like the new bop. No, you gotta read the message, Baron. You gotta read the message and see that it's coherent. Reverse sweep is just a myth. Should we swap over to Age of Mythology? So we have Viper to the north as the yellow Hindustanis, ACCM to the south as the cyan Malay. And Viper sending all of his vills over to his little side base. This is Basmo, a clown map. A map by Marintho and Rapture. I should put the map name on the overlay. It is Basmo. There we go. A map by Marintho and Rapture. Gulams kind of counter the entire Malay tech tree besides Elephantos. Maybe we see Elephantos. The Hindustanis, now that they no longer have halbs, can actually struggle against elephants, because camels don't have the same attack bonus that halbs do. Oh, Viper, is he going to try to chop a tree, then put a lumber camp here? No, he's just going to masterpiece a lumber camp. ACCM heading over to do a lumber camp himself. Long swords are good versus Gulams. How do Gulams and Karambits do against each other? I guess if the Karambits are clumped up, the Gulams could be nice. Can't imagine how terrible scheduling makes it. Well, honestly, the tournament calendar has made things horrible for scheduling everything. That's just kind of increased the scheduling nightmare. I feel like the ideal for tournaments would be to have a shorter time frame for tournaments and more gaps between them. But that also makes it rough to schedule in its own way because you have to play multiple sets per week. How do you retrieve one line of tree? I'll have to ask the clowns, but I'm pretty sure it's just a base terrain that's placed here, which is a square. And then once you have a square, you can do spacing to other terrain types to get single rows of whatever you want. So it's a base terrain as a square for the ice, and then spacing to other terrain types to get one row of tree at the right distance. How much do I weigh? 160 pounds. I've gained like 30 pounds since before COVID from going to the gym. I actually went up to 170, but then I lost 10 pounds. So I'm like roller coastering a bit. Do I use AI? Nope. AI is pretty much useless in map generation. How much is that for the rest of the world? I have no idea. So, ACCM is through to his stone. He'll do a mining camp there. He's up to feudal, and he might be trying to tower rush. Viper doing what he can to chop to the side and maybe be a bit farther away from the gate. And loom for Viper, as it'll be a quick up for the Malay. Viper deleted a hole in his wall to push deer. Pushing deer from the middle. Alright, that's a nice little strat on the map. Push the deer. And where are the vills for a... Whoa, ACCM coming from this direction for the trush? Where are those vills going? Wait, why do we have a pause? Up ACCM pausing because of the lag. ACCM pausing because of the lag. Lag just as he hits feudal, and I wonder if that's the assets being loaded. So 'tis ACCM now with a bit of lag. DE lagging, never, never. So 3-0 lead for ACCM, and remember, we will have ping going down. Let's try. Remember, we will have Lewis versus Liry as our next set. And I worry that might be another 4-0.
Sasananya Baginda.
What is this lag you're talking about? To be fair, when I play single player against the AI, it actually lags periodically. I don't know what it is, but every so often there was like these 1 or 2 second freezes. I don't get them against the AI in multiplayer, but they happen all the time in single player. Why do I think the next set will be another 4-0? Because Liry is OP. Against the Heraslayer or for him? For Liry. I think Liry has a way of doing that to players. Should he send his vills out to fight the tower? It's tricky to do that because he's still in the Dark Age, but that would have been one strategy. I mean, he had more vills. He's maybe just not worried about it. Now that he's feudal, he can counter tower. He's on stone, so maybe he wants to go Gulam, Market Blacksmith, and he just wants to fast castle. Did he have Loom? He does have Loom. So Horse Collar for ACCM. ACCM will break the gate. He'll send more Vills. Do assets load up at age uptime? If you ever type in the Aegis cheat, give yourself a bunch of resources and play as the Khmer, spam click the uptime, or spam click the age up button, you'll notice the buildings take a few seconds to load in. So I imagine they're loaded dynamically and probably done as players are aging up, but if something happens and they're not loaded in time. There have been many points in DE throughout the past where there is lag when players age up, and I believe it's because of the asset loading. But I haven't seen it recently. But when we see someone pausing just after feudal, that does make me think maybe that is the case. Remember his belly rub with doubt? You think Viper will need one too? Vacation Viper. Can you build on the ice? Nope. Can't build on the ice. So once the gate's down, you are open. The ice is basically just rock terrain here. And ACCM gonna go, look at that, double towers, finding the little nooks and crannies around the back where he can fit the towers behind Viper's stone. Viper with 7 Vills on stone, though, might still be able to get a castle. He might also, though, have 7 dead Vills. You'd have to rush to the outside and try to hit that tower. Yeah, what if Viper actually were able to wall in those Vills and trap them? But I guess they could just fight the walls and get out. So Viper with 660 stone, he's buying some stone from the market. ACCM, oh, you can wall on the ice, okay. I thought you could wall on it. Viper just deletes the gate though, and he's getting out. He's just gonna Vill fight that tower while ACCM's Vills are down here. Okay, I guess you can't re-wall exactly where the walls are, but you can wall on the ice surrounding it. So Viper gets rid of that palisade. He's trying to fight the tower now. Can he actually wall his Vills to keep them safe? He gets the scout. Gets the scout, that's huge. This tower is almost down. ACCM can't get the Vills in space to repair. He can't garrison, and the tower will go down. ACCM is... Oh, look at that. Look at that pathing. Body blocking the Vill until she just slid right by them. And Viper doing a forward castle on ACCM stone while that was happening. So ACCM needs to run, needs to abandon his stone. Is this the start of the reverse sweep from Viper, getting the castle forward, making some Gulams? And now the Vills from ACCM have to get back to his market, to his mining camp. And there is the castle drop. And here come the Gulams. Gulams to chase the villagers. What if Viper chases this Vill, holds the gate open, and then gets in? Hello, Lynn. Hello, hello. Welcome. ACCM definitely can't survive Gulams and feudal. Is this... Where's the siege tower now from Viper? And so Viper going forward for a lumber camp. There's wood in the middle of the map. Can't take his wood over here. ACCM walling Viper away from the stone, but Viper can come take ACCM stone. This is a base trade. Maybe Viper needs to destroy the gates with the castle so he can get in. ACCM will wall out the Viper. These are just feudal age stone walls. Here comes one petard. Viper needs Gulams amassed along with the petard. Viper's doing a house on the corner because why not? ACCM, where are those Vills going? They're going to this gold. ACCM is trapped. I think that what does... Maybe Viper needs 2 petards and hit the gate. I think that's maybe harder to wall. Or come from the side where he can't be scouted. Only one Gulam gonna get in. He's gonna maybe try to bring all the Gulams to the side and group them up. I think Viper needs more army along with the petard. There's the petard. Viper's in. ACCM can wall this. He can quick wall this. Force the Gulam to run into the castle. Yeah, only 1 petard is needed for the wall. I was thinking Viper might need to break open more segments of wall, though. He'll be in. What are those Vills gonna do? They're just gonna go in. Viper doesn't have resources for anything. ACCM's eco is so far ahead of Viper's. Gulams maybe can attack the market. Viper could do a barracks for arson. And, well, ACCM, he's just gonna take Viper's base. He's got 2 towers defending him. He's walled in. He has stone and wood access now. Forward workshop for the Viper, and he might go forward with a ram push now. Yeah, I still don't know how Gulam versus Karambit works out. Gulam definitely the stronger unit, but Karambits will be cheaper and easier to amass. ACCM has to repair that market. He's up to the Castle Age. Elephant push from Viper, going for the armored elephants. ACCM repairing. He could lose all of his gold access, and if he has to go to the outside, Gulams will start hoovering around. ACCM with a lumber camp in the south. He hasn't found any extra golds, but he should know they're there. Pretty easy to find them. Should be 2 between each base now. They did spend a lot of time balancing Basmo for that. Gulam should eat Karambit or not? I have no idea. It might be an it depends matchup depending on Karambit numbers. Nice stack from Viper to attack the house. He's still not in. Maybe he needs a siege tower doing more armored elephants. Oh, he is in. He is in. The wall is not fully closed. And now he's going to spread out, go for both of the golds. This looks like it could be a win for the Viper. ACCM going to lose some vills now. ACCM going to lose some vills. Vills going down. ACCM has to react and wall this. And a Gulam has found the outside gold from ACCM. Viper on top of the gold control, stopping ACCM from taking any gold. ACCM has safe wood, safe stone, but that's not it. He doesn't have safe gold. He's not realizing that there's a Karambit out on the gold on the side. Too worried microing under the TC, as there's an elephant ram attacking the TC now, as he did try to wall this out, but he will lose a vill in the process. Gulam's attacking the TC. They can go hit the repair vills. ACCM can struggle to repair now, as Gulam's even getting in on some of the vills on the mining camp. ACCM quickly reacts with a wall. But this TC no longer can keep the vills garrisoned. Desperate to repair now, but he can't hop back inside. He's YOLOing the vills at the elephant, but the Gulams will kill them all. That elephant low on HP, but as the TC is down, 1 monk for ACCM. And delete for the Viper. The rest of the Gulams can kill the monk. And I think this is GG. This might be the start of a reverse sweep. This might be the start of a reverse sweep. ACCM lost all the vills over there. Oh, that's yeah, okay, now the mining camp for Viper will go down, but that'll be GG for ACCM. Viper starting a reverse sweep. Maybe, just maybe, he's gotten used to his laptop setup. 32-4 KD. Better eco for ACCM, but that didn't matter. Hindustani, FC, Gulam, and Elephants is the play. Alright. You still know when your opponent clicks up because your game skips. It feels like cheating. Oh, is that the key? You gotta make sure you have a low enough quality PC that you can feel the lag when your opponent clicks up. I'm getting some cat pictures now. Oh, there's a small cat that can fit inside Tupperware. Imagine the 4-0. No more imagining. No more imagining. Viper wins. Is everyone just gonna lose their home maps now? ACCM wants to pick his map. That's the Malay. Very good pick for the Malay, even losing against the last picked Hindustanis. Why is Viper playing on a laptop? He's on vacation. I don't know what his setup is. Yeah, lots of people predicted 4-1 ACCM earlier. So, welcome everyone, thanks for tuning in. Hopefully the stream is holding up now after we had that lag spike earlier. Viper's internet affecting us too, it would seem. And looks like Immersion is the next map. Viper back to picking yellow. Byzantines versus Inca. Cataphract should dominate this, right? ACCM picking Immersion. Viper loses, we'll get a new Warlords winner. Has Liry? I guess only Viper and Hera have won Warlords so far. I think Liry at this point though is a very heavy favorite. Yeah, no home map wins yet. Does that Viper needed the confidence back to go yellow? Is picking color a good statistical advantage? Considering you can just go Alt-G and play team colors, picking color should have no effect on anything. Lith versus Maya on Immersion? Nope, it's Byzantines versus Inca. We got 20 seconds until we load in. Lewis 4-0 sweep. If Lewis 4-0 sweeps Liry, then something will be wrong with the universe. And here we go. Immersion with our lovely filled-in pond. We'll have Viper as the yellow Byzantines to the northwest, and ACCM as the cyan Inca to the east. The Inca now have a Champy Scout. This thing is horrible, right? Like, it loses to the Scout in the Dark Age. It's nerfed now. Love to see Louis Sebastian. I would love to see that too. But in all honesty, I'm going to be very surprised if Liry is not the champion. Maybe Lewis absorbed Hera's goat powers, like Space Jam. Is Liry Lewis after? Yes. Yes, Thunder. Like the filled-in pond, I think it makes the map a bit more strategic. I like it too. I think it opens up more land aggression. And you still have the other ponds for the middle docking. ACCM and Lewis win, then the field is wide open. Oh, that's a big if, because what if Liry just wins? I still feel like Liry is closing the field. Put duckies in the pond. FE, please add duck. Oh, we do need ducks. Where is Nessie? Add Nessie. Oh, we didn't have a map where Nessie would actually fit. That's true. I should add Nessie to some maps again. But not like 100% of the time like Loch Ness had. Only with a probability of Nessie appearing. Like maybe 1%. So you actually have to look for Nessie. See if she appears or not. Champy should win against the Scout in Dark Age, right? Nope, not like the Eagle. They don't win. Scout 3 attack, 45 HP. The Champy 3 attack, 35 HP. Also slower. And attack reload time is 2. That's the same as the Scout, right? Yep, attack reload time of 2. At Arabia. She won't appear on Arabia, though. She needs medium or deep water to appear. Just adding Nessie. Unless I do some hacks to add her on land, but that wouldn't be fun. She needs a large area to appear, too. Otherwise, she's in the land. Okay, first hit from ACCM's Scout. ACCM also docking a middle pond. Not going for an outside pond like pretty much everyone does. Viper going for the outside. And this is maybe ACCM trying to be very aggressive with a Champy Rush if he's going for the middle. They have 1 bonus against Scouts. Not in the Dark Age. Oh, ACCM, I'm trying to check the bonuses. Don't lose your Scout to the TC. Is it 1 bonus against Cav, maybe, in the Dark Age? Can we have Nessie flying around instead of the bird? If I swap the graphics for one of the birds, maybe. Well, I guess it won't win anymore. The Scout lost 4 HP. That confirms it. Plus 1 attack. So they have 4 attack versus the Scout in the Dark Age. Easy. Viper 4-3 now? Who picked the map? The loser of the previous game. So ACCM picked the map. I need to practice for the Garrison quiz. I don't know anything about game stats these days. Forgotten Empires is updated too much. What I need is a Garrison quiz, but with AOC stats. That would be perfect. So Barracks up for Viper. Is Vils come forward for ACCM? AOC or HD? AOC. AOC. Alright, so, like ships in the night, the 2 forward Vil groups will pass each other. Forward barracks for both, so Byzantines like to go Skirm Spear. Inca like to go Champy? They have that food discount still. Buildings cost less stone, military units cost less food. I do still like the idea that slingers cost stone. Throwback to AoE 1. Champy should wreck Skirm Spear? Are they fast enough, though, to catch them? There's a Loom for Viper. Viper went forward without Loom since the Champy was dead. Here is a Spear now for Viper. He still hasn't scouted ACCM's forward. ACCM still hasn't scouted Viper's forward. We'll have more settlements. What do the Inca get from settlements? Extra +5 pop space, so 10 pop space for settlement. Fewer houses, so in some sense less scouting for ACCM. Forward range, and we have a double forward. Double forward, and we can't even have anything on the water, because then they wouldn't reach each other. They're in separate ponds. Did Viper actually scout the dock? He didn't. ACCM didn't even bother to scout, so maybe he's hoping Viper would waste resources on a Hulk? Although Viper had been scouting and didn't see a dock on the outside, so maybe he's just assuming the middle dock. We saw he scouted the coastline there and sees no dock. So, Skirms and Spear attacking the house. That's like big military for the Byzantines already. 5 military against continued champions, or no, Spear Skirm for both. Okay, Vil fight at Viper's Woodline. These games are chaotic. We have an outpost up on the back of the wood. Vil's fighting the Spears. Vil's fighting the Skirm. Spears have to run away. Settlement that only fits 10 people sounds pretty unimpressive. Well, it's better than 5. Alright, so I don't even know how to cast this now. We'll have a defensive tower for ACCM, but remember, he who towers second towers best, as we'll have the other tower up for Viper. That'll deny most of the wood line, and ACCM could just come to this settlement, though, and chop wood here. He already has a second lumber spot because of the second settlement. I guess the Inca or the last chieftain civs should be pretty darn good at defending against forwards because they can move among all their settlements for more resource drop sites. And we'll have a Vil there down for Viper, so 3-1 Vil KD. Skirms forward, forcing Viper off of the forward gold he had. Viper's other gold is also pretty darn far away from his TC, so that gold is super forward for Viper. ACCM has a safe back gold, but how safe is safe on this map? Viper has a huge number of Skirms and Spears. Could just send them back and maybe clear up ACCM's forward? I mean, Byzantines have a much larger army now. And cheaper towers for the Inca, but that won't really matter here when they're both... Or okay, maybe it will. There's a tower, second tower for ACCM, had enough stone for it. And that tower is actually super nasty in controlling Viper's stones. Viper gonna send all of his Vils forward to fight this? And try to intercept this with his military. 6 fishing ships for Viper, 6 for ACCM, but ACCM, maybe he runs out of fish before Viper does, but actually maybe just the opposite, because Viper has to keep moving along the edge of the map for more fish. ACCM gonna maybe send Vils to their death, fighting the Skirms and Spears over here, but Viper's not microing that fight. He's too worried about microing at home, trying to take down ACCM's military. Viper's still up by 3 Vils, ACCM adding more Skirms. Viper now mining stone. He's going for the faraway stone mine. The tower covers one of the stones, but doesn't cover both. And he can get more stone now, as Viper will need another lumber camp. Has a nice little nook for it. Viper's still chasing down those Skirms. It is 9 Skirms to 7. Viper's still trying to keep ACCM off of his berries. Res collected are just about the same, but it's a 4-1 eco KD for Viper. This game is absolute chaos, as we'll have that tower just still protecting what little wood ACCM has access to. And more Vils will go down. That's a low HP Vil, 5th Vil kill for the Viper. And as long as he doesn't Titanic like he does on Skakuza, he's looking like he's in a good spot. So after those first 2 games, maybe turning off the webcam did indeed solve the lag issues for Viper. We need a game of Guess the Patch. We'll show 2 units fighting each other, and then we have to guess the patches where the outcome could have occurred. That's a good one right there. Guess the patch. More Vils for ACCM. Scout attacking the Skirms as Vils chase the Skirms. More Spears come forward. So many sets with water snooze fests. I feel like next time I do cartographers, there's not going to be hybrid and water categories. Water maps would just maybe be mixed in occasionally as flavor for categories, but I don't think we're going to have pure water. With this balance, it's just not good. Or houses against the skirms. ACCM trying to run under the TC. Viper, I don't even know what this base setup is, but he has some house walls. He has a tower. He's going to try to take the berries. Scouts will fight the skirms. Spears come over. Do Inca Vills benefit from blacksmith upgrades in the Castle Age? No longer in feudal. Inca Vills, I think, were the strongest strat in the game for a long time with no counter. And Viper will chase ACCM away. He's up by 6 Vills, getting 12 fishing ships and a second dock. So with the second dock, Viper will have a much better fishing eco. All the advantage that ACCM had of not being attacked early on now gives the advantage to Viper of not being attacked, where he'll need a third dock maybe up to the north somewhere. And then he'll have really nice fish. There's a market for Viper, not even hiding it. Establishing dominance with that forward market. Once ACCM sees it, he'll be scared. ACCM still on the pond here. Viper getting some scouts out. So skirms, spears, and scouts now. If Viper picks off those spears with his skirms, then he can kill the rest of the skirms with his scouts. Oh, but nice poke there. A couple of stray pokes from ACCM killing Viper's scout. Does Viper not see his other gold? Yeah, he does see it. It's pretty far away from him, though. I mean, your second golds can be pretty far on this map. I mean, even the main gold can be far, like we're seeing here. Here's fishing lines from ACCM. So now 54 to 49 eco population. ACCM adding more fishing ships, as he has moved to the outside to fish now. Might need to start doing fish traps in this pond, though, as he's just about to take the final snapper. And Viper up to the Castle Age. Viper up to the Castle Age. Skirms taking down other skirms. Spears go to poke the scout. Tower hitting the spears. And stable up for Viper. Fishing lines and fletching for Viper. Want to see some cataphracts? I do too. Viper is 6 on stone. Maybe he goes for the castle. He's gonna lose a Vil now. 7 to 4 Vil KD now, but ACCM nowhere close. I mean, I say nowhere close. With all the fish, maybe he'll be up soon. He has some farms without horse collar. He's being pushed off a stone too. Scale barding armor, Castle Age. Market position is certainly a thing. That it is. Skirm under the tower. See, no more stone for Viper. ACCM gonna lame the stone. As 5 seconds from Castle Age, more house walls for Viper. Wants to keep his wood safe. And Vil needs to go do that one more house. Viper, don't let the skirms in. Okay, he's good, he's good. Oh, HP Vil there. Skirms forcing that back. Does ACCM go monks? I mean, he's in the feudal age. Needs to click up, needs a bit more gold. Has the buildings, there he goes, he's up. And Viper just gonna go knights. Gonna go Byzantine knights. Has 1 armor on them. No walls. And no real defenses. Maybe knights could destroy this tower. And clear up some more of ACCM's base for Viper to raid. Viper going for a back tower. ACCM will send Vils over to this tower, try to have both garrisoned. Ooh, they do kind of cover each other almost. The knights will be raiding. Now Viper just has to be careful here that he doesn't throw away knights without armor. And we'll pick off a couple of Vils. And now can't really take out the towers. The towers are positioned well enough that they defend each other. This one's walled in. The TC helps protect them too. And Viper doesn't want to be losing knights as Byzantines. He wants to bring them back and heal them. Here for the Byzantine monks. So what are we thinking, chat? How does the reverse sweep sound? We're about to head to game 6. If Viper keeps this up, this will be the most competitive set. This is what I was saying. I think Viper should be a heavy favorite against ACCM in the best of circumstances. And maybe now if he's used to his vacation setup and turning the webcams off fixes the lag, we do have the best of circumstances. Underneath is the progress towards the next stage. I don't know. Oh yeah, and the gray here for the Byzantines is the discount they get. That's the discount they get. Yeah, so that's the left is the highlight is the resources they have. The faded color is the resources they require, and the gray is the discount. And oh, there is an overchop for ACCM. Oh, the mangonel shot. The knights are in. The knights are in, and this has gotta be over. This is an absolute massacre. Viper's now up by 20 vils. There's the GG from ACCM, and the Viper making a comeback makes it 2-3. Some people, where was your 4-1 ACCM win prediction? Unfortunately, that prediction isn't working anymore. Viper gets up, and he wins the game. More res collected, Byzantines OP. And now we're in game number 6. Now we're in game 6. GG. Alright, let's go. We're continuing the set. It's not over. Viper wins immersion. ACCM has his home maps left. Viper's used his top civs, but I mean, Viper still has Vietnamese and Spanish for cenotes and Mirkwood. Honestly, I kind of think Viper's civs might still be better than ACCM's for the remaining maps. Yeah, maybe he just wanted Biz out of the way, but that was clearly the map for Byzantines if you look at Viper's draft. Alright, this is getting interesting now. This is getting interesting. We're back. We're back. That's what Doubt said, that Viper has better civs? Yeah, ACCM did pick Viper's home map. I mean, honestly, I think Viper's draft here was insane for the final 3 maps. Byzantines, Vietnamese, and Spanish. I mean, that might even be the top 3 civs overall for those maps. Did you hear AoE 3 there? Now, I didn't put AoE 3 in the background music. As much as I like the soundtrack, I didn't think it really fit the vibes of AoE 1, AoE 2, and AOM. Like, they all fit together. Alright, so... Well, if Viper loses the set, it might just be due to webcam lag for the first 2 games. Sounds dangerous when ACCM has Berbers. Every time I've seen Spanish versus Berbers, Conquistadors have absolutely wrecked. Camel Archers, but oh my gosh! What the? It is not Spanish versus Berbers. It is not Spanish versus Maya. It is Lithuanians versus Maya. Honestly, plumed archers, I think, are better against conks than... camel archers would be. That's what I'm looking for. So Lithuanians, plus 100 food, they're a decent nomad start civ. And Viper with skirms. Lithuanian skirms is going to hope faster moving skirms will be defensive enough against plumes. And leave for a few minutes and the snake crawls back in. Indeed, mountain goat. And that'll mean if we go to game 7, that'll be cenotes. Probably Vietnamese against either Khmer or Berbers in a matchup where I like the Vietnamese. You think he expected I don't think he expected Chimera. I think he expected the Maya. And yeah, he's still saving Vietnamese for Game 7. And then you're just questioning, do you prefer Lithuanians or Spanish against Maya? And maybe he prefers Lithuanians. I could see an argument for that. Order a pizza and enjoy the show now. Alright, and here we are. Lithuanians against Maya. And the TCs are far apart. Is this what you want if you're Viper? I do think the Lithuanians scale much better late game. Skirm Latus, I don't think the Maya can fight that if they're both fully boomed and fighting late. But that's not the case. It's all about maybe ACCM getting a boom, raiding with plumed archers, disrupting Viper's eco early on. Yeah, first game 6 of the playoffs. I like Lith here personally. So, Mirkwood, this is Nomad, but the outside is shallows. It's girt by muddy shallows, as I wrote in the map description, with a few oysters scattered about here and there. Don't like the map, just play land Nomad? This is more a ship Nomad, though. You're going to be fighting with ships on the outside. In terms of water, the Maya... Do they actually have the better water tech tree? They have the Catapult Galleon. In all the water maps I've casted, I have not actually seen a Catapult Galleon yet. How long has this been in the game? A couple months now? I've not seen one. And Shipwright for the Maya. They have Blast Furnace for the Carrax, the upgrade of the Hulken Imp. They will miss Clinker. They have Clinker Construction, but they miss Carvel Hull, and they miss Dry Dock. And they miss both fire upgrades. Lithuanians for Viper. They will miss the Carrax and the attack upgrade, but they don't have Shipwright. Is the Maya Imp actually better on water than the Lithuanian Imp? With Shipwright, it might be. How crazy would it be if this goes to Shipwright and Catapult Galleons for ACCM? One of the Tupi campaign missions, only to find it wasn't available? Oh boy. Yeah, I've liked this map. It's hard to find good Nomad maps, but this has been a decent one. Hard to find good Nomad maps where you actually have the TC not in the same spot every time. I do think African Clearing was an improvement over Steppe. There is Mirkwood, where is Lothlorien? That can be the next Nomad map. Dwarves won't be allowed, though. We gotta be blindfolded if they're let in. And this is Mirkwood, not Mirkwood. With a U instead of an I. And didn't Mirkwood exist as a name before Tolkien? And he just took it from somewhere else, I'm pretty sure. As he did for all the dwarf names. And Gandalf's name. They existed in some type of Norse mythology. Where was Lothlorien when Mirkwood fell? Well, they were fighting, just not depicted in the movies. In the movies, they were depicted somehow teleporting magically to Helm's Deep. Love Nomad maps and love the Nomad tournaments. Well, at least next Wandering Warriors Cup, if we do another one, we'll have a couple of those Nomad maps from the Brazilian dynasty we can reuse. So, Big Fish Boom in the south for Viper, in the east for ACCM. And remember, you can skip the mining camp if you simply take the oysters on this map. His Lord of the Rings background makes him invincible here. If only chat knew the real Lord of the Rings background. Of Viper. Thanks to that magic, we had the best fantasy battle in movies. We did. Apparently in early drafts, Arwen was supposed to make it to Helm's Deep, but that got cut. I guess Rivendell was never depicted as having any type of military force, but maybe the Sons of Elrond making it to Helm's Deep would have made sense as a replacement for them walking the paths of the dead. Yep, Palisade trick for ACCM. Oh, can you see her in the final version fighting? Are there clips of her in there that just made it in? What wasn't the troll that Aragorn fights at the Black Gate a CGI replacement when they had thought about putting Sauron in physical form? So we have Feudal Age, 30 seconds faster for Viper, but with 25 Vils, looks like both of them will go for a fast castle. And when they're this far apart, if Viper wants to do extra TCs as the Lithuanians use the plus 100 food they get, he's in a good spot to do it. Even if ACCM pressures at the front, Viper will have a back stone. ACCM is on stone though, so it looks like we'll have plumed archers. Plumed archers for ACCM. Viper has not scouted that. He's done a lot of scouting and sees that ACCM is not near him. ACCM scouting around the top of the Buffalo, has not even found Viper's dock yet. So they are so far apart, they've not scouted each other. Yeah, they forgot Old Man Willow. They didn't include Old Man Willow in the movies. No sleepy hobbits. No Tom Bombadil. So Blacksmith and Market forward in front of the town center. Feels like a Civ min. What did Maya do against such reckless hate? Against the best unit, which moves faster, and some Liereyy against the Skirm. I mean, also, the Lithuanians, their monasteries work faster. Faster Skirms, faster training monks. Buffs to the two best units in the game. Okay, here I am thinking, oh, Viper will just boom. No, he's gonna go for stone. There are also 7 relics on the map, and let's look at the relic positioning for Viper. 1, 2, 3 easy relics for him. Might be a bit tricky to get a 4th. As 1, 2, 3, 4, 2 right next to ACCM. The others are kind of far away. Pretty decent relic spread on the map, I think. All 7 did spawn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we now have Fire Galleys and Hulks for Viper, Hulks for ACCM. And if Viper wants to do the attack upgrades, that will apply to the Hulks. Just to make extra sure. Relics for Lithuanians don't give extra attack to the Hulks, right? That would be crazy if they did. There's no counter for Liereyy. That would be OP. Maybe they don't do it yet. Let's smell phosphor. Oh my gosh, is Viper dropping a forward castle? Viper's going forward for his castle, isn't he? He's 20 seconds faster up. Okay, he's just gonna go here. Didn't do Town Watch. I would like to see kind of Town Watch, though. I like Town Watch on Nomad. Yeah, +1 will be just for the Knights and the Liereyy. Viper buying stone. And where is he putting his castle? Is it on a hill here? Is he? Okay, he's going somewhat forward. He just wants to castle the middle of the map. ACCM won't stop that. Where's ACCM going to do his castle now? ACCM won't see that. Wait, does Viper? Okay, he knows where ACCM is. Medium warships for both players. Bowsaw for Viper. Now, trust me, Lies of Peanut, you're not the first one to say that. And here we have the Warhulks, the fire ships pushing forward for Viper. ACCM 13 fishing ships, Viper 18. Viper could do this, chat. Viper could pull off a reverse sweep. And here's the Hulk plus Fire fight. Remember, Fires take lots of bonus damage from Hulks, but they actually do more DPS versus enemy Hulks than Hulks do. So having Fires behind Hulks seems to be a winning combo in fights. Just you need enough Hulks to meet shield, and I don't think Viper has quite those numbers here. But remember, what do we always say? Winning the water means you lose the game. ACCM investing a bit more on water now, and he is now fully walled up against the Liereyy. Viper with 1 armor. He will probably need Bloodlines Husbandry in the 2nd armor. He's doing a monastery now, picking up relics. Also adding TCs to boom. Liereyy will be more expensive than plumed archers. ACCM with 2 TCs could get a good boom into plumed archers. Does ACCM have his own monastery yet? He does not. He does not. And we'll probably need monks to convert Liereyy. Oh, Liereyy can raid the dock. It can raid the dock. Liereyy versus fishing ships. Liereyy versus Hulks. Oh, the Hulk will die to the Liereyy and the water buffalo. The Hulk is faster than the horses. Is that realistic? I don't know on these shallows. Maybe too is silly. Sometimes Warhulks forward for ACCM. Maybe a downside for the Lithuanians, if they're taking relics and skipping blacksmith upgrades, that's not going to be good for the Hulks. But I guess Hulk versus Hulk, it wouldn't matter until +2. As Viper's still trying to go Hulk plus Fire. And the Liereyy can still raid the fish on the water. Viper can't get into ACCM's walled base, but can raid the water. With no demo ships these days, you're not really fearing for your cav on the water. You're even taking a decent fight against the Hulks. Viper no relics yet. Did the Liereyy win this fight? They're gonna win this fight. Viper needs to avoid losing them, maybe heal them. Well, okay, Viper now winning the water due to his cav, perhaps. Now it's maybe ACCM's turn to get trapped. Okay, he's destroying some fishing ships, 12-9 now. 3rd TC for ACCM, Viper doing his 2nd. He is picking up relics. He is now going to have 3 relics. The 2 that were near him, he got a forward relic. Viper got one of the forward relics that was near ACCM. Okay, so he is easily going to have 4 relics. And now it's... What else has he scouted? He saw the relic in the north. He's seen all 7 of them. Plumes should deny this one. Plume's gonna die to the castle fire. ACCM not microing, loses 2 plumed archers right away. Viper has to be careful with that monk, but if the plumes run back, then maybe he doesn't have to be careful. Viper, did he scout the relic down here? Ooh, he missed scouting that relic. But he has 3 now, and he has monks shift queued over to pick up more now, probably. Why is that monk going forward? Is he going for that relic? Wheelbarrow now for Viper. And he's going for a forward workshop. And he's going to have relics in the monastery for this push. The more relics he has, the better. Unfortunately, he didn't scout there, but maybe he can just scout it with a monk and happen upon a relic. Is Viper going to grab... Viper might grab this relic. He's going for it. He's going for the one to the north. Oh, and he didn't scout the one over here. Okay. So a bit more scouting for Viper, and he'll see the final relics. But immediately, he's going to have +4 attack on the Liereyy. Viper grab the relic. ACCM will see it disappear. But he'll see a couple of vills. ACCM with plumes will pick off those vills. Plumes are speedy. The vills shouldn't survive. Mangonel now for ACCM. I'm just worried that Viper's eco, if he doesn't have enough defenses, can be picked apart by plumed archers. He still needs the 2nd armor for his cav, but he's going to try to engage the plumes. They are speedy. 1.2 speed. There is 1.4 speed for the Liereyy. I don't think they have husbandry. Are they faster than knights? Oh, dang. Didn't realize they were 1.4, not 1.35. The Mangonel shot could be brutal. It hits ACCM's plumes, and the rest will be cleaned by the Liereyy. As Viper's picking up relics, he'll also have monks for healing his cav. He doesn't want to keep them garrisoned in the castles. And what do we have here? The monk just standing idle there. Viper, though, picking up a relic from the north. He's going to bring it back, and that'll be +4. 4 relics for the Lithuanians on these maps with 7 relics. And Mangonel's pushing forward for Viper. ACCM, can he keep the Liereyy out? He needs to wall this off. And Viper can hit the Repairvilles with the Mangonel. ACCM won't be walled. Things are collapsing for ACCM. QSP51, thank you for the follow. Are we going to have a reverse sweep from the Viper? He's close to sending it to Game 7. He still has a presence on the water, still has ships, still has his 12 fishing ships. Maybe harassed a bit from ACCM, but he's still surviving. There is so much to micro on this map. In all the different places. Plumes out for ACCM. Viper still needs +2 and Bloodlines and Husbandry. But he's going to try to fight the Plumes and keep the Relic in. The Viper, he's not paying attention. ACCM's not paying attention. They both have too much to micro. Viper's on the water. Liereyy are on the water. Viper's microing everywhere. He's trying to get a conversion. ACCM's not patrolling. He's just running forward with the Plumes. This will be the 5th relic for Viper. Viper could get all 7 relics if he just scouts a bit more. He's 1 tile away from seeing that one. He has picked up the relic in the south. That'll be 6 relics for Viper now. 6 relics for Viper. And losing Plumes to some TC fire. Oh my gosh, that's true. Lithuanians, they can do hill forts to keep the Plumes away. That would actually be a sick research from Viper. And as ACCM runs up here, Viper will scout the 7th relic. And Viper now, with over 1,000 more resources collected, will have 7 relics. So 2nd castle for ACCM. Viper doing Horse Collar. And Viper with the Mangonel push, but that castle won't protect the TCs. ACCM trying to stone wall. I think Viper can go for these palisades and the blacksmith and then have a nice area for pushing the TC. Maybe you just have 4 Mangonels take out the blacksmith. ACCM trying to wall that. Don't think that wall will stay for long. Yeah, take out the palisades, give yourself much better room for microing. Another TC on stone. Armor now for Viper. And now it's all about Viper managing his upgrades versus his boom versus his uptiming. Maybe the way ACCM wins is faster amp and trebs, but he doesn't have the food to go up. I think Viper is in a mode of total and complete domination. And now maybe extra regretting that one mistake on Skakuza where he went forward too early in feudal. ACCM going to do a watchtower. Needs a guard tower properly to defend himself. Viper, finish off the blacksmith. Don't leave blacksmiths alive. I hate seeing that. Players leave blacksmiths alive and then other players get researches. And then, well, there's one TC ACCM will have safely in the Castle Age. Viper now doing bloodlines so he can sit underneath towers a bit. He'll prefer to tank the arrows with the Liereyy than with the Mangonels. It really does need bloodlines, though. Plumed Archer's coming over, but 5 Mangonels should be good against Plumes. ACCM with 1 defensive Mangonel, but Viper will just run forward and snipe that. ACCM gets 3 Mangonels with 1 shot, finding a way to stay in the game. That was an amazing Mangonel shot. And now Viper may be a bit too aggressive with his Liereyy, gonna lose them to some arrow fire. What was that Mangonel shot? Viper gonna lose 5 Mangonels and all of his cav just as Bloodlines comes in. ACCM farming. The tower doesn't go down. What the absolute disaster for Viper. A game-saving triple kill, and now that's a lot of Plumed Archers for the Maya. What was Viper? Destroy the blacksmith, wait for your upgrades, then push. He doesn't do it, and ACCM stays alive. The ACCM staying alive. Viper on his way to grab the 7th relic, adding in a TC. 63 fills to 81 though. There is hill forts, and hill forts will be crucial for keeping the Plumes away. Fletching, that doesn't affect the TC range, but will affect the firepower. And Viper gonna do hill forts TCs everywhere, so the Plumes cannot hoover around the eco. Oh, the game is almost over. That would have been sick were it not over. There is hill forts, and now the Plumes just get shredded by the TC. No ballistics for Viper, he might still want that for the TCs. But at the very least, he will have the range to force the Plumes away. 2nd castle also forward for Viper. We'll probably need to invest heavily into farms now, but Plumes will die to this TC. Viper even trying to trap the Plumes, doesn't get the gate. Wanting to masterpiece there. Hill Forts is +3 range to the town centers. So Plumed Archers with only 6 range Town centers normally would have 6 range too. Where is it? There is 6 range, but now it's 6 plus 3 for 9. So much better job of keeping plumes away, even keeping ships away on the shore. And where's that monastery with 6 relics, 7 relics? Look at that meme, from 6 to 7. And all the plumes, look at that, they're trying to dance between the TCs, but not enough space. They're in the middle of the Venn diagram. And if only ballistics were in, they'd have been massacred. They don't even have any armor yet. Odd placement of the second castle. He just wants a launching pad for the third castle. Wheelbarrow for ACCM. Viper now 28 farms. Castle's also maybe another TC here, and Viper would have a really safe spot for farms. He's doing university, even just wall that and then farm here. Viper doing the forward castle. There's a lot of Liereyy now. Now they have armor and bloodlines and husbandry. Just missing the attack upgrade. I always hate that when you get the 4 relics and then don't do the attack upgrades. It's like, come on, you're plus 4, you could be plus 6. Plus 6 is so much attack, or so much extra attack. 7 relics, all of them in that monastery, indeed. I think the Vietnamese flag is a YouTube logo. The color is different, but I guess it is the same design. Red surrounding a central logo. Here's, oh my gosh, and the castle for Viper. Ballistics on the way. And no demo in that dock. The plumes are getting chased by the cav. They will be found and surrounded, especially with husbandry. And no, they won't. The cav are just going to turn and maybe go for the vills, for the TCs. Is there a hole? There's always a hole. Is there not a hole? I mean, it's just palisades with a castle on them. A push with TCs if he wanted. I mean, if Viper gets farms and goes imp, he's okay. But ACCM going to go imp. He is close to clicking up, close to the Imperial Age. That's 108 vills to 77, so the vill difference is huge. The res collected difference is huge. HI running around. Vills will come forward for ACCM. Plumed archers start hoovering. Viper idled his TC, he's clicking imp. And which TC is the imp TC? This TC. Don't think there's any way ACCM threatens a TC. ACCM wants another castle, he's imp too. And I suppose there is some world where a Treb fight from 3 castles wins from ACCM. It's 4 castles from Viper though, and he'll have Bombard Cannon. ACCM doing another TC. Viper is going to choose to raid the vills. He'll choose to raid the vills. Is this a doubt castle from ACCM? Oh, this might be a doubt castle from ACCM. The Liereyy are massacring the vills. Vipers, please do forging still, but he's pushing. He's killing some plumes even under the castles. He lost a lot of Liereyy there, but ACCM down now, 67 vills. What a number. And he's losing even more. Viper lost his entire army though, and with only 45 vills on food, he might not yet be in a position to replenish it. Yeah, I think he still needs a few more farmers. And Viper almost up to the vill count he needs. But you do need more vills as a cav civ than you do as an archer civ. Is that worth 10 vills? Maybe it wasn't. Imperial Age for Viper. Maybe if he had fortune, he'd have killed the vills faster and saved his Liereyy. If he had the blacksmith upgrades with a 2-shot vills, at that point they would take 3 shots. So 13 plus 4 damage is 17, plus 6 would be 19. And then 1 melee armor. Well, the Liereyy ignore that. So it would be an imp once he... Or no. You would need elite Liereyy then to 2-shot them. They 3-shot them now, but elite Liereyy 2-shot them. Some plumes in the back, chased by the Liereyy. There is forging finally.
Shot it.
From 75 to 60, yes. From 100 to 90, no. Those are 2 different increments. Oh, those plumes will be killed. The Viper getting another castle to the south. Forging is there. Viper's up. And time for Trebs. And then probably also chemistry soon after for Bombard Cannon. This castle is important because it protects the monastery. I mean, what does ACCM do here? 3 castle Treb production. Destroy this castle, go for the monastery, keep winning a Treb war. But there's no way he protects his Trebs from Liereyy if Viper has numbers. Maybe 15 isn't enough numbers. Don't trickle Treb. 5 Trebs at once would be the play for Viper. We'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is 5 Trebs at once from Viper. Viper with 5 trebuchets. The only downside is he's kind of trickle trebbing because they're not all fighting the same castle. He's going to have 2 to the right, 2 to the left. Maybe that's good enough. 3 to the left. I don't think ACCM can repair 3 castles at once, even as the Maya. Yeah, Holy Stone and Holy Trebs. Bracer for Viper now, in case he has to protect Trebs from the castles. Slowly but surely building the latest numbers, building his Vil count. Now he's at 140 Vils, he has the Vils he needs. Needs a few more farmers, I think? A few more farmers and then he's good. I can get up to around 60 farmers for a cav unit. He'll even lose a castle, but he'll do that to sacrifice against ACCM's castles. ACCM calls the GG, and we are headed to game number 7. We're headed to game 7. All right, stats. Look at those stats. 3-3, tied KD, or tied between ACCM and Viper. Dominant game from Viper. Lithuanians, are they just a better civ for this map than the Maya? Maybe they are. Viper didn't go Spanish. And what is the relic gold? What a set this is. The relic gold is 3,651 for Viper. How is Viper playing Cav versus Plumes with a much better economy? That's how. Alright. And Mirkwood, everyone's lost their home maps aside from Immersion. That's Lithuanians over Maya. And this has to be Vietnamese Chimera now? I like the matchup for Viper no matter what. Alright, let's go. So I'm going to get an ad out of the way on Twitch. Early Castle. Early Castle, they have a fish boom. I'm just going to I'll do a 2-minute ad on Twitch to ensure we don't have any ads during the final game. I want to be extra safe, so apologies for the extra long ad. A reminder, you can hop over to YouTube where we don't have ads at all. It has to be extra sure we don't have any ads during the game. Yeah, and water, I think that's a good point. Water removes the fish, kind of remove the food versus non-food difficulty. Oh, and we're launching into cenotes, and as expected, it'll be Vietnamese versus Khmer. Needs to do Khmer 7 Vil scouts? I think that's a bit too few scouts. Left at 0-3, expecting an 0-4, came back to 2-3, and now it's a 3-2. Well, it seems like turning off the webcam, whatever they did, seems to have solved the lag issue. And now we're getting into Game 7, Vietnamese Khmer. Do we see a Scorpion masterpiece from ACCM? Would cannon from the Viper be enough to stop that? Hello, Zari in the Twitch chat. Late Shy are different. Late Shy are strong. Viper? Is Viper just getting started? Is Viper gonna have to play from his vacation setup 2 more days? What a run it would be for Viper to be down 0-3, losing games due to lag, and then come back and somehow win Warlords. Yeah, we actually have a set after that start? That's what I said. I believed in Viper against ACCM. The only question was the vacation, and it seems maybe we got the webcam issues out of the way. Okay, loading in. Here we are. Cenotes, our final map with a wonderful pond in the middle. And honestly, the map gen has given an extra pond to the Viper. So 1 pond in the middle. And it'll be Khmer for ACCM and Vietnamese for Viper. Hacks, map hacks for Viper. Dealing with the lag in the first 2 games. Has a better pond in this game. We'll see if he manages to scout it. As it looks like he's going forward for a house wall. And he's actually forward scouting ACCM's base as the Vietnamese, maybe trying to lane, so he's not scouting for the pond. And we see elephants in this game? We could. Although Khmer Scorpions maybe counter Vietnamese elephants. We could see Khmer versus Vietnamese elephants. That would be something. Who actually wins there? The Khmer elephants, what do they have now? Battle elephants plus 3 attack. Scorpions with an extra projectile. And they move 10% faster. And they are fully upgraded against Vietnamese elephants that much less attack because they'll miss Blast Furnace. They have full armor, and then they get an extra 100 HP. And they'll have cannon. Back pond? Well, Viper does get a back pond. How do Khmer answer HAL bombard cannon? Scorpions? Elephant scorpion. I mean, this is the semi-open category where we often just see walling and booming. And if Viper assumes that's how it's going to be, maybe the pond location won't even matter. They're just such a strong civ in general, though. They are. And I mean, what if we just see Fire Lancers from Viper? I mean, he has the setup he needs. He does have the luck of the back pond. This is a map I took directly from DE, and I touched it up a bit, but the pond location generation is something that's just very random, and would basically be changing the entire map to make it perfectly equal every time. It's part of the randomness of the map, for better or worse. Vietnamese have a really low win percentage? That feels off. I feel like Vietnamese have such a strong late game in a 1v1 with imp skirms that if you're not on a super aggressive map where they die at the start, they should be winning late game. Alright, lots of capybaras under the TC. And Feudal Age for Viper. And well, it is 3-3. They have 46.5%. I wouldn't really look at ladder win rate, though, as a guideline for tournament Vietnamese, though. I mean, honestly, if Viper's just gonna wall and boom, then the pawn location doesn't really matter. He's going fast feudal, so if ACCM's trying to wall and boom, remember, he can just garrison the fishing ships. Outdated and ladder doesn't always translate well to tourneys. And loom for ACCM. Another house for the Viper. And I'll try to push in the Guanaco. Get some more deer. And no men-at-arms from him, just a barracks. So if he goes scouts, he's going to be against ACCM who full walled. And ACCM can then just garrison the fishing ships if he needs to. ACCM could even take this pond. And it will be an archery range. And Viper going feudal. Is feudal the approach on this map? Is feudal actually the approach?
Ba. Piet panci.
Sure seems like ACCM will get away with his FC. I think he will. It's not like Viper's going to be able to punish this. They're so far apart. ACCM's well walled. Archers shouldn't even threaten the fish because they just garrison in the dock. I think the back pond would be a much bigger advantage if the fishing ships still couldn't garrison, because then you'd actually have to put effort into defending them. Viper did scout that pond. He did see there's no dock there, so he knows there has to be a dock over here. And ACCM just garrisons and you can kill this. I have to be careful about the murder holes range, though. And one archer really shouldn't be this scary. Well, I have one galley, and the galley will be fine. And with the galley, ACCM won't even lose anything. So one galley to defend the fish, and he'll be up to the castle age. And I'm maybe a bit worried for Viper that he's not fast castling himself. Won't be too long in Feudal. But Viper on a map where he can fish boom, is the fish boom going to tempt him into too greedy of a playstyle that it'll backfire? Now he's the one who has to wall fully. Does murder holes affect the docks? Yes. You can see they have a minimum range of 1. And then you can do murder holes for them to eliminate that. First caller for ACCM. He's doing a stable. So maybe, what if ACCM plays the game like this? You're Khmer, so you're probably farming rather than fishing for the most part anyway. You play light cav to fight for relics, and then boom to go elephant scorpion. Big boom for elephant scorpion. Do Vietnamese actually have the army composition to deal with elephant scorpion? I go feudal as Vietnamese. I think Viper was maybe hoping to get more aggression on the forward pawns, but that did not work out for him. FC into boom. FC into boom. Fire Lancers don't have the attack to deal with elephants. You need Halb there, but then the Scorpions from the Khmer massacre the Halbs. This is a Civ matchup where they're both fully boomed. I think it has to be elephants for both of them, but then you're hoping that the Bombard Cannon deal with the Scorpions well enough. I actually think the Khmer might have a chance here. I'm wondering if Viper actually needs to be aggressive in Castle Age, and not just play a boom map. Here comes the light cap for ACCM, so that could be used to stymie Castle Age aggression from Viper. Imskirm kills all, doesn't kill Khmer Scorpions. Seen Vietnamese lose to full Roman Scorpion before, and Khmer Scorpions should be even stronger. If there's a boom. Let it play if the players were reversed. That they would. So 1, 2, 3 TC for ACCM. Monk War since Vietnamese get Atonement and Khmer don't. Ooh, that's true. But then Khmer, they could do Redemption in a moment. F. I hope that wasn't the stream together request killing my internet. Ugh. That's re. Okay, we should be back. I might need to restart the game. F5. We're back, saved. I think I need to restart the game, though. Thanks, DE, for not letting me watch games properly if there's a bit of lag, if I click the wrong game. Oh my god, why is this menu so bad? Alright. Now, gotta fast forward. Back to where we were. We'll catch up again. I honestly wonder, because on Twitch, someone must have just misclicked and sent me one of those stream together requests. I wonder if that actually killed my internet somehow. Anyway, press F5, press F5. So yeah, refresh, lag, gotta restart. Once more, Viper, he's just going to fish boom in the back. ACCM will have a nice calm fish boom in the front. Viper up a feudal. As we saw, he goes archers. I mean, capture rate has nothing to do with the lag issue. There's nothing about the quality of the product, it's just that it's should be in the game itself, and the fact we even need a third-party tool is ridiculous. But anyway, ACCM, he is booming. Heavy Plow, Bowsaw, the Vietnamese eco upgrades. Or no, the Khmer eco upgrades, never mind. I was like, Vietnamese get cheap eco? No, that's ACCM. Game will feel so slow after this. It's okay. I mean, it's just booming, right? We're missing the boom. We're not missing anything. Internet died at the right time. ACCM picks up some relics. They're fighting with scouts. And there we are, just up to real time, as we'll have some Fire Lancers harassing the fish. Bit less of a fish boom for ACCM, but now look at that, 58 vills to 44. He is really far ahead in the boom, adding in a 4th TC. And this is why I was questioning the fast feudal from Viper. Does he actually have the economy to catch up to this now? This fast feudal, the wrong approach. He was thinking, oh, maybe I'll harass the fish, but no, not in this balance patch. Fire Lancers all dying to the Knights. Knights can harass this dock now. Let me see. Also on YouTube, is everything okay with the stream too? Let me just make sure. Stream muted. It was just you. All right. Oh, maybe muted. Something weird happened during the drop. So ACCM grabbing more relics. He already has 2. The 3rd will be close to him. That monk will go down, but he'll get that eventually. Now Viper transitioning to the 3rd best unit in the game, the Fire Lancer. Monk Skirm and Fire Lancer. What a combo. And wheelbarrow for ACCM. And padded archer armor for Viper. Fire Lancer is fighting the Knights. Not too many Scorps yet, but just yet, our base. Just yet, just you wait. More range for the Scorpions. And I don't know about this Civ matchup in Imp. I'm still thinking Elephant Scorpion with such a large boom is a combination you can get to on this map. ACCM, he doesn't have a back pawn, but that gives him more back gold. He's gonna go forward, maybe get a castle up soon. And you probably don't want ballista elephants as much as normal scorpions. Especially against other elephants, but Scorpion Elephant, I'm not sure what the Vietnamese do. I think this actually would have been Viper wanting to get an eco advantage and push an early imp on this map. Maybe I'm completely wrong about how the matchup goes. Maybe Elephant Scorpion still is too expensive. Maybe the Vietnamese still are good enough late game that they win, but I'm kind of worried for Viper now. I think ACCM had a much better approach to the map as the Fire Lancers are scorped down. There's a forward castle on a hill. Your personal Vietnamese versus Khmer win rate is at 36%. I don't know, should Viper have gone Spanish and gone conks on this map maybe? Forward castle drop aggression? Would Onager Bombard Cannon with Siege Engineers be enough for the Viper against Khmer Scorpions? Remember, they do have that extra range. As the Khmer Scorpions +1 range is the team bonus, and Siege Engineers themselves. Viper going Cav Archer against so many Scorpions already. Handcart for ACCM, and Viper needs to clear the Scorpions. No ballistics on them at least, that's a minute away. And what does Viper do here against the Scorpions? If he goes a Mangonel, ACCM already has Knights. Reverse sweep incoming? I don't think it's looking good for Viper. I think he took the wrong approach to the map with the feudal boom. It's semi-open, and semi-open means full wall and boom. It means do-it-yourself arena. Scorpions hitting the Cav Archers. Imperial Age for ACCM. Where is the next castle? Oh, he's playing for the long game with that castle. ACCM also has 4 relics. He has the relic advantage. Could this be a doubt castle? Oh, this could be a doubt castle. Ballistics is there for Viper. He has Bodkin. And there, if he sees that, that's 5 dead Vils. And he'll deny that for now. A couple of stables for ACCM. If he plops down, I mean, he could move 20 Vils to farms on his way up. And then just simply open with Hussar raids, and he won't need much eco for that. Viper wants a castle, but can't get the castle up. Could even open Cavalier. Get some very early imp pressure. Monks wanting conversions. Just learned what a cenote is yesterday, or a cenote? Cenote? I don't know how to say it singular. Plural cenotes. It's a sinkhole like this, with some water at the bottom. It's a Mexican geographical feature. I think he should have gone Spanish. I don't know if Spanish actually have a better matchup against Khmer. It's kind of the same situation. What do you do against Khmer late game if they get the Scorps out? Maybe the answer is Viper needed to go Spanish on Mirkwood and save Lithuanians for this map. And that way he'd have a Civ against the Khmer. Another castle for ACCM. Spanish Paladins? I mean, that should lose to Elephants then. Viper trying to raid with Cav Archers, but ACCM's full walled and ACCM is in beast mode here. Full beast mode. Double forward castles. Viper losing his dock. And this is a horrible position for Viper now, where the only way he wins is if Vietnamese somehow have an insane late game matchup against the Khmer, which I don't think they do. ACCM, tons of map control. He's being very conservative with the castles. Heavy Scorpion is in. Hussar and Chemistry are on the way. It'll be Hussar Scorpion for ACCM until maybe he gets, he's getting Ballista Elephants, until maybe he gets enough eco to produce Battle Elephants. A forward castle for him. When Chemistry's done, he won't have cannon, but he could maybe start thinking of Trebs. Yeah, there are the Trebs. Treb coming forward, ready uphill, maybe to Treb Viper's castle? Maybe it has to go to level ground. Viper trying to secure gold to the south of his base. But this is looking better and better for ACCM. Elite Fire Lancer for the Viper. Will that be the ticket? Probably not against all those Scorpions. ACCM doesn't even have to push fast. He can push slowly. Crop rotation on the way. Getting another castle forward. Moving the Trebs forward. This map does not have much gold on it. A lot of the gold is in the oysters, so we didn't put too many extra golds compared to normal. And right now, that would be ACCM controlling them. Viper already took the oysters. He's taking basically the last gold he has open to him. As the gold under the TC will run out soon. This one won't even last that long too. And crop rotation for ACCM. Viper's 2 golds, and that's it. If ACCM holds until those golds are gone, I think he simply wins the game. This castle will go down, and Viper may be really regretting that Skakuza game when he felt like he had won and then went forward and lost all his Vils. A set that the first 2 games were marred by lag, but now ACCM didn't have the map RNG on his side, but even with the map hacks, maybe had ACCM with the better Civ draft at the end. Scorpion to kill Cav Archers. Cav Archers, okay, they're going down to a Scorpion as Viper is desperately re-walling his base. That TC goes down, that'll let the Scorpions move forward. There's a Bombard Cannon from him, but so many Scorpions, how does one cannon deal with that? The Treb will take out that TC. And Viper is reeling here. Has to pull back, can't get much more going. More TCs once the Trebs move forward. They'll be dropping. Hussar raids commencing. And double crossbow for the Scorpions now. ACCM in full Khmer mode. Look at all that gold he has stockpiled. Look at how the Fire Lancers are going to be massacred. Oh, look at the Scorpion bolts. Look at him go. 102 HP for the Viper, but Ballista Elephant's behind. Cannon getting some shots on the Scorpions. Is Fire Lancer cannon enough for Viper? Doing whatever he can to hold. As the Lancers go down. Lancers are going down. They're being cleared. KD now pulling ahead for ACCM. And Viper losing the front of his base. He's trying to get more Fire Lancers out. Trying to do two-man saw. Viper had more cannon, he'd be okay. I don't even know about that. He could lose his relic soon too. 5-2 right now. ACCM with more Trebs can go for the market. Doing hoardings, masonry, blast furnace, all of his upgrades. Full Hussar Scorpion. Maybe he needs more forward workshops for more Scorpions. He's getting another castle up. And the Scorpions defend the vills on that castle. That goes up, that's going to cut off any potential for Viper to sneak down to the south. And what is Viper's gold situation now? He's got 1.5k left on that gold mine. He's got siege engineers. And now ACCM up to 60 farms with the Khmer. He can just spam Light Cav to pick off cannon, and Viper does not have the gold to replace them. Viper desperately repairing, but that cannon goes down. And I think ACCM is going to do it. Viper, he's holding on. But the score, look at that score, 3k. Maybe Viper waits until it's 5k to resign against ACCM into Game 7. But things are not going his way. The feudal aggression did not pay off. And maybe if he had gotten to this point with a similar eco to ACCM, it'd be one thing, but ACCM has 15,000, almost 20,000 more resources collected. And the Fire Lancers are now in a position where they are going to melt. The KD should keep increasing for ACCM. Viper in desperation mode. But it's not going to be enough. ACCM will continue pushing forward. A desperation castle for Viper. He's chopping wood. He has no wood. He's got 37 vills on the edge of the map. All of them might as well be idled, adding to his 20-something idols. And this is it for the Viper. He can go fishing on his vacation now as ACCM looks like he's gonna go forward. Peak efficiency for those villagers. This is Viper's only economy down here, and the Hussars have found it. Siege ram on the way for ACCM. And these Trebs, all the gold spent on those Trebs, they will go down. Not enough vills to repair. ACCM pushing the castle. Where are the siege rams? The Scorpions are destroying buildings. He doesn't even need the siege rams. Viper's market going down. Now look at that score, 5k score, there's the GG, and ACCM will hold on just enough to grab the win in 7 games. Sad to watch an almost reverse sweep, almost, but Viper, I think that Skakusa game has to be the one that he regrets. That one play where he went forward. And the Vietnamese, not enough for him against the Khmer. A good Civ matchup for ACCM on the semi-open map. Viper couldn't deal with the Scorpions, but I think the real key to that game was just the difference in approaches. You can see how far ahead ACCM's economy was when he fast castled and boomed. And back pond doesn't save Viper. That's what I always say when people see maps that are maybe slightly unfair like that. Now, the gameplay matters far more than the map does. And ACCM, the one home map he wins, will be enough as the Khmer emerge victorious over the Vietnamese. I'm still thinking Viper might have done that backwards, as great as the Lithuanians were on Mirkwood. I think Spanish, then maybe Lithuanians now that I see that, might have been the better Civ matchup. In the end, it was all decided on Morris. A laggy game for Viper too, so... Who knows, maybe Viper doesn't have the webcam on for the first 2 games, maybe he pulls one of them out. Spanish wouldn't have bullied the Maya the same way, but would they have won against the Maya? Because late game, I think you both kind of boom up and the Spanish still have a good matchup against the Maya, as long as you don't die to plumes early on. But congrats to ACCM. Once more, we'll give a shout out to Memb. He will likely have an interview see if we have an interview there. And the next set will be Lewis versus Liry. So I think what I'll do, I will just open up actually, I don't have sound for the interview. I don't have sound for the interview. So, go check out Mem if you want to see an interview. I need to eat something before the next set. Grid time? Grid time, you want to give us the grid or go Lewis? We will go Lewis, but we need to wait for them to draft. They're going to have an interview and they're going to draft. So, man, that was crazy. Vietnamese on Mirkwood? You know, that's interesting. You could go Vietnamese on Mirkwood and then save Lithuanians. You're assuming Vietnamese are against the Maya. That still probably would have been a win for the Vietnamese in that Civ matchup, or at least I'd like that. Poor Liry has to face Lewis. I think you have that backwards. But, okay. Is it grid time? It's grid time, then lunchtime. How do I say this? Ilaraza88, thank you for the follow on Twitch. And thank you everyone for watching. Sorry for the internet issues. Hopefully those aren't too bad. It feels like my ISP has issues on their end occasionally. And I don't have stable internet, so we'll go over to the grid then. And then we can maybe update our title to Liry versus Lewis. Update our overlay to say that. And that'll be our last semifinal set. So let's do the grid while we're waiting. Arbase has given us the grid. So, display capture. Okay, this is the grid. We have to fill 9 civs here, no repeats. Access to Elite Cannon Galleon. Civ emblem is exactly 2 colors. Civ focus is infantry. Is that Vietnamese? Civ has a bonus unique tech or unit affecting the speed of units. This is Celts here. Okay, Celts here. Civ emblem color is blue. Why are there 2 Civ emblems? I have no idea how to do these. Has a fully upgraded unit with exactly 200 hit points. I have no idea. This is the match right here. The Goat versus Liry. This is where I really need chat to help then. So this is Celts, right? I don't know any of the Civ emblems. I need unique unit questions, not emblem questions. Caparam plus Siege Engineers? Caparam isn't fully upgraded, though. Koreans in the middle, maybe? Looking at the tech tree cheating? Probably. Any civ that stops at Caparam. Yeah, but Caparam isn't fully upgraded, because Siege Ram would be fully upgraded. Yeah, if Civ emblems are a thing, then I have no idea how to do these. I know nothing about the Civ emblems. Middle Mongols? Top left is... Okay, let's just fill this in. This is Celts. Okay, that's gotta be Celts. I think this is Mongols. We can go Mongols. Okay, there's Mongols. Chat knows how to do Civ emblems. You can't repeat, no. Fully upgraded means that it has all the upgrades, that it's not missing anything. It probably doesn't include Devotion, Faith, and Heresy, but something like Cavalier wouldn't be fully upgraded, because Paladins are fully upgraded. Civ Emblem, so more blue, I don't even know what's blue. Emblems. Look at the eye. If you look carefully, the Spanish Civ Emblem does have blue on it. Well, the Spanish have cannon galleons. Do they have a unique tech that affects the speed of units? Technically, projectiles are units, and the Spanish have faster gunpowder. Ranks are blue, they don't have speed bonuses, though. The Supremacy, nope, doesn't affect speed. Faster mission, they're the only civ that has missionaries, and they're not faster, they just get husbandry and fervor. But those are techs. Those are not unique techs or a civ bonus or unit ability. Portuguese is blue? Cumans? Are Cumans blue? Aren't they the face thing? Slavs for faster monks? Did they have a blue icon? Do Berbers have blue? I don't know. Slavs are blue with faster monks? We'll go Slavs. Okay, Slavs work. There's blue there. Alright, so the Cannon Galleon ones I think are fine. Does the Saracens transport? Probably not after the change when they have 20 base transport. Fully upgraded means fully upgraded for the Civ? Let's see what that means. Must be the final unit in the line for the Civ. Oh, for the Civ? That's not what fully upgraded means. Okay, so Cavaliers can be fully upgraded? That's bull. So for Persians, it would be longswords. I don't think Persian longswords have 200 HP. So someone said capped ram. Does capped ram have 200 HP? We could go like Magyars? Muisca bottom left? What do they have that's 200 HP? I don't even know what units the Civ have. I'll put them there. Okay, there we go. Frankish Paladins are 192. Doesn't have 200 HP anything? Well, yes they do. Okay, Infantry Civ with 2 colors and fully upgraded unit with 2 colors? That capped ram? How many colors do the Magyars have on their emblem? It's like 2 stripes, right? Oh, also, this Mongol logo is not 2 colors. The blue has a gradient. There's yellow in the middle and gold on the outside. That is 3 colors. Like, Slavs are 2 colors. Like, those 2 should be swapped, maybe. The edge of the shield doesn't count. I mean, you gotta count it. Some emblems don't even have edges. Alright. Cannon Galleon? Elite Cannon Galleon. No more Byzantines, sadly. Alright, so what else do we have for these emblems? Let's get these out of the way. Magyars. Does Magyars count as 2? Magyar capped ram has been the guess. I guess Magyars? Nope, Magyars doesn't count there. Malians? What do Malians have? 2 colors in their logo? Nope. Alright, I guess I gotta turn on infinite mode. Wait, how many guesses do I have left? 4. Yeah, I need infinite mode then. You only get 1 wrong guess, which is weird. How many colors for Goths? I have no idea. Franks have capped ram? Is the Frank logo 2 colors? Try Franks. The Wu? Wu might be 2 colors for infantry. I guess the Franks? Okay, Franks. I guess it is capped rams then. 2 color Franks. And then the Wu here? Said they don't have Elite Cannon Galleon. Nope. How many colors for Goths? I have no idea. Is it the Mongol shield wood? That doesn't change. The wood has colors. Goths are 3 colors? How many? We used Celts already. I guess that might have counted for 2 colors. Vikings top middle? Japanese? Those are also Cannon Galleon civs. Do the Vikings have blue in their logo? What's an Elite Cannon Galleon civ with blue? Super Treb ships. They are better than Cannon Galleons, but not what we have here. Spanish? Spanish has blue, does it? Oh, that's true. That's true. The Spanish civ emblem does have blue. Boom, we were reminded. If we look carefully, I guess, inside the castle. Dravidians, maybe? Or Malay? I guess Dravidians or Malay could be used here. Is either of their civ icons 1 color? Dravidians? Malay? Burmese? Well, I have no idea what their colors are. Oh, Burmese does it. There we go. 2 colors. And then I guess Malay or Dravidians can be there. Or Vikings? Yeah, Malay, Dravidians, Vikings could all be there. So we need to get this one first to fill that. Exactly 200 HP. So Vikings would get Siege Ram. Do Malay only get Capped Ram too? I think they... Let's try Malay. Yeah, Malay, and then we can go Vikings there. Alright, let's look at all of the possible ones. All possible answers. Reveal everything. Yeah, lots of... I guess Capped Ram count, so any Capped Ram Elite Cannon Galleon Civ. Franks and Mongols could be moved around in a few spots. What's that one, Woo? Catan Civ focus is infantry? Is there a Catan icon here? I don't know what these icons are. Is that the Catans? They have a Liao Dao unique unit. I mean, their focus is pastures and cav, but yeah, infantry, why not? Why not infantry? Alright, so we're probably gonna have a bit of a break still before the next set. Let's see if we've drafted yet. Oh, we do have a draft. Lovely. Oh, we have a full draft already. That was a fast draft. I've once again somehow removed the civs. There we go. All right. So, Lewis versus Liry starting soon. Am I casting the WTL finals later? Are they today? What time? I need to go take care of a cat tonight. All right, I will be right back. They're right now. Then no. If they're right now, I'm casting this. So I'll be right back. And then we'll get this set going. Alright, so looks like we're still waiting to get started. I see Liry's in a lobby for Pacific Islands. So we're just waiting for them to get started. And oh, Lewis is in the lobby too. Lewis is in the lobby too. What happened? Hera lost. What is WTL? It's a team game tournament. I don't know what it stands for. And Chris Hat, thank you for the follow. It might be like World Team League? World Team League? 4-1 Liry unless Lewis trolls. I'm thinking 4-0 Liry. I'm thinking Liry dominates this set. So, do we start with a Vikings mirror on Pacific Islands? That's really the only water civ that Lewis has, unless he's gonna pick Spanish and FC Conks. Lewis probably goes Britons on Black Forest. Britons Bohemians on Black Forest could be silly, unless Liry goes Goths. Goths, Britons on Black Forest, imagine that. But we do have Lewis, as we casted the other day. He did manage to beat Hera losing to Sebastian and to Lewis. Combination of those players playing very well. Lewis, I believe, able to concentrate full-time on Age of Empires now. And has a ton of practice. And Hera moving over to Warcraft didn't keep pace. And Lewis was insane. Yeah, but you thought Hera would beat Lewis 4-2 to the GOAT? Yes, but oddly enough, I think Lewis... I think there are a lot of players who match up better against Hera than they do against Liry. I think there are some players who just get overwhelmed by Liry's unit control and micro and execution. We saw that from ACCM against Liry earlier, and Lewis I think is going to be on that same setup. I think there are situations where Hera somehow finds ways to win against players, but Liry just absolutely dominates them. Yeah, Hera was recently playing Warcraft. Apparently he's doing some type of Age of Empires streamer tournament soon. Liry is the kid. What is Lewis's age-appropriate nickname? I guess Lewis is younger than Liry, but Liry just kind of ages in reverse. Yeah, I could see Spanish for Conks on Pacific Islands. I definitely could. Hermes have to be for Cliffbound, then for Lewis. And Liry has picked green. So Liry will change his color every single time. What colors do we want to put these players in? I think I usually imagine both of them as Lewis blue and Liry green. But Liry swaps around. Part of me is thinking we should do Liry blue and Lewis red. But blue versus green, is that okay? Because they have launched it. Will be a Vikings mirror on Pacific Islands. Liry in green, Lewis in blue? Is that okay? Liry is orange? Lewis is purple? No. We'll go green versus blue. I think that's okay. I think that's okay. Both cyan, the best. You know how to do it, Gustin. There's an old Zero Empires video where he accidentally had a mod with 4 players in cyan and he casted a game. It was lovely. I think he called it like The Struggle is Teal or something like that, even though we know it is cyan and not teal. No, they were both born in 2002 actually. Both are the same age. Both can be kids together. How old is 2002 now? That's like 24? Lewis he hasn't been playing AoE2 for as long, but remember, Lewis has been playing since he's was 14 and playing in tournaments though. So Blue for the UK and red for Austria. There's also red for the UK too. I mean, I'm just gonna go with the colors they pick. I'll go with the colors they pick, and if there's something that's overly atrocious, then we'll change. But I'll stay with what they pick for the most part. Alright, failed to download match content. Can I get a good thanks DE in the chat? Here I am waiting to go. And we failed to download match content. You have the hardest time getting them to build more than 20 vills. That can certainly be a challenge. Alright, so here we are. Lewis will be the blue Vikings to the west. Liry will be the green Vikings to the east, with his little undockable pond in the back, flying macaw bird around the map, and it'll be Pacific Islands. So, does anyone like longboats? I think these players like longboats. I have 3 relics on the southern island, 2 on the northern island. I did adjust the islands to make them a bit more equal in size, so wherever you go should still have a pretty good base, but I think slightly more just the relic advantage makes the bottom island a bit better. You start with a transport and a scout, and you don't have much fish on the map. You can be born in 2000 and rent a car without the young person upcharge. Wild. Vikings lose this matchup. You see, Pathar, you see, that's the key, because also the Vikings win this matchup. So it's the Viking Civ. This feels like almost like it's Viper versus MBL with the Norway-themed Civ pick, but no, it's actually Lewis versus Liry. So apparently Fire casted this set, or in the qualifier, and got the players mixed up. Remember, Liry did beat Lewis in the qualifier. I think Lewis won 1 game there. I think it was 3-1 Liry. And I still do expect Liry to be the heavy favorite to beat Lewis and then win the tournament. Now, as much as Lewis has been grinding and improving, Hera is certainly not in the shape we're used to seeing from him. And Liry, well, looking at the elo, 2373. Who knows how much Liry has actually practiced? He certainly hasn't grinded the ladder. And if Hera, presumably Liry's practice partner, is playing Warcraft, I guess other than Hart, I don't know who Liry would have practiced against. Maybe there's an answer out there. I know Hart's co-casting with Mem, but maybe he has some insights. But the practice of Liry is what I'm curious about. For Lewis, presumably practicing with his own Amaru teammates. So he should be well prepared. Why is so low elo? He just doesn't play the ladder. If you don't play the ladder, then there's no reason to play it. If you don't enjoy the ladder, then there's no reason to play it. And there's the room for Liry. And honestly, I know a lot of pros who don't really like playing the ladder, at least right now, because of how bad the Arabia script is. They feel like it's just so wallable that it's just wall and boom every time. I know that they much preferred the KUTD version. So I'm curious though, because it's just you know, Liry, he doesn't stream. You never see him playing ranked games. I wonder what his preparation actually looks like. I'd imagine for the most part it's a lot of practice games with Hera, but like I said, we know Hera wasn't as full committed to AoE 2 as he usually is. So what does Liry's preparation actually look like? Because he just comes to tournaments and stomps.
Oh.
Is there anything he's done differently this time? Does the elo decay? Only to a point. So I know he always says he preps a lot, but it's interesting because we don't know what that looks like. Oh, look, the spin moves on the transport. Elo decays, but I think at 2 weeks after you've played it decays, and then it decays like maybe 3 or 4 times for every week after that, and then it stops decaying. So it's not like Voobly where if you don't play, you go all the way back down to 2k. When you're above 1600, it decays, but not all that much. Maybe he does 4v4 clan matches, does he? I know Liry's team game elo was like 1400 back before cartographers. Someone's pushing some carts outside. Someone researched wheelbarrow IRL. As we have free wheelbarrow for both players, or we will once Lewis gets up. So completely different approaches here. Liry will be going for hulks. Liry will be up to feudal first. And hulks against the Vikings, always kind of a question, I think. Because longboats will come out and decimate the hulks. But still it's a hulk opening, 2 hulks. And 3rd hulk queued. We'll see if Liry continues down that path or swaps to either fires or to galleys. And immediately goes for the dock. Is there loom? And if I can click a village, yes, there is loom for those villagers. Over here, loom for both players. And we're seeing just how quickly inefficient the fish become on this map. Those fish are going really far away from the dock. We'll have 1 fish here in the middle for Liry, as Lewis is just about to be up. And you're far enough away from each other that you can get away with a fast castle. And you also start getting your docks pressured. And maybe a situation where fires even could have been better than hulks for Liry because they do more damage to docks, but then they're a bit easier to counter with an immediate hulk than the galleys are. Or than the hulks would be, because hulks need galleys. So it has to be hulk versus hulk for now. Oh my gosh, the micro from Liry. He's going to block fishing ships with the transport and destroy it with the hulk. Look at him go. Look at him go. That fishing ship can't make it to the dock. We might lose the transport doing this, but we'll get a fishing ship. Oh, the micro. The micro from Liry. Your elo decayed from 1520 to 1519, did it? Well, full walls from Lewis as Liry scouts that. Well, full walls other than a sliver of daylight where maybe a transport ship could come in. Liry's scout has less HP. And Lewis now ahead in res collected with the longer Dark Age. Had more vills for a while. Extra hulks out for Liry, who needs to actually fight with them. A brief moment of miss micro from Liry, but only brief. And Castle Age for Lewis, where if Liry only has hulks, that makes longboats a really easy option for Lewis. Doesn't even need medium warships. With the Viking discount on war galleys, part of me thinks war galleys might even be better than longboats in the Viking mirror. But I'm still not completely sold on what the unit composition should be. Since they do get fires now, and my mind still has not completely wrapped itself around the fact that Vikings get fires. That's just blasphemy to me. Market for Liry, so he'll buy his way up. Not too far away from going up. We'll see if he has to sell stone. Lewis did sell 100 stone. And does he have a blacksmith yet? Yeah, the blacksmith on its way. And yeah, there's Liry selling 100 stone, so same as Lewis, he'll buy his way up. And up to the Castle Age. So now Lewis, what is he doing? Still just amassing hulks. So full hulk from both players. And it won't even be all that bad in the timing difference for Liry, and he got some map presence. And now he's ahead in res collected. Alright, fishing ships going down still. Part of me, I'm still kind of sad we didn't see FC Conks here on Pacific Islands. I know Yo's probably the only one who'd ever play that, but I would have liked to have seen it. So Liry with the scout, we'll see Lewis sending vills over. Lewis may be scared of the scout, but doesn't have to be. It's pretty low HP. There's Castle Age, and there's the TC. So Liry knows exactly what Lewis is doing with his TC. And the TC will indeed be on the larger of the islands here, with the 3 relics. Slightly larger. But there is the longboat, and Lewis not doing medium warships despite the 7 hulks. Not going to go for war hulk, just will go for longboats. And Liry will have to get back and then do what? Oh, look, there are some hulks killing fishing ships. Liry losing some water control now. Actually sandwiched between both of Lewis's navies. Or he doesn't want to fight by the dock, but he's losing a lot of fish here. Is one island always larger? I mean, they're roughly the same size, but they're not exactly the same size. Some of my clothes are older than Lewis. So we're H90 official? Is that a hair comment chat? So there we have Siege Workshop from Liry, Monastery from Lewis. Pick up relics, but Vikings are not a good monk civ. The monks will not help against the siege. Game volume is okay. Epuron, are you watching from the very beginning of the VOD and using the rewind feature as a sub on Twitch? No one's asked about game volume for a long time.
Yeah.
Civilians get onto a transport as a longboat comes over.
Win.
Transport leaves some vills on the beach. If he is, he won't hear that for like 3 hours. 3.5 hours, probably. I don't know if we get a lag re-comment. So TC now for Lewis. Hey, YouTube gets that for free. YouTube's OP. Can you even watch it on live on Twitch? You can. They make it easy if you're a sub. If you're not a sub, you have to go to the videos page manually and find the video. So Hulk versus Hulk, Liry's gonna start booming, but he is the TC, and this is the push we're looking for. Liry is scouting where Lewis was doing his TCs. Didn't scout that second TC to the right just yet. You'll see the monastery, and now Lewis will know that the push is here. Lewis won't be able to shift click to that relic, and immediately he does his own defensive workshop. So stone for Liry was spent on a TC. Lewis had bought a bit of stone again for TCs. And longboat numbers now 7-5. And Bodkin, oh no attack upgrades for Lewis for his longboats. Didn't do fletching. Oh, that is weird. Not doing fletching on the way up to the castle age on a water map, when you know you're going longboats against the Hulks. Do we need a slam fletching emote for Lewis now? He doesn't have fletching on his longboats, and those should just lose straight up to Liry's now from the range difference. Attack difference too, and that I think does matter against the Pierce armor, so... Alright, Lewis losing his monastery. And defensive mangonel, but 3 mangonels out for Liry, so he has the advantage here. So, Vil lead for Lewis. And now it comes down to mangonel micro, which Liry is impeccable with. And oh, nice hit from the scout to pick off a mangonel. Liry doesn't mangonel his own mangonel. That would have been distinctly non-Liry as a play. Has to be careful not to hit the house and hit his own mangonel on the side of the house. Yeah, splash damage does hit on the edge of the house where the projectile impacts, so you can splash damage your own units. That's why you see players attack grounding, so the attack ground hits the backside of a building if they have army near it. So second monastery for Lewis is he's re-grabbing the relics. I mean, Viking monks are nothing to write home about, and mangonel could even kill the monk again. And there he wins another mangonel trade. And that score difference, I think, is pretty darn accurate for how far ahead Liry is at this point. He'll even pick up the relic. Oh, and he's going to get another TC to the north. So 63 vills to 53, but Lewis is going to have to spend a lot of time repairing this TC with 4 mangonels here. Liry doing his best Huang impression, eating the TC, as that monk tries to pathfind to the monastery. Luigi has this? Is that what we call an L player who's green, Luigi? Do I have to put Lewis in red to have Mario? Or yellow for Wario?
Win.
And okay, time for the vills to die under the TC. And is there a transport ship? Is this evacuation time for Lewis? Is he just gonna run to longboats? Okay, there's a mangonel that Liry somehow avoids 1 HP, perfectly calculated, all he needs. And this workshop will be devastated by mangonels, absolutely devastated. That workshop will go down. Liry will be like, oh, another workshop? More vills to kill? Another TC, oh boy. Goes for the weak vill, but that gets garrisoned. So one workshop will be down before another mangonel pops out. Nope, gets one mangonel finally. Might get two. And, oh no, doesn't get two. Liry, how does he dodge? How does he dodge like that? How does Liry do it? Well, Lewis still up by 9 vills, but I'm rather worried that the res collected is 1,000 in Liry's favor, and that Liry seems to have water control, is surrounding Lewis's home island with longboats, as Lewis didn't commit to water, just now doing fletching. And I don't know what Lewis can do from here. You need insane mangonel micro. Liry's not going to let him get the hits. 3 mangonels still besieging that workshop. We could have more mangonels from Liry if he wants them, but he's also content just with booming. Oh, the smooth dodge, I think, includes the mangonel. Another mangonel on the way is Lewis desperately repairing the workshop. Liry is probably happy to see Lewis spend wood there, and we'll try to mangonel repair vills. As the workshop repair it again. One mangonel coming over here as Lewis tries to do more towers and another TC. Liry does lose one mangonel. Mangonel didn't shoot there immediately. And he'll even get the better shot. He goes for the workshop again. Now, if Lewis doesn't have mangonels, then he can't defend anymore, so he needs to keep that workshop standing. Already his second workshop. I'd love to get a second mangonel out. And Liry will get it. Nicely done. Repair Vill healed. And Vills can try to hit the repair Vills from Lewis. And Lewis just desperate now to find any type of resource income. His vills on his home island are going idle. He's got nowhere to send them. He's lost water, so transporting probably isn't an option. And oh, there's a castle drop from Liry on the other side of Lewis. And this is the gameplay I was expecting from Liry when I said I thought this might be a 4-0. Liry playing at the level we expect of him. As that mangonel hits the repairville. And there we go, castle right on Lewis's face. Vills have to run from the TC as the castle hits the TC. Lewis may be clearing the mangonels, but that's just because Liry's paying attention elsewhere. And at the very least, Lewis does have full line of sight of this fight with his buildings nearby. Oh. Liry still dodges somehow, even when he's not paying attention. He's gonna win that mangonel fight too, isn't he? Yeah, he's so good at the mangonel fights. Mirror favors Liry, believe in Lewis. Oh, monk goes down. And now Liry does have the Vill lead. Lewis, what is he doing with the Vills on the home island? He's just trying to find a wood line anywhere he can. Would a war galley have more range than a longboat, maybe for harassing the wood lines? Looks like the longboat still can hit there anyway. Liry doesn't even need ballistics. He's up to the Imperial Age. And I think now we're just wondering, when will Lewis call GG? Because I don't think there's much he can do. He's nowhere close to Imp. He's still just mangonel fighting. Liry's going to try to hit a villager. Doesn't quite get her. Vill fight on the mangonel. Oh, nice hit there. Needs one more partial hit. And we'll get it. Vill stop chasing. Clear Civ win. Clearly, Liry has not been playing Warcraft. And on the opposite side of the bracket now, with ACCM having beaten Viper, from what we saw earlier, I don't think ACCM has a chance against Liry. Sebastian probably... I just remember watching that Red Bull set, and it felt like, yeah, this isn't Empire Wars, but we'll probably see the same thing. I think Sebastian is a far way away from beating Liry, even farther than he is from Hera. Lewis trying to pull more Vills to fight again, right underneath mangonels and conversions. So a couple of converted Vills, as we're now 5 seconds from Imp. Liry trying for another castle, should be able to get that up. Close enough to finish, 80%. He can run the mangonel away with his Vills. And Lewis will call the GG as he sees Imp, and Liry goes up 1-0 over Lewis, winning game number 1 pretty convincingly there. The fast castle approach for Lewis didn't work out. Since Liry stayed feudal, he had a stronger eco as castle came in, And with the scouting, he saw where Lewis was going for his TC, and was able to do a siege push while booming calmly himself. So no one going for the mangrove woodlines here, both focusing on the center. Liry takes game number 1. And I spoiled the previous set because we just casted this set. Nitro Splint, thank you for the follow. You're always going to have spoilers allowed here. I'm not going to stop talking about the things we just casted. So that's a win for the Vikings and a loss for the Vikings. Lewis wasted his short water advantage. I wonder if Lewis could have gotten a bigger advantage if he had just done fletching on the way up, and maybe actually won the water if he commits to longboats. That's fine, he's watching from the start. Well, do you still see the current time chat if you're watching from the start? I think that would give some spoilers. Okay, looks like Liry's picking green again. Yeah, my policy is always spoilers allowed. Oh, our base didn't unpin the grid. Yeah, unpin the grid. Can you control group a garrisoned unit? You can put a unit on a control group and then garrison it. You can't control group it or select it individually while it's in a building. Permapin. Santa's not real. Celts actually lost at Falkirk. Aragorn becomes a king in the book titled The Return of the King. Alright, ooh, Black Forest will be next. Black Forest will be next. So what are we going to see for Black Forest? It'll be, as expected, Britons versus Bohemians. Not Goths, sadly. And Britons versus Bohemians. Nobody read the name of the books? Who are you kidding? It's just Lord of the Rings. You gotta just read the name of the two towers. And then it's a debate over what the two towers actually are. Yeah, maybe I should add that to the... Do I have a list of rules anywhere beneath the stream? I should probably just add that. Say spoilers allowed. Unless we're casting Rex of something that was already public. It was Red Bull. No, Red Bull 3, doubt won. It was Red Bull 2, I think Liry won? Is it 2 and 4 he won? Objectively, Barad-dûr and Orthanc. And not Barad-dûr and Minas Morgul. Why do we have a restart here? Liry is victorious. What happened? And the map has boars. What just happened here? Why is there a restart? There's no chat. Or is there an insta restart? Admin could not have checked a map that quickly. Okay, it is the basic grass theme. Maybe we'll see a different theme. I don't see why there's a restart. Okay, we'll just insta restart. If anyone knows from Memstream why the restart? Did they drop? Maybe the wrong settings? Oh, maybe they didn't use Explored. They probably forgot Explored. That's probably it. There is a way I can use the circumnavigation tech to make Black Forest explored right from the start, but it's actually kind of buggy. Because if you use the in-game grid, the grid does not render in the explored area like it's supposed to. No trees? Oh, no trees on Black Forest. Yeah, Black Forest is always explored. Black Forest is always explored. Too many boars. No missing boars. Too many boars. Alright, here we go. Once more. On to Black Forest. Would it give everyone the ship producing speed buff? I would only set the oh, we got the desert version. Nice. Set the vision part of the tech, not the ship part of the tech. Just the vision part. Alright, so the desert version of Black Forest. Let's go. A different theme we get. Different theme this time. Are they watchtowers or guard towers? They might be donjons. Okay, so I'm guessing they just didn't set explored last time. So now we're playing Black Forest properly on explored. Lewis will be Britons. Liry will be Bohemians. The Britons will have the faster sheep collection bonus, so they can send Vils forward right at the start to Vil fight. I have a scout scuffle out here. Lewis even can lame the gazelles, and he'll shoot them right away. House for Liry. Liry no loom yet. Lewis no loom either. But the scouts have lost enough HP that the loom difference will be fine. Lewis is gonna abscond with 2 goats. Oh, what luck. Lewis got the goat form of the map. And will he try to steal a boar? He will try to lame a boar. He didn't get those palisades down fast enough. No, maybe he will. Maybe he will. There he goes. Needs to make sure he doesn't get hit diagonally. He's fine. He's fine. He needs to build the palisade. He needs to build the palisade. Lewis doesn't build the palisade. And now he's got an elephant chasing his Vil as he house tricks the elephant. And we'll try to fight the Vil and the scout. This is some tricky micro from Liry, trying not to get lamed. Neither player doing loom. Why do they not have... Okay, Lewis is loom now. Lewis is loom. And he's going to kill that Vil. And go for the scout. He needs to shoot the elephant now if he sees that Vil coming forward. Or maybe he's just content. He's like, okay, I've gotten goats. I've done enough laming. Liry's just saying, no, you lamed me. I'll just build a dock. I don't need food. I'll just make fishing ships. Gold spawned in the middle of the forest. Yeah, I explicitly didn't do that, but I did allow patches in the far areas of the forest. Wanted to make the map at least a bit random. Hello, little square there. Oh my gosh, that's the perfect lumber camp nook. So perfect you can't even chop from it. Well, that's 1 lame, but you do have 3 extra lurables you can take here. The rhinos from a far distance, and Liry will go for them now. See, Liry doesn't really play much Rage Forest, so how well will he be able to do this? Very well, it would seem, as he pulls all the rhinos in. And Lewis going for a big wall. Part of me thinks that since Lewis was so aggressive in the Dark Age, instead of walling, he should just do a barracks and go men-at-arms and be aggressive rather than going for a big wall. And a big wall can kind of negate the lead he has because he hasn't docked. And since he hasn't docked, Liry actually up now 2 fishing ships. Neither player with any idle TC time. And did Liry ever do loom? No, he never did loom, so he's actually just going to be up for Vils too, as long as he doesn't do loom. So he's leaving this open, leaving it maybe a bit of a danger. Also, chat, give me some feedback. What do you think about the map? I tried to mix the African bushes and some dead trees in with the dragon forest to make the forest look interesting. We have a few palm trees. It has the clearing trees, a bit of a different color, so you can tell they're not the forest trees. And triple rhino lore from Lewis, who blocks his own Vil, tries to block the boar, tries to attack the scout. This could be a disaster from Lewis. He might only get 2. Loses the scout. Loses the scout. More house tricks. Fights the scout. 1 hit on the scout, so the scout shouldn't be able to stop this. Looks great. Yeah, because I added... This is only a 10% chance to get this theme, so we're lucky we had that restart. Oh, look at this gold, too. Oh, that's a classic gold there. Rare chance for that, but 6 tiles long. It's possible, I think, to have 7 tiles in a row, but that'd be very rare. Right, is good, makes it feel more alive. Also, the autumn theme we had the other day, I think, is my favorite. That we had for Andy and Vinch. I think the autumn trees look really pretty. I used some of the Asian maple trees.
Ready.
But here, just a few different assets, I think, that actually do work together somewhat well. I hate the fact there's a pond. Well, we made it 1 pond every time. We wanted it to be consistent. When I add this to Rage Forest, I'll probably make it random, whether there is or isn't a pond. The only thing I'm thinking of on the map was if I need, like, smaller forests by the players. So a couple of rhinos lured in. Oh, you had a 7-tile gold line on Amazon Tunnel. Nice. The classic way of placing gold gives it a 7x7 box, where one tile's at the center and the rest spawn around it. I have a YouTube video about this, but a lot of the golds, or the tiles in DE, spawn in a 3x3 box with one tile in the middle, so there are fewer shapes that golds can take. So Lewis deletes a house. Why? Oh, because he wants to stone wall. He's just gonna wall behind the house. And rather than stone walling, he is immediately going to go for a tower, because he sees a tower from Liry. So both players feudal. And Men-at-Arms from Liry, trying to teach Lewis a lesson with these new Men-at-Arms. The longer he keeps them both in feudal, the more he'll benefit from having fishing ships that Lewis maybe didn't invest as much into. He's still investing now. But Res Collected actually super ahead for Liry because of the fish he has, despite all the early laming. Also some idle time on the vills because they were laming, and certainly a lot more forward for Lewis than they were for Liry. So there is his tower, building a watchtower on the hill, protecting the only entrance to his town. Why is the pond small? It's a decently sized pond. That doesn't feel too small to me. It should be about the same size. Is it I mean, picking colors is never a competitive move because you can hit Alt-G and play blue versus red. So you can always play against a red enemy. This looks small from that angle. Double bit axe for Lewis. More houses for Liry.
Yay.
It's cold this time of year. It's late May and it still is cold for me here. Oh, double docks from Liry doing fish traps? Oh my gosh, is Liry? Did he come to play on Rage Forest? So how does this Civ matchup work when the Civs go late? Britons with longbows have 12 range. Bohemians with Hufnitze, or with Hufnitze, will have 13 range with Siege Engineers. And also the super strong cannon, the Hufnitze. How do Briton longbows fare against Bohemian cannon? Blacksmith for Liry. 27C, I don't know what that is. Compared to Rage Forest team game, it's smaller ponds? Maybe slightly? Now, Bohemians get Siege Ram too. And they get fully upgraded skirms. So, does this just come down to an eco battle then, where Liry is going to be really far ahead because of the better fish boom? Well, I guess Lewis can go up to the Castle Age first, start a 3 TC boom. Oh, but he doesn't have buildings, he doesn't have buildings. Oh, he's on stone, he wants to do a longbow push. He wants to be aggressive and push. Market for Liry, he's not too far away from going up. Might need to buy 1 round of food, but should be fine. He'd be fine against Hufnitze, but bad against elite Hussite wagons. I believe elite Hussite wagons have 10 pierce armor, and elite longbows get up to 12 range, but 11 attack. Should be 7 plus 4. So it should be only 1 damage to the Hussite wagons. And remember, Britons do have a TC discount, so if Lewis wants to, he could actually go 3 TCs and castle push, probably. Yeah. I don't know if Werewolf Trebs are even all that useful against Hufnitze. Maybe they are, but I think with the Wagenburg tactics you can dodge quickly enough to avoid the splash damage. Does make it much harder though. Does make it much harder. You can actually hit the locations where you attack ground if you try to spread your Treb shots out. That's true. The Werewolf Trebs are really good against Hussite wagons. That's true. That's true. So maybe Werewolf Treb plus Longbow could be a composition? But then you see Siege Ram plus Skirm. And Lewis will be up faster. Strange he's not on stone at all. And Lewis with the forward wall will get control of that relic from the middle. Longbows outrange Hufnitze. Nope, the other way. Hufnitze outrange them by 1 when they get Siege Engineers. Both have 12 range, but then Siege Engineers is +1 for the cannon. So Lewis up to castle. He has 7 vills on stone, and he is going to drop that forward castle. Castle will tower will defend his vills building the castle from the men-at-arms. And Sibyl, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Have a Prime.
Rodrigo Diaz de Vivar, the Cid.
Dead
You
Vill?
will lead the armies of Castile.
Dead man-at-arms.
I'm glad that you
Ooh,
have
Saveville,
won.
Alcatrazville.
You are the only man I
The
would
men-at-arms
trust
are
with a very
delaying the
important
castle at
duty.
least, but they will all be killed there. Okay, 6 HP, so not enough really to threaten anything more. Oh, and the tower gets it. Unless Liry just deleted it. Probably killed by the tower. So Fletching's already in for Lewis. You can do Bodkin and get more range with the castle. Maybe it's time for him to delete the palisade. And now you ask, will he follow this up with a workshop? Still on stone, so this could be for a TC and go a 2 TC push, or it could just be for another castle eventually. Eventually he'll have to delete the palisade too. And a map where you don't trade trash is important. And it would just be a full skirm war. Both have fully upgraded skirms. I guess the Britons train their skirms more quickly. Looking at the light cav, Britons have no hussar otherwise, and no bloodlines, but they get all the blacksmith upgrades for cav. Bohemians would miss the final cav armor and bloodlines and no armor, so if it's light cav skirm, advantage Britons. Halb though, if halbs get added in, Bohemians dominate with their halbs. Put the castle, he's putting the castle as far forward as he can get it. The more forward he puts it, then the more he forces Liry to wall. Because the shortest spot to wall is the clearing. The farther you push forward, then instead of just walling a straight line, now you're walling the half of a circle. And then you're needing to wall even more behind that every time another castle goes forward. Because a wall's only as strong as its single hole. And once there's a hole, it's kind of useless. So that tower is nice on the gold, but there is Imp. Imp for both players, slightly faster for Liry. He's doing chemistry on the way up, and he will go immediately for cannon. Now, Lewis does not even have Bodkin yet. You would need to get Bodkin and Bracer, but then it's still only 10 range on the longbowman. Now, I don't think Liry can afford Hufnitze, so it will just be Bombard Cannon. Cannon against short-range longbowman. So everything that'll give range right now is Imperial Age, Bodkin, Bracer, Yeoman, and Elite Longbowman. So 5 more potential range they can get. They're at 7 right now. And I'd be surprised if you don't see Bodkin on the way up to Imp. So there's Bodkin. So once they get Imp, they'll get to 9 range there. And we'll see if Lewis can afford Bracer. Does have 10 fish traps, so he is fishing. What is Liry's fish eco like? 14 fish traps, so more fish for Liry. There's the ram, and Longbow should be able to deal with the mangonel that's stopping the ram. We'll see how well Liry can micro this and repair the mangonel. Bracer will make it much easier for the longbows, but there is Imp for Lewis. And if he starts doing trebs, then he won't have as many longbows. And Hussite wagons also can come out to keep the longbows away. He's going to keep walling. Here's the ram from Lewis. Lewis forced back. If I'm Lewis, I'm ramming that house. Giving myself more room to micro. Castle can help take it out too. But now the longbows, there is Bracer. Once Bracer comes in, they should be able to deal with that mangonel. They even have more range now. So there's 9 range. Bracer gives them 10. The longbow, though, remember, has worse stats strictly than the Arb if it's not elite. So there's another Vill down. It needs ballistics too. That's true. It needs them to hit the... Ooh, retreating Vills, I'd say, but... Liry keeps moving, then maybe he doesn't need it. So the trebs are popping for Liry, along with a bombard cannon. Lewis deletes a gate for more room for his treb. Now, if he had Warwolf, he could go for the enemy treb, but he doesn't. He's gonna go straight for the castle, and at this point, what does Warwolf cost? Well, why are Yeoman and Warwolf reversed in Capture Age? The gold crown should be on the right. Is that flipped from one side to the other? I haven't noticed that. Okay, well, Werewolf, 800 wood, 400 gold. That's expensive. Yeah, Werewolf in this economy?
Grayton?
There go the Vills. 8 Vills to repair. Another Treb for Lewis. Downside of the Ford Castle, as it does put you in a position where you can be besieged. There's ballistics for Lewis. And now he needs to break through the wall, but now the cannon are there to stop it. Now, if Lewis ever destroys this castle, then the longbowmen become much more effective. Destroying this castle doesn't do as much for Liry. It stops the Treb production and the longbow production, but Lewis still can dance with the longbows for a bit. And there's a Hussite wagon. That's actually probably the thing Lewis is most worried about. Because then even if the castle goes down, the Hussite wagon still can fight the longbows. Lewis definitely needs a third Treb. There's ballistics. The economies are tight for both, but Lewis does have 46 Vills to 42 for Liry. And actually up to 15 fishing ships now, so he's continued adding more fish traps. That's probably enough to keep the TC running. Don't know if he'd ever even consider a second TC here. That's a lot of cannon. Longbow's trying to keep the cannon away. 2 Treb. Did Lewis lose a Treb? He has a 3 Trebs. Where are the 3 Trebs? Oh, 1 Treb's in the castle. I think he needs to deploy that Treb. Castle's almost down for Liry. The longbows are pushing. And Lewis, he's not shooting the castle with his Trebs. He's trying to hit the cannon. Or the oh, he's trebbing the workshop, maybe? That actually might have been a sick play, treb the workshop early on, but... Ooh, one good cannon shot and Lewis is dead. 1 good cannon shot and he's dead. The Repairville is there. Treb's still trying to hit the cannon. I think all 3 Trebs need to focus the castle now. More longbows for Lewis, but he's housed, he's housed. He's housed because he loses the castle. Now he's 20 pop space housed. And he needs to defend the Trebs. He can't pull back from here. He needs to defend the Trebs. The Hussite wagons will push forward, but there's a Mangonel. He's repairing the Trebs, and desperately he needs houses. He's doing 1 house forward. That won't be enough. He needs more houses. He's doing them in the back. Well, I guess he's not really producing anything. So, just Vills. Longbows and Trebs, he can't make any more due to the lack of castle. Has to go back to stone, maybe. You don't have much stone on this map, so you gotta be careful with your castles, but Liry loses his castle too. 1 hit on the longbows. And now neither player can reinforce their unique units anymore. Neither player can make more Trebs, and the packed Treb from Liry is hit. The packed Treb is hit. You have only 8 pierce armor while you're packed. And that just might be enough if Liry is down to 1 Treb. The cannon are nice, but still it's now can get a lucky hit on the longbows again. There's chemistry for the longbowmen that'll make them better at picking off the cannon. Lewis probably just needs to Treb the workshop and then pull back. He loses a Treb. He does not want to lose more Trebs. Liry repairing the workshop like crazy, but it goes down. And now I think the Trebs have to target the cannon too. Or the Hussite wagon or something. 5 cannon should be enough to one-shot a Treb. Lewis could lose the Trebs. He has chemistry finished. Liry 6 Vills on stone, so we might get a second castle. The Treb needs to try to hit the Hussite wagon. Oh, Lewis repairing the Treb like crazy. All those Vills are super low and could die to splash damage. The Treb goes down. Liry now with the score lead. He's pushing in. And where's the next castle? Archery ranges, arbalests for Lewis, but that's an expensive upgrade for him. Expensive to go arbs at this point. Swapping for ranges. He didn't get yeoman. At least he has chemistry and all the fletching line upgrades. And arbs at this point, 10 range, same as longbowmen. They'll honestly be even better than longbows. Higher accuracy too, I believe. Yep, 70 accuracy. The arbs are just actually better than longbows at this point if you're not going to have elite. There is the Hufnitze upgrade. And that'll be against longbowmen. I mean, that'll be against arbalests. So 10 range versus 12. Ooh, and those Hussite wagons. At least there's only 1 Hussite wagon. Both players going to add a second TC now.
Ready.
And there is Hufnitze. So I think Liry made the right decision in Dark Age, going for the fish boom rather than continuing after the lame. And those 5 cannon, he's microed them and repaired them. Lewis deleting some walls to micro the archers better. And he wants to get a kill before Hufnitsa comes in. He has doing armor now on the archers. You maybe pick the repair vills, that'd be good. And the Mangonel wants to hit on the Hussite wagon. But the cannons will fend that off. And here come crossbowmen. Arb will be expensive, but it won't add more range. And the range is the most important thing, as the longbows get splattered. Ooh, Mangonel gets hit too. Will 10 range crossbowmen be enough? There's another castle. I think the crossbow numbers are more important. Maybe even Arb could be more important now. Wheelbarrow for Lewis. Oh, the castle might have needed to be in front of the fish, actually. Liry just needs to snipe the docks and he's won. Bill has to dance a bit. Yeah, the longbows are not in their final form with 12 range if you're going for fast imp. Lewis needs more crossbows. If he can stop these cannon, then he's probably okay, but that's a big if. I mean, the Vil counts are still the same. Oh, the micro from Liry, he's getting great attack rounds. He's the repair Vils there. There's one more cannon down. Wasn't able to out-micro that. Castle. Liry-wise, this is maybe Liry's lack of Rage Forest experience. He's not going for the pond. Liry leaving the pond there. There's Arbalest from Lewis. And now we can go Arbalest and Treb. Arbalest will be a lot easier to amass. Now he'll have 6 ranges. Also, neither player caring about the relics. Forward castle now from Liry's Siege Engineers. He still needs Wagenburg tactics, so the gunpowder units move faster. He's going to grab the relic from the middle. That'll be his second. He should get to 4 then. Lewis's relics at least are in the back. Let's do an outpost on an explored map, because why not? That's not even checking for cuts. Bohemians probably aren't going to cut. And not an Onager save there. Well, they do have Onager, but their Hoof needs a sieve. Okay, ooh, the Arbs are splattered, but now Arbs, more attack against the Hoofnitsa. That's, what, 6 pierce armor, and the Arbs will have 10 attack, so 4 damage. Another group of Arbs for Lewis. Might have to micro both, so you can get more Trebs out. Oh, the micro in this game is so intense. I love Black Forest. Even 1v1 Black Forest gives us great games. Needs 2 cav. I think Hussite wagons kill 2 cav, and Arb certainly would. Oh, there's Elite Hussite wagon. So Elite Hussite wagon goes from 7 to 10 pierce armor. That means the Arbs go from 3 damage to 1 damage. And there's Yeoman though, Yeoman. Okay, now we have 11 range in the Arbs. That's the most range the Arbs will get. So they're only outranged by 2 now. Another forward castle, and Liry finally sees the dock. Finally sees the dock. Arbs diving the Hoofnitsa. The Hoofnitsa. And getting quite a good set of kills here. Finally splashed, but which is more cost efficient here? The Hoofnitsa going down? Well, one Arb survives, but the fish won't survive. And that is a huge blow to Lewis's eco to lose 15, 16 fishing ships. A lovely power of 2 even. And now we get to 230 HP for the Hussite wagons, the Elite Hussite wagons, and Horse Collar for Lewis. Is this the clown place? This is the clown place. Yes, Bloodless. This is for the clowns. Arbs is going for the Hussite wagon. Lewis needs to keep chasing the Arbs. Lewis is feeling kind of dead here. Honestly, this felt like a very tricky Civ matchup. Yeah, where when you're going for the early imp fight. I think if you're fully boomed, and you have full longbows and Warwolf Trebs, that's one thing, but if you're not there, the early imp feels a bit smoother for the cannon if you're in that aggressive castle fight. So Vils will pop out, they'll fight the Hussite wagons, do the best they can to shoo them away. I mean, they do have a big attack bonus versus them, but Hussite Wagons also are an actual military unit. And they also are speedy. No handcart, so the Vils will have maybe a difficult time chasing them. Well, they will clean them up. And more Arbs just dying to the Hussite Wagon, and right now, I mean, what's the answer to the Hussite Wagon? Warwolf Tribs? That's not affordable. Lewis calls it GG. And on Black Forest, yeah, it gave us a pretty fun game, but Liry 84 to 29 KD. The British longbows did not fare well against those Bohemian cannon. And there we are, GG. 2-0 Liry. Lewis, who defeated Hera, now in a rough spot. Lost his first home map, lost the first map. And now that was Britons losing to the Bohemians in the same slot in the Civ draft. Humanity. Not sure any Civ can really match versus Bohemians in late game. It's a tricky one. For sure. Especially on Black Forest. They're a very good late game Civ. Part of me feels that Magyars can kind of do it. If you go, like, recurve bow, heavy cav archer, and Magyar hussars, because then you have something to counter both siege components, and you're forcing Bohemians into halbs that die to the heavy cav archer. Mongols too, probably. Turks, I think, are good versus them. Italians, the condottieri can be useful. That's true. I guess Bohemians don't really have a great answer to the condottieri. And Turks usually win until there is no gold. I would agree with that. I do like Turks over Bohemians usually. Alright, and Kilimanjaro next. Alright, Kilimanjaro. Lewis versus Liry. Kilimanjaro. That's Austrian. Liry is Austrian. Unless I mistyped my scoreboard and used the wrong flag. Did I mistype my scoreboard? Let me see. Should be AT. No, that's the Austrian flag. Sure, if you squint your eyes hard enough. AT is the flag code for Austria. Alright, so game number 3. I think Burmese versus Goths? On Kilimanjaro? Well, that will not be the case. Liry will be the Huns, Lewis will be the Wei. Now when Orlu and I were casting, we said the Wei felt like they were simply better Huns. Maybe this is finally a civ advantage for Lewis. Why do all the players play in their bedrooms? Where else would their PCs be? Read to us from one of those books behind you? I will not, but I do have a 2-hour YouTube video where I read books from a custom scenario if you want to look that up. Relics of Atheline book reading marathon. So yeah, first versus last pick here. Basements, office, living room, internet cafe. Internet cafes is the real answer. Attic? Office is a generous term for this generation in the housing market. Shout out to readable books. Storm cellar. Alright, Kilimanjaro, 5 seconds. Huns versus Wei. People outside of the US have small dwellings. Good to have a dwelling. Alright. So, Liry. Green Huns to the west. Lewis blue Wei to the north. We don't have one of those extra golds spawning down here. The way the players spawned, there might have been one, but... Alright, both the extra golds atop the mountain, kind of to the south, away from the players. These can be a bit random. The Wei struggle against the Huns if Liry hits hard and fast? I don't know what the Huns do against the Shinbei Raider, though. Feels like they both have a Cav Archer bonus, but the Shinbei Raiders are probably better than Cav Archers. They both have an anti-archer unique unit, but the Tiger Cav probably better than the Tarkans. And the Wei probably have a much better eco bonus, getting all the extra vills, than just saving on the houses. Oh, and also, if you're wondering why Liry starts with houses, it's because he's the Huns. I can't remove the houses on 9 starts like they do on Empire Wars. I told them when they added the Huns don't get houses on Empire Wars thing, they needed not to make it hard-coded. As far as I know it is. But yeah, Liry will just enjoy some Hunnic houses here. The Huns can't fight Tiger Cav. I don't know how they do. That's the thing. I wonder if Liry would think about, like, FC Tiger Cav. Or if that would be viable on this map. Because with the 6 Pierce Armor, Cav Archers only do 2 damage. They just tickle the Tiger Cav. And I would think Tiger Cav... I mean, do Tiger Cav maybe just lose to the Huns if the Huns go Knights then? Could defend with Monks. I don't think they could. They don't have a good Monk tech tree. I mean, they lack Redemption and then an Imp, no block printing or Theocracy. I wish Capturators gave us the unique unit stats. But it's Pierce Armor and good versus building. It's Cav versus Cav. The Tarkin really isn't all that great. So maybe just going Knights could be a play then for Liry. And again, this is the first pick against the last pick. So if there is a civ advantage for Lewis, this would be where he finds it. There's a lumber camp on the wood line for Lewis. Viper quick walls and Greed are hard-coded into his genes. Well, maybe backfired for him on Skakuza today. This is Zebra nicely pushed in from Lewis, even from the backside of the TC. So 1 second of idle time from Lewis there. Oh no, 1 second of idle time. How will he ever recover? And no Phosphoro strats here. Looks like it'll be a simple Feudal Age into Scouts opening. Probably no one on gold from either player, so it looks just like a standard Scouts game. That's right for Viper's kids to start playing. I have played with PKZ before. I've played in a game with Viper and PKZ. So there's Feudal for everyone. Power of Hun's Feudal Age pressure, but even Hun's Feudal Age pressure, Lewis is going to be quickly ahead in Vills. And it's not like it's going to be that much pressure, it's just going to be Scouts. And this is about as standard gets. Huns are Huns, Huns are Huns. YouTube saying Tarkans can give Tiger Cav a run for their money? Well, we'll see about that. Horse Collar and Double Bit Axe for Lewis. And this would have been a set where if Lewis had figured out that Black Forest game and can win this Civ mismatch, then maybe he goes up 2-1 and gives himself a chance. But now this game becomes really important so he doesn't fall behind 3-0. He's going to have to take the chickens, can still do a bit more walling himself. Spear forward for Liry. Early spear in preference to Horse Collar. The way, of course, get the extra Vil from Horse Collar, so you're going to prioritize that as the way. What gives Liry a slight spear advantage, and that's maybe what the Huns will do. The spear advantage at the front. A horse can't beat a tiger, it's not an elephant. That is how unique units work. Yeah, and that's true. I mean, Tarkans can stand under TCs forever too, and actually are better at destroying the TC. But just directly the two units competing against each other, or even if one of them has to fight Knights versus Hui Wang Cav, I'd still prefer the Tiger Cav there. Rather than what the Tarkin offers. It's not that good in melee combat. Tarkans get to 5 Pierce Armor, and Tiger Cav to 6, so in some ways even the Tiger Cav tankier against archers. So Liry, if there's one player who's not going to take pokes against spearmen now, would be Liry. Oh my gosh, is Liry trapped by the chicken? Did Lewis quick wall that spear with a chicken? I think Lewis just quick walled that spear with a chicken. You can't walk directly over the corpse, right? I think he quick walled with the chicken. That's gonna be a video there. Lewis quick walls with a chicken. Oh my gosh, and thank you, Mescalero22 for the follow. Oh no, that gate needs to be repaired. Okay, it is, and the spears come over. So Lewis so far holding, so far so good. 2-vil advantage. Less idle time on the TC2. And spear there pokes a couple of scouts. Hera hasn't lost a final in 3 years. S-tier final. He has lost A-tier finals. He did lose to Yo in Medieval Masters. Yeah, Scout's still attacking Palisade walls, trying to break through. And house up for Lewis. Lewis is going to do some hoovering now. Liry has the small wall, has to get his spears over. Hard to wall the Acacia wood lines, but the scouts will get around the gold. And Vils will start getting some palisades up. We'll have Liry leaving space for the straggler trees with his farms. It's always important to keep your stragglers there. And Liry not able to break in yet. He's near the wood line, so Lewis will have Vils to go and re-wall this. We'll go with a blacksmith and a house and a palisade. Alright, and Liry's won S-tiers before. He's won Red Bulls before. Just they weren't the land versions of Red Bulls. I don't think Liry has ever won at a land before. That was always Viper for years and years and years. And then Hera the past couple years. So Liry now, how many farms does he have? 16. Vills are pretty close to the TC into the mill. He's got a lot of spears out. The mill's maybe a spot not guarded by spears right now. 5 total spears though for Liry. A lot of them are forward. And he's following up with archers. The res collected is still pretty darn similar, but Liry clicks up to the castle aids just a hair. A few seconds ahead of Lewis. So nicely done from Lewis. 16 farms himself, still to find a way to go up. Yeah, Liry won 2 Red Bulls. Did Liry win a KOTD? I remember Hera swept a Viper once. Oh yeah, against MBL? Alright. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so mark it up in the back for Lewis. I'll have some houses up for Lewis. And maybe Lewis? Can he finally find a spot to do damage with the light cav? This is still a very close game. Neither player able to break in. Lewis needing to defend with skirms. Neither player on stone either, so no castles or unique units. And here, Lewis has to be careful of his wood situation now, because he's almost out of wood inside of his walls. And Liry seems like he has... Well, he went farther away for a wood line. That's not one of his player woods. He was able to take a map wood a bit more easily. It feels like Liry has more military. Yeah, 25 to 16. As much as Lewis is up in Vils, he needs to get more military to be able to deal with this. He's doing bloodlines. And as the way, that could be Huiguang Cav. I mean, you need it for Huiguang Cav or Shinbei Raiders, and looks like it'll be the Elite Skirm, and then maybe Shinbei Raiders he's going for. The bloodlines plus ranges would indicate the Cav Archer unit. And Liry with 2 ranges, adding in Crossbowmen. And how do Crossbowmen do against Shinbei Raiders? Could Liry go for Cav Archers himself? He's adding in a workshop, forward workshop, looking to pressure, see if he gets at Scorpions and Mangonels maybe. His wood situation is about to get dire. His wood situation is simply he's really far away from his base. That would be like Lewis moving out to this wood line. But Lewis just can't get out there because he doesn't have the army control or the army presence. Now maybe Elite Skirm lets him do it and keep Liry's crossbows away. Nice hits on the scouts too from the Elite Skirm. This is a situation maybe Lewis could even delete the wall and chase. Always tough to make those calls though. And Mangonel for Liry. Alright, so Cav Archers now. Cav Archers and the Mangonel. And Liry needs to be oh so careful that Lewis never has an opportunity to come forward and raid that wood line, because his woods are so far away. Now we have ballistics for Lewis, and Liry's gonna TC the golds on top of the hills. So the golds, as I said, they're kind of to the south, maybe slightly closer to Liry, but both kind of far from both players. So Lewis will look for a raid. What happened to Game 7 ACCM? ACCM won Game 7. You want Khmer Scorpions, and we've all known Scorpions are OP. Okay, some low HP scouts, not turning into light cap, but getting in on the gold mine. Liry could probably kill all the scouts if he turned and fought with the Vils right away, but he's not noticing. He's microing on the front. He's still not noticing. He's trying to micro the crossbows against Shinbei Raiders, trying to micro the Mangonel against Skirms. Gets a nice Mangonel hit on the Skirms. But at the same time, losing some Vils to the scouts, and he still hasn't noticed. Liry still has not noticed the scouts on his gold. Oh, he's finally he could have just turned and fought the scouts. They were so weak. They were so weak, but they just massacred Vils. Now Lewis has 6 Vil kills. The scouts are just gonna, he's losing control. They're not on stand ground. They're gonna turn and fight the spears and die. But now Lewis needs to come to that wood line. Now Lewis needs more wood. I've seen Liry react so slowly to a raid before he was forward, microing the Mangonel. I hope that was worth it for him. And now Lewis, he's so far ahead in Vils when he still has more eco upgrades to do. Yeah, the scouts ate that whole gold mine. And now this is what I said. Liry needs to make sure that there's nothing that ever comes to this wood line. He has to go Elite Skirm just to defend it from the Shinbei Raiders now. I guess charge attacks could maybe kill the Skirms. That was big. And 3rd TC now with the University for Liry. So only 1 TC still for Lewis. He's doing Wheelbarrow. Still has more eco upgrades to do to keep the Vil count up. Early ballistics does mean he doesn't have an early TC. Mangonel down to the Huiguang Cav. Skirms are hit by the Mangonel. And Liry will start farming by his TC. So ballistics for Liry, as it will be Cav Archer versus Shinbei Raiders. Lewis missing an armor. Does either player have Thumb Ring yet? Nope, no Thumb Ring. I don't know why Capture Age is loading like that now. It's kind of lagging it. Must have been an update recently? I don't know. due to WC3 practice, not for Liry. And now Hui Guang Cav come out. They start with 4 Pierce Armor. Can get up to 5. Wait, why do Hui Guang Cav have so much Pierce Armor too? I thought that was supposed to be the Tiger Cav, but these things get to 5 Pierce Armor. Just have low HP. Okay, the Hui Guang Cav are broken. What the heck? Why do they have so much Pierce Armor? Ah, they're gonna fight the Vils on the wood line. Well, good thing they have low HP. The Vils will be better. But now Liry just struggling against this unit composition. 2 unique units. Unique Knight, unique Cav Archer. And now it's a 52 to 36 KD in favor of Lewis. Take more expo hits than a Knight even, dang. I've forgotten that too. Lewis can get them up to 5 Pierce Armor. He can get them up to the same Pierce Armor as a Tarkin. Not as much HP, but that is really tanky. He does have the 3 Kingdoms, I'm sure. But Lewis simply took the way with the Civ draft, and here's a forward castle from Lewis. Imagine Liry were able to one-shot that castle with a mangonel when he saw the foundation spot. Just like insta ungarrison shoot. You gotta get real lucky though. Why are they never banned? Because players want to pick them. And maybe the question is, why didn't Liry take them with one of the first picks? And that's because he took Dravidians. Vikings and Dravidians. And yeah, with the castle now on the TC, Liry will be forced away back to do a mining camp. Skirm's hitting the Cav, some Cav Archers still running around. Regional and unique unit, it is double unique unit. Beigong are really strong in Arabia team games equal to Knights because the armor are better against archers. I say camels are a regional unit because they don't replace anything. Same with Steppe Lancers. Shinbei Raiders, Huiguang Cav, those are unique units. Hey, replace something, like the Savar or the Legionary. Well, that's how I view it anyway. Reverse, I mean, it's not a reverse sweep. Lewis would need to let Liry win one more game before the goat comes back and reverse sweeps. Lewis, wait, where is that? Where are the Vils going? Why are you sending Vils there when Liry is chasing you with Cav Archers? At least Liry didn't see that. At least he didn't see that. Okay, if there's one way Liry would have come back, it's finding that. But no, he's not going to deny that TC. The Tiger Cav is there. 5 Pierce Armor for the Tiger Cav. And now that Lewis has a castle, he can also make the ultimate Cav Archer counter unit, the Tiger Cav, that'll take 1 damage once it gets the next armor. Do they have the unique unit armor? They have the unique unit armor class, chat. Samurai do bonus damage. Oh, that's a Tiger Cav. That's a tiger. Do they have the unique unit? Yeah, the Shinbei Raiders, they have the unique unit armor class. Where's another Huiguang? We don't have any more. Just like Eagles have the unique unit armor class. Camels don't. There we go. But now it's just going to be pure Tiger Cav for the extra Pierce Armor against the Cav Archers. Liry has a score lead somehow, and he's actually up in Vils. But once this TC goes down, Lewis, I mean, even before it goes down, Lewis should just be able to run Shinbei Raiders here and raid the Vils. I mean, it's so weak, you can pick off the repair Vils now, and they won't be able to garrison, so Lewis can run under that like the TC isn't there. That flag on top of Mount Kilimanjaro making me think the TC's garrisoned. Okay, Vils dying here, and finally Lewis is going to take a good Vil lead. As Liry is forced off of the top of the mountain, he has to run back down. He's still in the back of Lewis's base with a ton of Cav Archers, and Lewis doesn't really have a proper wall off or a cut to the TC from the edge of the map. You can try to wall by this lumber camp if that Vil walks properly. Vills need to garrison the TC as the Cav Archers will shoot away. Yeah, I don't think you'll ever be able to push that. I mean, you would need a lot of Cav Archers, and Lewis still not affording the next Pierce Armor. But amassing more Tiger Cav, and the more Tiger Cav he trains, the trickier this gets for Liry. As Liry is now just going pure Cav Archer. And maybe enough of them to deal with the Shinbei Raiders. Because Lewis doesn't really have much military, and there's still a chance Liry does more military and can push back against Lewis. Lewis now on stone, maybe getting a desperation castle up, needs to defend wood. As much as that TC is vulnerable, maybe a castle out here on a wood line would actually be more important. That's being raided too by Liry. Liry has Cav Archers everywhere. And is there enough military for Liry that, despite being against Tiger Cav, he can pull this off? I mean, Huns are Huns. Lewis still might not be walled fully. And yeah, look at the res collected. His rating has given him a 2,500 res lead. Oh, wait, is that a tiger? No, it's a cheetah. Okay, it's a cheetah attacking. I was going to say, is that a tiger attacking a tiger cav, betraying it, but no, it's a cheetah. It's renamed somehow. Oh, look at the dance moves. Look at the spin moves. What is that micro from Liry? The spin moves. At the same time, though, while he's spinning on one side of the map, the tiger cav are raiding. Raiding still without armor, but raiding nevertheless. Some idle TC time, good amounts from both of them as they're trying to pump military while still booming. And oh, that is a castle from Liry. And he has the army to construct it. There are only 7 Tiger Cav. And the Cav Archers still will be doing 2 damage to them. And Lewis is not doing a defensive castle, he's doing another forward castle. Where is Liry going to do this castle? How far forward will he go? Okay, that spot right there. It will be downhill from the middle. There is handcraft. Oh, and Lewis is doing a more forward castle. Lewis has some skirms here. Does Liry just take this fight and win it? There aren't that many skirms. What is the range of this castle? Pretty extensive, actually, with Bodkin. But this castle should go up. Still 2-1, but Liry's about ready to click Imp. Liry is just about to go Imp. And, I mean, Huns are Huns, right? Does Liry even have a market? He's building a market right now. That's the one thing I've seen Liry have backfire on him occasionally, as he clicks up to Imp. Sometimes he's so efficient in feudal that he doesn't need the market to click up to the castle age, that he does need the market to click Imp, but he doesn't have it yet. Another ram push by Lewis from what workshop? He doesn't have a workshop here. I mean, it would be maybe a petard push, but that'd be it. Lewis trying to go for the back gold, but Liry's going to be there with Cav Archers. Lewis can't go for that gold. He can wall this. Box formation on the Cav Archers from Liry. If Liry's Imp, I think he has this with a Treb War. If he's Imp, he gets Bracer, and suddenly, once you're Imp, the Tiger Cav don't get more Pierce Armor. Yeah, there's 1 armor for Lewis now, but Bracer Chemistry for Liry, and suddenly he destroys Castle Age Army, even the Skirms. Because they only have 6 Pierce Armor too. Oh, hello, Vil from Lewis, where are you going? Dying to a pikeman. And Lewis not up yet. He was close-ish to getting up, but maybe, maybe 30 seconds to a minute faster when he's already up this fast. So it's not like it's the Treb race and he's losing out on Trebs because of the up timing. He's still going to be up first. Lewis more Vils, and he's still getting a few nice raids. But once Imp and Bracer and Chemistry come in, these Cav Archers are going to be so nice for Liry. Even Parthian tactics against the Skirms. And we're seeing Scale Barding Armor, Chain Mail Armor. Interesting. So he's going for units other than just Cav Archers. He sees the Skirms, and he's going to take the hill advantage against the Skirms. Take a really nice fight against them for now. Monk's going for conversions on the Tiger Cav. Liry has all types of units everywhere. Skirms going down to the Cav Archers. I can come down for pokes. Liry about to... He's doing bracer. He needs to run the cav archers away. Or he's found a choke point. He's gonna say, I'll fight in the choke point. Alright, he'll fight in the choke point. He's going for a second castle. Trebs are popping out for him. That is a ram from Lewis. This is where Tarkans actually are pretty darn good at stopping a ram push. His Trebs will be downhill. That castle's downhill. Some bills coming forward for Liry. He still needs to get chemistry. Hasn't been clicked yet. He's trying to wall in the Trebs. And this will be the Lewis push. So ram push for Lewis has to be the option for him. But now the bracer's in. Halb has been clicked for Liry. Iron casting for Lewis. Can Liry get the second castle up? He's repairing the Treb. The Treb goes down. But he still has 2 castles here. That's a good ram push. Can Halb stop the rams? Does Liry even really need those castles here? He has another gold behind it. Might even be able to afford to lose a castle. This castle won't be as easy to ram push. Here's Halb, but Liry now at the limit in terms of his resources. Maybe he went imp a bit too quickly rather than keeping the cav archer numbers up, because now he's down to 18, took a couple of bad fights, and he won't have a transition against the skirms. I mean, they do need castles for Trebs, it's true, but so far, so good defending the castles. He'll get more Trebs out. Now he needs to defend his base from Tiger Cav. And maybe missing the opportunity to do chemistry, as he's been raided more as Eco's been stalled out. Lewis pulling ahead and res collected. Another lumber camp forward. Tiger Cav still killing vills. And now Liry with the Trebs. Tiger Cav trying to snipe them off, but now 9 attack. Masonry for Lewis, who looks like he's going to stay full castle age. That might be the right play. Halb's killing Shinbei Raiders. Skirms downhill. Downhill against Bracer Cav Archers. And they will die. Cav Archers can kill that. Heavy Plow for Liry, still working on his eco upgrades. At some point, he will need more gold. Where is he taking gold? Oh, he has another Halb raid. Okay, Halb raid against Lewis. Lewis up by 20 vills. Liry taking a score lead again, though. Tiger Cav going for the Trebs. Liry with the quick walls. Keeps the Tiger Cav away. Has Halbs over. The quick walls. He's going for the gate. He's going for the gate. Liry's sending the vills to repair, and he will repair. His castle needs to be repaired, but he's out of stone. He needs to buy stone somehow. If he can buy stone, he'll keep the castle alive, but he can't buy it. He can't afford to buy it. The ram is almost down. The castle's so low on HP. Tiger Cav gonna run down the alley between the castles to push the Trebs. Liry finally getting stone to repair the castle just in the nick of time. The Tiger Cav going for the Trebs. Lewis can repair all day. He has 11 vills on stone. But now there's just enough Halbs in there for Liry that he's winning the fight. The skirms will be underneath the castles. Cav archers can garrison the castles to kill the skirms better. And the Trebs are still standing. In his base, Liry has a knight to kill the skirms. Liry is microing everywhere. And just managing to keep the castle up. That was down to 200 HP. And now he still has 2 Trebs left. Lewis has to continually spend stone on that castle. Liry's out of gold. Liry has gold here. And he still has this gold. I mean, the gold is right between his castles and his TC. So he should probably go and take that gold now. It's the best he can get. It's hard to defend, but he has Halbs everywhere. If he can keep getting Cav Archers, he's doing a hand cart. Has to get to chemistry eventually for the Cav Archers, I think. Then they should dominate. And, ooh, will he see Lewis on that gold? Ooh. He's gonna find the outposts, but he needs to think, hey, Lewis's outposts, I need to go raid him. And he missed going to the gold. So, nice for Lewis that he'll still have gold there. Inscription handcart for Liry. Maybe Liry is simply... I think you still need chemistry no matter what late game for the archers, but maybe he could play this for the gold to run out and try to go for a trash war? And then... Puns maybe the better Hussar line for the trash war? I'll miss the armor upgrade, though. They both miss the final infantry armor. So what do you prefer, Hussars or skirms? And Liry needs to be careful with those Cav archers. No, not too much room for running. His conscription. How does Liry spend his gold now? As he's chased by the Tiger Cav. Will Lewis try to wall this? This reviper, there'd be walls everywhere. Okay, Lewis 200 pop Castle Age, but Liry almost 200 pop Imp. He's doing Cavalier. He needs armor for the... Does he have gold for that? I don't think he has gold for that. Oh, he does have one main gold at the front. He's gonna hope that 4,000 gold's enough for Cavalier. Maybe it is. I just think chemistry and then your Cav Archer should beat the Tiger Cav, but there is Tunchin, Lewis improving his food eco. Lewis now, he's so far low on gold, he might not ever get Imp. As this is his last gold out here. What's that? Not even 900 gold there. There's significantly more gold remaining, and he is Imp. Castles are full HP, filled with halves, so once more there'll be a ram push. With enough halves, maybe they can deal with it. They don't ungarrison on the right side. They'll force the rams back. Halves can hop over the castle to fight the Tiger Cav. Vills want to repair the Trebs. I mean, great job keeping the castles up so far, but those Trebs are not sniped off. This castle will crumble to the Trebs. And so I guess Liry's thinking Cavalier should wreck the Tiger Cav if they don't have the Mingguang armor. And that is the Imp tech, and he sees Lewis is stuck in the castle age and probably won't be able to get to it. Skirm's going down. And Liry is in full beast mode now, as with 4 Trebs, he can besiege the final castle, knock that down off the top of the mountain. And now he's 150 pop, but he's making the transition to Cavalier he wanted. They'll be able to deal with the Skirms. He still needs armor for them, and that's still heavy on gold. Part of me thinks Hussar might have done the same thing, but given him more long-term rating. He's not walled at the back. Halb fighting the Tiger Cav. This could have gone up a long time ago. Well, he's trying to stay on Tiger Cav to raid. He's up by 50 Vills. And I mean, Liry's eco still is very weak. But he's about to have even more gold at the center of the map. Is that gold, like, faded somehow in its graphics? I don't know. One more big ram push from Lewis. I mean, how crazy has it been for Liry to keep those castles standing? But now the Tiger Cav are getting into the eco, getting into the farming space. But Liry still has Halbs defending the gold. He's trying to add in Light Cav. That's where I'm thinking Light Cav or Hussar instead of Cavalier might have been nice, but I guess the gold income is pretty nice for Liry still. Maybe he's just struggling on wood and needs to go back to Cav Archers. I don't know what unit composition he goes for now. The eco feels so much better for Lewis. He's at almost 10,000 more resources collected. He's constantly been raided. He's constantly losing Vills. Trying to get some raids on Lewis with Halbs. And Halbs are not as good at raiding as Tiger Cav are. But Lewis simply cannot push these castles in the middle. And Lewis has to be running out of gold. Where does he have 17 Vills on gold? He's got 6 down there. Liry has a TC here. Where is Lewis still taking gold? I don't know. How does he have 17 on gold? Where are they? There's stone there. And Relics is 4-2 in favor of Lewis. TC at the top, almost out. Oh, there we go. There's the last gold. 100 gold there. So Lewis now basically out of gold. 200 gold left in his remaining mines, and then Liry will be Imperial Age trash units. Halbs with Cavalier is not even a trash unit. Cavalier pushing now the TC at the north. His KD is crazy. His score is increasing. Oh, and these are the relics for Lewis. These are the 5 relics. They're in that monastery. The relics are so far forward for Lewis. Lewis, bring them back home. 10 trade carts. Alright, 5 relics for Lewis. That's all the gold he has now. Now he's 0 on gold. Liry's still 13, doing the final armor. I don't think Liry gets the Paladin. Castle, that's a great castle for him defending his farms now. He doesn't need a castle for Trebs. Well, he is Imp at least. He is Imp, doing chemistry. So Halb, Skirm, no Hussars yet for Liry. But he doesn't have that many Cavaliers. He has 14. Is that enough for him? I'm still thinking Hussar would have been a better choice than Cavalier. Lewis's KD is better. His res collected is better. He's now Imp. But Liry's score is still better. I guess that's the value of the kills, rather. So Cavalier raids on Lewis's eco. Here he can do a lot of damage if he finds the right spots to raid. Never walled himself up in the corner. Still has actual Trebs and didn't go for the monastery when maybe he had a chance. He's about to get back to 200 pop. Once he's there, he can stabilize. He's continuing to add upgrades.
准备就绪，何种命令？
Boost off for both of them. Parthian Tactics. Is that for Shinbei Raiders? And now also that Lewis is imp, he could maybe think about Mingguang armor. He's out of gold, but he has the food, and the Mingguang armor actually would be great for the Hussars. I wasn't thinking about that. They missed the Pierce armor, but yeah, if you're in a trash war, just go Mingguang armor and your Hussars will be insane. So traction trebs now. And I think Lewis is okay if he can just get to Hussars, Mingguang armor, and raid. I think Lewis is okay. Upgrade gold cost is enough to make a bunch of Shinbei. Well, you know, that does actually support the Shinbei Raiders too. Oh yeah, now we have the silver and gold crowns set up properly. Silver left and gold right. I don't know why that was wrong for the Britons. Maybe because Yeoman was moved at some point. So chemistry and blast, finally chemistry, but maybe that was needed back when the Cav Archers were the main unit. And Cavaliers don't really feel like the unit against Shinbei Raiders. Hussars won't be either once they have armor. And Tunchun's there first. Mingguang armor. Not the most expensive thing in terms of food, it's just the gold cost. There's Hussar from Liry. And yeah, I think the Cavaliers didn't really accomplish much. Hussars from the start might have been the way. Against the way. But Liry now at 200 pop. Managing to stabilize as best he can. He has all of his blacksmith upgrades and just missing two-man saw. Thumb ring for him. So he's in upgrade clicking mode now. And what happens in Imp? Usually the 3k civs fall off in Imp. Is that true though against the Huns, who also do kind of fall off in Imp? But now the Huns have Hussars. The Huns have Hussars, they're getting their upgrades. And usually it's Hussar Heavy Cav Archer being the best composition for them. And they can add in Trebs behind it, maybe some Rams. He's killing Rams. And Liry do this. There are no Tarkins for the thumps. No Tarkins for the thumps. And that's now 3. Not traction trebs, but real trebs. Throwing rocks at that castle. Chemistry rocks that are highlighted. And the traction trebs ungarrisoned. They can take out one treb. Can they grab a second? Lewis needs to make sure they're right-clicked onto the treb. They take a while to reload. And no, a wasted shot as they go for skirms. I think they probably could have gotten a second treb. Let's see if they still can. We don't have repairables here. 2 trebs down. Will the castle fall? Lewis is repairing it. Only 4 repairables, though. Won't be enough against 1 treb, but it will keep it up for a while. Eventually it'll go down. But by then, maybe the treb is gone, or Lewis can take the fight. Feels like Lewis is taking the fight up here. And against stops the trebs. Oh, that was so close. No conscription even for Lewis. Liry does have conscription. Let's see, no unique text for him, so he's not going to be going at Tarkins. And only 3 on gold as both players now are out of gold, but it's 5 relics to 2. But the relics are right there. And maybe a big mistake from Liry not to hit the relics when he could. Liry wants a mining camp on that gold. That's the last gold on the map. But it's kind of far from everyone's castles now. And what can Liry do? Both players going to light cav raid mode. The good thing for Liry is that he does have a castle defending some of his farms, and he does already have Halb. So if he goes into light cav raid mode, I think Lewis is a bit more exposed. Lewis could maybe think about rewalling and doing more cuts in his eco. Here, gold bank. And he's got a tiny bit of gold in the middle, still has some gold left over. Maybe the relics will be enough for Lewis, as there are now flashing dots in Liry's eco, but more flashing dots in Lewis's eco. As Hussars and Halbs are raiding, the vills don't have garrison space. And Lewis is going to be off of his farm soon. 75 vills on food for Liry. He's doing 2-man saw. He's finishing all of his upgrades. And could this just be simply the Hera style? Outlast your opponent, make Hussars everywhere, raid them to death? Liry could do it that way. The traction treb's not able to push those castles. This gold might as well be taken from no one. Does work. Liry feels like that's what I said. A lot of players, Liry feels like he wipes the floor from them, other than Hera. I think someone had the comment, it feels like Liry's better against the field than Hera is. And it's just that one matchup he struggles with. So some light cav raids from Lewis. It's extra important for Liry that he keeps farming. Just keep farming, do two-man saw. You also have to worry about wood control, and right now, what does Lewis have on wood? 15 vills. He's garrisoned everywhere. Still has a lot of acacia trees by the front of his base, but he's not walled. Well, this is a fun map late game with all the raiding on the outside. Traction trebs attacking the castle now. Normal trebs usually not that great at sniping traction trebs. Traction trebs are too good at hitting the trebs. But we'll force them back at least. And Liry at 200 pop, Lewis down to 160. He doesn't have farming eco. Lewis doesn't have farms. He's trying to raid Liry again. He has some wood out here. Liry is mining stone. That is a long-distance stone mine. And Liry's main base at home is safe. How's poking down the light cav. Lots of vill kills for both, especially Lewis. Lewis has killed 200 vills from Liry this game. And Liry only has 93 vills, but he's 200 pop. And now, remember when he had 70 farmers? Maybe that's starting to slow down a bit. His hussars are attacking a TC. Lewis can't really ungarrison, he'll lose vills. Lewis is pronounced the same way as Lewis. Maybe I'm starting to say Liry wrong. We've been casting this game for an hour, 8 minutes. Some raids down here on the wood line. Halbs poke the light cav. Light cav going down to hussars, going down to the cav archer. They all die over there. Another big light cav raid in the back of Lewis's base. Lewis still has more vills, but he's plummeting in military population. Trying to use the Shinbei raiders still, but Liry has this entire time been right in the middle of all of Lewis's farms. No castle here. Lewis spent so much stone repairing his castle that he couldn't do one on his farms. And now Liry thinking of sending trebs at the castle, and he's not going to pack them and bring them back. There are 5 trebs, and he needs one more volley. That castle should go down. All of them shoot at once, and goodbye castle. Is that goodbye Lewis? As now Liry can hit other things, traction trebs, Shinbei raiders. Huns have more accurate trebs against units. That bonus might come into play against the Shinbei raiders. Actually getting some kills there. Hussar is still in Lewis's eco, and now Lewis's population is falling. His eco is falling apart. And the last picked civ for Liry will win against Lewis as... What are the Huns? Chat, what are the Huns? The Huns are still the Huns. Oh man, Huns are Huns. GG. Wow. Huns, still being Huns, 632 to 522 KD. Liry somehow pulls that off. I think the only real mistake there, I think, was the Cavalier upgrade. That didn't really do much for him. Oh, what a game that was. The Imp was enough for Liry, just barely. Super close game. But also with that Civ matchup, perhaps that was Lewis's best chance. That was one of Liry's home maps that Lewis picked. But he wanted Wei versus Huns, I'm sure. That's what he got. And... wrong way. There we go. Yeah, wrong way. Ah, man. Well, potentially one more game. Liry can win. I said I thought this was going to be 4-0. And we're really close to it. Liry has been amazing. Liry's been absolutely amazing. And that was an incredible game from both of them, but Liry comes out on top. And now, was that just part of Lewis's plan? Is he going to show he's the GOAT by reverse sweeping? The rest of the maps look fairly standard and open, other than maybe Cliffbound. If I'm Lewis, I'd think about going Cliffbound here. I don't think Liry has a great counter to the Burmese. Exactly, Wise Turtle. Lewis unable to get down to business to defeat the Huns. At Kilimanjaro, no less. Yeah, Chinese versus Huns was the classic Mulan matchup. I don't know if maybe Wei is more appropriate. Probably for the time period, right? Hey, Vinch won his quarterfinal. Yeah, and Liry still has Dravidians. A Ring Nomad, I guess. And Magyar is for Crownwood. Let's see, looks like it will be Crossroads next. I was hoping we'd see Cliffbound, but we'll be Crossroads. I like Cliffbound for the monks. What do we have here? Byzantines feel like they'd be maybe the civ for Ring Nomad against Dravidians. I suppose Spanish could work there. I mean, they're a great Nomad civ, but that would be against Dravidian skirms. Not going Imp earlier? I don't think so. I think on that map, staying full castle is completely viable. I mean, Liry's castle, right? That got down to 200 HP. If that ram push does just a tiny bit more damage and Liry loses that castle, then I think Lewis can snowball at that point. Alright, and Vietnamese for Lewis, Dravidians for Liry. Yeah, and Dravidians, such a great civ pick. The difference between the Italians we saw from Harry yesterday is going to be the skirms. Faster shooting skirms for the Dravidians gives them a better option against the Vietnamese late game than the Italians had. He kind of trickle rammed. And he was really close, too. Luce is probably coached by Doubt, that's why he is so good. They're teammates now. Do Imperial skirms beat Dravidian skirms? I think they do, but I think it's a lot closer than any other skirm matchup. Clearly Liry getting murder holes won him the game. Did he get murder holes? If he did, that was actually a sick play for the defending the ram push. Casting hard today. Got a lot of casting. We're almost 6 hours in. Yeah, that's true. Imp Skirm is pretty versatile overall. But then so is the faster throwing, more rapidly throwing Skirm. Yeah, also another reason for the full castle push was just you get Imp and then Traction Trebs. And as good as they are against units, they're not really good at pushing buildings. And I think that like the full castle push was the right approach, and maybe Lewis just was a bit too far behind by that point to make it work. Because he did so much damage to Liry when Liry was kind of running out of army in that Imp transition, and couldn't even afford chemistry to kill the Tiger Cav. But here we are. Potentially the final game. If Liry goes for the sweep, it'll be Crossroads with Liry as the green Dravidians to the southwest, and Lewis is the blue Vietnamese to the northeast. Crossroads, this map, I don't even know what to say about it. It's a crazy map. The only wood on the map is in the middle, other than each player has 5 stragglers around the TC and another 5 straggler trees, which feels almost like a joke. But it gives them a tiny bit of wood at home. You'll probably see a TC there. Looking at Lewis's maps, his stones are both very close together. Liry's are a bit more spread out. Dravidian's certainly a more water-focused civ. Therissidae late game should win the water against maybe everything other than turtle ships. Something like Seize the Hump. That's a good team game map. But I haven't seen Seize the Hump in a while. Yeah, Lewis had a wood disadvantage so early. That's another thing too. You know, maybe you play ever so slightly better in the early game, then you have the eco advantage for the castle push to work. And once again requesting the famous Khmer Ballista Elephant deforestation strat. What else does he have as win condition? I mean, the map is so open, I think you also have room just to stay full Castle Age and Raid. You can go light cav, maybe Huiguang cav. It's tricky, right? Because you get so much of an advantage by going Imp if you can afford your Archer techs and Bracer against the Castle Age units. And I think that's... Even when I read Chris's book many years ago, when I was learning AoE 2, his thoughts were... going Imp versus Castle Age oftentimes can win you the game if you get it right, and lose you the game if you get it wrong. And we saw how much of a knife's edge that stood on, with how close that was for the ramp push succeeding. Might have missed out on Liry going Imp. I mean, he might have even noticed Liry was going Imp and just decided to go for the ramp push. There is Loom for Liry. But a couple things for Lewis, right? It's traction trebs instead of real trebs, and not getting the final armor upgrade. That mean Imp isn't all that valuable for him if he's going Tiger Cav for a ram push. And trying to stop the castles. So, I don't know, it's an interesting Civ matchup. So, here we are though with... I guess Skirmisher Heaven with Dravidians and Vietnamese. And Lewis did win with Vietnamese against Italians on this map. I think Dravidians are a much better matchup. And Vietnamese not really particularly well suited to this map. Other than they're just a very good Civ in general. Dravidians much more leaning into the hybrid Civ nature of the map. And Feudal Age for Liry will be first as Lewis. Is Lewis going to fast castle this? 23 vills and 4 more queued. It looks like he is. Does he have Loom? He does have Loom, and he will get a hit on the scout. Important to have Loom if you're this late in case a tower rush were to come in, or the scout were to try to get some kills. Yeah, Pero was Italians. So, skirms for Italians, fully upgraded, but I guess Italian skirms even have that extra pierce armor, but still I think not as good as the, or the extra armor, but not as good as the Dravidians where they attack faster. And also, same as Italians, cannon but no siege engineers. But there is siege onager, which probably not going to see in a 1v1, but could even be an option against Vietnamese skirms. Even without the siege engineers. It's just tricky to use against the Vietnamese cannon. Here's a Hulk on its way forward, gonna find a fishing ship and start grappling it. He's working in the background. Neighbors are doing some construction. And double bit axe for Liry. And knock knock choppa. There was someone pushing a wheelbarrow outside earlier too. Or some type of cart thing. Maybe a ballista elephant. So double bit X for Lewis. And will he be able to FC here? This is a very slow feudal build, unless he's going to sell stone, which he's not because he's doing a blacksmith. Still pushing in deer. And he's needing to fight on the water, which maybe disrupted the gold he wanted for the build. Liry is forward with hulks. And is this simply enough that Liry goes fast feudal hulks? Kind of maybe a mirror of that first game, where he's able to disrupt Lewis just enough, even going for the forward dock, that Lewis won't be able to fast castle cleanly. And yeah, he's not far away, but his fishing ships are not working. On the right dock, they're barely working on the left dock, had to have been garrisoned for a while. They've taken the fish that was close to the dock. And this, with another Hulk, might be a simple game from Liry, simply going feudal and Hulks, and having the timing to stop the fast castle, especially with the forward dock over here. You might need to repair the Hulk, that Ville's walled in. He'll chase this Hulk to the corner, and Lewis may be struggling to defend both docks as Ville's getting grappled. He didn't garrison the fishing ships in time. He's not able to go up just yet. The scout coming over to help kill the Ville. To help kill the Hulk now. And Liry's just won water on both sides. Oh, that is insane. He's won water on both sides, and he has archers forward. He's forcing up a tower from Lewis. Lewis cannot pull off the fast castle he wanted. The archers can pressure the berries. Lewis doesn't have any farms. Lewis won't have any food income once those archers get to the berries. Both docks just surrounded by hulks. Maybe being careful to stay within the minimum range. Oh, there's another hulk from the side. This is beautiful from Liry, especially this forward dock on the right, recognizing Lewis had tried to. Probably seen some games earlier. Saw that game against Hera, right? Recognizing Lewis, okay, he's going to lose this water. He'll fish from on the other side, not allowing that. Oh, perfect from Liry. Castle Age from him. And very, very well done. And Liry's beating him to... No, he's not beating him to castle. He's 3 seconds later. 3 seconds later to castle, but disaster for Lewis. Res collected 800 more for Liry, and Liry's on his way to a sweep. That's what I said at the start. I was worried this would be a sweep. This would be a sweep for Liry. And he's so close to it right here. Right, that's Dravidian's power spike for the extra wood on the dock. Yeah, the Italians go up faster, but that kind of helps you in an FC build more, because then you're kind of doubling your bonuses right away. If you want to go fast feudal, then getting the wood for Dravidians for the front dock is amazing. Because if you're stopping the fast castle, I guess the timings kind of work out that getting the extra resources matters maybe a bit more for the presence on both sides than does the earlier uptiming, which helps you win one side quickly. But maybe it's a bit harder then to contest both sides versus having the extra resources. Yeah, that's maybe an interesting way to think about the civs here. You're trading uptiming to win one side for wood to win both. He can free the top dock soon? Well, soon is not going to be the timing he wanted. He's going to be up by one Hulk. And he's loose up to the castle age. No, he's grappling the Repairville. And now the Hulk will be better for Liry. Lewis has to run. So Lewis has a scout forward, has a few skirms, and I don't think he has a way of punishing Liry, who is honestly probably close to being able to fit a TC up here if he can't already by deleting the lumber camp. Bodkin and skirms, Dravidian skirms, which will definitely be better than Vietnamese skirms until Imp skirm comes in. Yeah, the Vietnamese have extra HP, but I think the faster throwing javelins is better than that. Perhaps I'm wrong about that, but I think the Dravidians are still better. Love the Huey One songs at the background. I do too. What's more important is Liry has Bodkin. He does have Bodkin. Lewis just fletching. And Liry's completely won the water on the right, destroying Lewis's dock. He can fish boom. He could even do a war galley and come forward. What is Lewis going to do with these vills? He's going to TC his gold. Yeah, imagine a couple war galleys now. He already has Bodkin. That would just be medium warships, and then he can plop a couple war galleys outside the range of the TC and harass the TC. I know before the water balance re-update, war galleys were pretty good at destroying TCs. Maybe they still are, because they have 7 range and they outrange them, and they had attack bonus against buildings. See, I'm not sure what the current stats of the war galley are against buildings. I'll need to check that. Special hell for whoever did the Hulk sound effects, or whoever did the ropes. Oh, the design of the Hulk is just meh. Water deserves better than the Hulk. So Skirm's fighting the Vills, no ballistics, so Liry can't quite hit the Vills yet. And he's trapping Lewis back in his home TCs. Hulks are even forward over here too. Crazy aggression once more from Liry. I don't know if it was crazy, so much it was kind of controlled. He has 2 TCs at home. We'll lose a couple of Vills. He's getting the quick walls he needs to try to trap the Cav Archers. Not too many Vills garrisoned in the TC. Oh, could garrison the Skirms even for more arrows on the TC. They don't provide many. Maybe that could have been cute. Or garrison the TC to hop the Skirms from one side to the other and hit the Cav Archers. That would have been cool. Lots of things you could do. Alright, Hulk's grappling down the dock, and Lewis finally will lose his second dock. And Liry can soon do a TC here if he wants to, but right now he's just going full Skirm. One of the top units in the game, the Skirm. And Liry is amazing, he's making sure his snowball is maintained. Liry... Oh, nice mangonel shot from Lewis. Wait a minute, can he land another one? Probably not against Liry. He has ballistics. And the Vil will repair that mangonel. Fishing ship down. This dock will go down, grappled by all those Hulks. I almost called them galley Hulks. Like fire galleys, but Hulk-like. Okay, ooh, Lewis. 2 Cav Archers forward. Liry's there with Skirms, though. Might lose a Vil or 2, but he'll be ready to defend that. And the Cav Archers will go down to some Skirms. Want to add a fire or 2 from Liry? He doesn't need them. I mean, right now, if he adds a fire, then he's just wasting resources on water. Maybe one earlier to destroy the dock faster could have been useful. The downside of the fire, though, is that Hulks would counter the fire, and you can't really counter Hulks by making galleys, because you need to have maybe 3 or 4 galleys and have room to micro them. That's why you see the Hulks, even though the fires are probably better against the docks. And it's easier to counter the fire than it is to counter the Hulk. Well, yeah, I mean, Lewis has, right? He has given up on the water, just fighting on land. But Liry, 21 fishing ships. Like, wow. That is insane. And they're spread out, too. It's not like they're all in one location. He's got 4 docks he's using from which to fish. Oh, nice mangonel shot there from Lewis, but maybe the Skirms finish off the mangonel. Liry is 15 on stone, and he's getting ready for a castle. Can he drop the castle there? Can he fit it? The ridge blocks TCs, but it doesn't block castles. So maybe there's a spot for it. Ooh. Lewis trying to one-shot the castle foundation, didn't quite get it. Not there in time. The mangonel being hit and repaired. Oh, it's taken down though, and this castle might be it. Imperial Age behind for Liry, and if this castle is an imp, imp surely will be. Or if this castle isn't the end, imp surely will be, as Lewis many vills on a desperation castle, even getting killed by the mangonel. And everything Lewis threw at him, Liry had an answer. Had an answer to. Mangonel down. Imp into GG for sure. There's the castle. This is where Liry should just type in the chat, I'm up to imp. A second castle. Okay, that's double castle tread production once he's up. This Liry guy is kind of good. That he is. That he is. Another range for Liry, and we'll have Imperial Age for Lewis. ACCM? I don't think ACCM can beat Liry. I think ACCM Sebastian will be interesting, but I don't think ACCM can beat Liry. Vinch can beat Liry though. Vinchester is one of the players I think can beat Liry. It's interesting the more you watch that you kind of start seeing matchups between players, how some players match up better against others based on their play styles. It's interesting though, right? Because I think Lewis would have had a much better shot against Vinchester than he did against Liry. Or even against Andy too, right? But it's just not against Liry. And that's why I worry about. I think actually the most interesting final would be Sebastian Vinch. So I think Liry Sebastian is a matchup that really favors Liry too. It's just based off of that sweep we saw at Red Bull. I walked next door to get coffee, and I came back and it was over. So there's Imp. Will Lewis call it or will he play on? It's an elimination game, so he might play on. He might go full ACCM mode because he's up to Imp, but no, he will call it. And Liry, 4-game sweep over Lewis. Lewis killed Hera, but Liry didn't care. Liry wins anyway, 44 to 42 KD, much better eco. And amazing game number 3. Other than that, Liry in total domination mode. Even that Black Forest game, Bohemians Britons, which I still think is a very tricky matchup where one timing goes wrong for one player and stuff snowballs. But that will be it for today. Back tomorrow with the semifinals. We'll be co-casting that with Ornlu. And Lewis is completely out. Yep, he is completely out. Let's take a quick look at the brackets. I don't think I'll probably just send a raid over to Mim. Real roller coaster for Lewis. Newly sweeping Hera, only get swept by Liry. Oh, let's take a look at this now. So the final matchup will be Liry against Vinchester and Sebastian against ACCM. We'll see those two sets tomorrow. I think those are two really competitive sets. As I said recently, Vinchester did beat Liry in King of the Desert. ACCM may be lucking out that Viper was on vacation, but in 7 games does advance. I think I'd still favor Sebastian there. I'll give you my predictions for tomorrow. I will say Liry 4-3 over Vinchester and Sebastian 4-2 over ACCM. Yeah, 4 Onimaru players left at the quarterfinal, or 5 Onimaru players left at the quarterfinals. Only 1 remains in Vinchester. So now we have actually 2 Wonders players, actually. Sebastian and ACCM both on Wonders. The Argentinian clan has their 2 non-Argentinian players making it to the semifinals. And then Onimaru versus Vitality. But that'll be it for us for today. I think I'll go send a raid over to Memb. I can do that both on YouTube and on Twitch, because he is going to be interviewing Liry. That's true. Onimaru did lose all the quarterfinals. Can't really count the mirror matchup though. But yeah, we'll send a raid over to Memb. I'll do it on Twitch and on YouTube. We'll double raid him with a redirect. And we will be back tomorrow for the semifinals and Sunday for the finals. So I will see you all later. Make sure to go spread some love in the chat and enjoy the interview.